what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the sea. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that remember me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give the radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you change your destiny.
There we go. That's more like it. Hey, everybody. Oh my god, are we missing one more thing? we can get this to work. All right, chat, I know you want this, so here you go. There they are. This is a big hit with the chat, apparently. I aim to please, okay? And apparently this is what chat wants right now. This is what the chat is feeling. And I'm feeling overly hot because I decided to... Did somebody request, like, make Irene bounce? All right, let's chill the fuck out with some of this music. Okay, this is sweater weather music. Okay, it's gonna be sweater weather soon. Winter is coming. Grovember is coming. And Trump momentum is a thing of the past, a thing of the early spring. God damn. This is kind of a low effort, whatever the fuck it is, right? It's AI, right? What am I using? Am I using the dark magic of AI here to make them too dense? Make Irene bounce. You can actually do that now. You can actually do that now. That is a possibility, yeah. I mean, I'm a little bit off screen, but as long as you're okay with it, I'm okay with it, okay? I'm okay with it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it you to use. Yeah, I'm sweating for you, Chad. I hope you appreciate this. It may be sweater weather music, okay? But it is definitely... God damn, I gotta take these off, though. These are too much. That's actually part of a cosplay, chat. Do you know that I used to be known for doing cosplay? Specifically, like, in debates? It's a tactic? It's a basic debate tactic for me, right? I've come from a school of debate that includes cosplay, right? How are you gonna debate Asuka? You know what I mean? How are you gonna debate Jolene Cujo? You're not. You're gonna give up, and it's gonna be forced to retire. You know, it's gonna be like that kind of shit. You're gonna get owned, and that's what used to happen until I owned Dylan Burns, and he didn't appreciate it. But regardless, chat. Yeah, I used to do cosplay, and I was kind of thinking about bringing it back. The last time we did a cosplay goal, and we actually hit the cosplay goal. We actually had, believe it or not, 200 subs on Twitch, right? That's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. And I was supposed to do the cosplay, wrestling cosplay actually from. Have you ever heard of the Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling? And is chat familiar with this? I'm gonna put you up, chat. I realized I don't have chat on chat. I don't have chat in chat. Chat needs to be on chat, in chat. All over chat. And first I need to bring it up so that I can actually... Hi chat, how are you doing? Right now I can read what you said 5 minutes ago, which is important to me. It's important to AI Elon. It's important to AI Trump. It's even important to AI Waluigi. What's up? Looks like we got people here and ready to go. How about a yoga ball? I mean, I'm on a trampoline. When can we chat on a yoga ball? That would be hard. Yeah, invoking the dark arts again. I mean, I do it from time to time. That's something else I'm known for. Yeah, is magical spells. But yeah, in general, in terms of people are asking me about collabs and stuff like that. Yeah, we used to do a lot more about that back in the day. We used to have a whole ass panel show. I don't know if you heard, like I've got a video coming out that kind of talks about that, or it's not really me talking about it. It's actually somebody else talking about it. It's a Chud Logic Orbiter talking about...
But now there are freaking communist
invading radicals, talking about my emo phase. Waluigi looks like he's on his emo phase, kind of. I don't know, can we help him out here, maybe? Waluigi, come on. There you go, is that better? I need to get this guy a chiropractor. But yeah, that is in the works. That is in the works. And as far as like who I do collabs with, I mean, it's gonna be heavily weighted towards people who don't put me on the spot in chat. I'll just say that real clearly. Oh my god, Mr. Nice Guy got owned. Look, I don't know what your deal is, Mr. Nice Guy, but if you can chill the fuck out, you can come back and chat, I guess. I don't know. We couldn't figure out what this dude's deal was. And I'm still curious. What's up, Ronan Pellin? Thank you for joining us. Yeah, Glow, thank you for getting me back to what I was saying before, Just Julie. Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling is what we're talking about there. And it's a show on Netflix, but it was like based on a real thing, based on a real wrestling league, right? So before there was wait, what am I trying to talk about? Yo. There's Mr. Nice Guy. There's Mr. Nice Guy coming back into chat. Jesus Christ. Is Sonsol, is that you? That seems like a Sonsol move. This is when somebody spells out the, they spell out the slur, but they do it like one letter at a time, like N, and then, you know, the rest of the... Racism, yeah, it will never get old, apparently. Before there was women's pro wrestling, I mean, I don't know, what was I trying to say? I was trying to say before there was the show on Netflix, there was a real wrestling league for women in the 80s. And look, it was kind of good and it was kind of really bad. There was some good moments. There's some really cool things about it. There's some really, really bad stuff. There's some racist stuff going on there too. Like, look, no, like, you know, being 100, right? And like, you know, like wrestling, it kind of operated on stereotypes. One of the stereotypes that they did was the Russian blonde babe, right? And the Russian blonde babe stereotype they had was named Colonel Nanuchka, and she was an operative from the KGB sent to the United States to spread the good word about communism, or really perestroika at the time. It would have been perestroika. I don't know if you call that. I don't know what you call that. This is Gorbachev shit, right? But she was there to spread the good word for the good old USSR, and I was supposed to cosplay her. That was this is one of my biggest regrets about stream, right? I got chat all hyped on getting me into the Colonel Nanochka cosplay, and I've got like most of the elements. I think there's one element I couldn't get, and then before I could do it, before I could actually go on stream to do it, I had to move. Now, chat, I thought that this move was going to be simple, right? Because I was supposed to be house sitting, and my friend was, you know, was moving, and she had 1 month left of her lease. So she was like, "Why don't you house sit for me for that month, and then your new apartment will open up, and you'll be able to." So it was like a win-win for both of us, right? Little did we know that her landlady had come by and changed the locks. See, like, I feel like we really made a good move in that. I think that was a good ban. But mods, be on the lookout, because somebody's mad. Somebody's really mad. And I have a feeling it might be somebody from my past. I don't know. I don't know, chat. We've dealt with this shit before, and my mod team is ready to rock. Nar. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to get you too scared. These trolls are low energy. Let me just put it that way. These trolls are low energy. We can handle these trolls. The bouncing intensifies. So yeah, that's the whole deal, right? Is that I had promised, as a goal alert, right? A sub goal alert, that I was gonna do Colonel Nanuchka as a character, as on stream. And I think it was like the blonde wig. Was that the thing that I couldn't get? Or I was going to dye my hair blonde and shut it. And I was going to dye my hair blonde and cut it using a Cybertruck, right? I was gonna shut. This is the best way, right? If you can't afford to get your hair cut, right, you can shut it in a Cybertruck. You can set the button to shut the trunk on the Cyber. What is it? A frunk? It's a frunk, right? My first comment on YouTube. Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, definitely report that shit and get that shit out of there. I don't even know. Right, baby, I'm sorry you can't get your message across because I'm too quick on the draw. No, Bad Lefty is too quick on the draw. Yo! Wait, what's going on now? Something. Oh my god, I'm turning into blue hair. That's right, chat. That's where I was going. Thank you for reminding me, Omega Star. You didn't even know what you were doing, but you were actually getting me back on track. And the track that I'm on is a track to talk about future cosplay goals. Now, as you can see, chat, my hair is really, really long. It's full of split ends. I have had to make some sacrifices while I pursued my YouTube career. Being a small ass random streamer chick is not easy. It's not an easy game to play. And so, you know, jokes about getting my hair cut using a Cybertruck aside, getting your hair done actually costs a lot of money. But we're starting to get to the point where things are looking better. Things are looking up. I'm doing okay. And I gotta talk about my next cosplay goal, right? Because as Omega Star just brought up, and yeah, thank you, do Nomine. Nomine, wait, is Nomine from... Oh, Nomine. Oh my gosh, I'm like, who's Nomine? I'm thinking One Piece, that's Nami. No, Nomine is one of the best characters from Kingdom Hearts. They're all really good characters. You want me to do Nomine, right? That would have to be like a white wig and a white everything. That would be Nomine. Leela? People are saying I should do Leela from Futurama. Parked behind a Cybertruck. For real? I still have not seen one on the road. I haven't seen one in real life. Who are those two people dancing on the GIF? Who do you think? Do I need to make them bigger? Is it hard to see? Look at this shit! Trump and Elon, although it doesn't really go that well with this music. That's a high effort troll right there. Bunny Hopper, are you getting paid to do this? Because I'm getting paid to do this. I mean, not very much. I can barely survive. But the point is I can survive. And that's not something that a lot of people can say as far as doing YouTube for a living, right? I can survive. Can you? How much time do you have to waste? How much of your life do you want to waste on this fruitless effort? And you're entertaining my chat too. That's the other thing, is you're not supposed to do, you're supposed to make it. It's like a one-person raid going on here. Is it the literal Son of Soy? I don't know. Hopefully Son of Soy's got better things to do with his time these days. Everyone streams, is live stream reacting to the DNC. Well, they haven't even started. But yeah, we don't need to advertise for other bigger channels in here, Metal. You got me, and I'm gonna cover this. Wait, what time is it now? Okay, so yeah, it's about to start here. I actually had some more stuff to go over. Here, should I get rid of these? Watch this. I'll do it like a pro, okay? Watch how a pro does it. All right? Go yoink. Yoink right off the screen. It's like the hook that comes across. Okay, so what do I have to do next? I got to do this. Oh my god, they're still on here. Okay, so let's see if maybe... I want to show you what my I want to show you now. Hopefully we're okay here, because like, oh god, this is, you know, technically. Well, no, I can show you this. I can show you this. All right, here's my cosplay goal. All right, so you know I used to do blue hair as cosplay. The blue hair Irene. Look at that. Does that not look like a robot version, a steampunk robot version of blue hair right there? This is just in time for Persona 3's expansion. It's called like the Aegis expansion, I think, to come out. And this is Aegis' sister. This is a cosplay I could do, but yeah, I'm gonna have to get my hair cut. Right, so I'm gonna have to have a little bit of money to make this work, but yeah, I do have cosplay goals in mind. Yo, I'm so entertained by this, actually. I wonder if YouTube does IP bans. I wonder if somebody gets reported enough, if YouTube will just like IP ban them and they don't get to use YouTube anymore. That would be pretty shitty to lose access to YouTube just over some petty grudge. Chicago is going to be lit this week. It already is. The protests have started already. The DNC goes on today, starts this day. We got Biden, we got Hillary. But yeah, this is the cosplay I want to do, chat. I mean, maybe like a limited version. But yeah, I think Metis is awesome. Especially the skirt. The skirt is like awesome. Like, I don't know, the butterfly mask. The butterfly skirt. Seriously. And what is that thing? Like a hammer? That thing is sick. But anyway, chat, goals, goals, goals. All right, we'll hope that someday it can happen. Does Biden know he isn't on the ticket off time? That's a good question. Trump's kind of been asking that question. Actually, let's Oh, that's 4 days ago. What have I got that open for? We got some Trump speeches. We got the AP's got. The AP is keeping on those protests. No, shut up, fucking stop. No. Oh, mute, mute, mute. Fuck me. Fuck you, Trump. Also, somebody call Belinda Carlisle and tell her that Trump's stealing her thunder. That's not cool. That's not. How does he get away with it and I don't get away with it? Like, Trump should be. Look, he's got enough litigation against him already. All right, so let's take a look. Oh my gosh, chat. I don't know if I can show you this. I'm looking at the protests right now. Looks like the well, I'll show you while I can, okay? Because we might have to cut away from this. We may have to cut away from this, all right? It looks like the police are pushing the crowd around. Now this, as I understand, this is like way far away from the actual convention, right? They've got this like exclusion zone set up. Okay, so there's stuff being thrown. I probably have to cut away from this. Let's watch a little Kyle Kulinski while I get the convention itself going.
Trump finally broke me. And his transition is complete from the fake populist.
Actually, you know what I can do? I can go to the protest, right? Nope, and I can mute it, because like that's and then I can pull it way back here and just see what else went on. Right? The AP has been taping for, so there's a speech. They're giving speeches outside. Is it a performance maybe? I can't tell. It looks like a musical performance. And then here's the crowd. Okay, so this I can show you. Right, I just like since I'm on Twitch, I got to be really careful about not showing anything that's violent, and you know, it looked like some stuff was getting thrown in the air, so we had to kind of cut away from that. But we have the bread puppets. I think those are those bread puppets? Of No, they're not bread puppets. They're something else. But yeah, like I said, this is way, way, way far away from the actual convention itself, because although the mayor of Chicago seems to believe in, you know, free speech, and yes, free speech when it comes to protests too, not just you know, free speech for Milo Yiannopoulos to invade your campus. But yeah, this is what? This is 2 hours ago. Right? So there was a speech held, I can't tell where this is in Chicago. I actually don't remember that much about Chicago. I've been there. I don't remember much. But yeah, the Chicago mayor believes in letting people make their voices heard. Obviously, the Democrats do not want their convention disrupted. They definitely don't want a repeat of 1968 either. So hopefully, these protesters won't be getting, you know, manhandled by the cops. But then again, I mean, that usually ends up happening. But yeah, this is all an effort to put some pressure on the Democratic candidates, on the Democratic candidate, right? And thereby on Joe Biden, who's going to be speaking tonight, who really is the one with the power to get that ceasefire. And I was reminded the other night, like Saturday night, I think it was, when we were watching President Sunday go after Hassan on the Houthis, the bombing of Yemen that the United States did in retaliation for the ships that were the maritime trade that was blocked. That was a perfect opportunity to put some real pressure on Israel. Right? Instead of going after the people, you know, disrupting the ships, if the United States had gone after a ceasefire at that time, then there would be a lot of people who are not alive right now that maybe would have been alive. So just a reminder that every day that this doesn't happen is more deaths, more destruction, and more normalization of the occupation of Gaza by the IDF. But yeah, that's what's going on outside, or at least 2 hours ago. Let's see. Put it forward a little bit. We got lines. Oh yeah, cops love to use their bikes. They love to form lines, like the bike cops. They'll bring them out, and they'll sort of use their bikes to actually kettle people. If you've ever been to one of these things, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's a lot of cops, a lot of Chicago's finest. A lot of pork products. Gonna be bought in the grocery stores today, chat. Police got nothing better to do? Yeah, right? Miskatonic said we saw it at the Floyd and BLM protests. I have to go to Chicago in January for this class, for my therapy degree. The smell of bacon. Okay, so if we go a little bit further, right? So we're going back, chat. This is not happening right now. When I looked at the live feed, right, there were some objects being thrown, and I know that Twitch is very sensitive when it comes to violence of any kind. So before anything happened, I wanted to make sure to. C-SPAN. This is actually AP. Is C-SPAN covering this too? Anyway, I'm gonna take a look and see what's going on right now. We should have live footage from the DNC itself. Now, my understanding is that this is not going to be. Here, we'll go over to C-SPAN. I don't think that they're gonna front load this.
From the DNC this week?
Yeah. I'm looking at it right now, and I don't see anything super interesting going on. There is going to be a speech by Biden and by Hillary tonight. I'm trying to remember how it works. They've got one former president speaking on every night. So, oops. You can see what seems like tear gas being deployed there. And live at the DNC, we've got Santa Claus. Look at this. Santa's come to... Santa Claus, a DNC delegate this year, drinking his soda. Anyway, chat, we better get ready. We better get ready for all this. This is gonna... It's going down. It's definitely going down outside of the convention right now. Okay, so I need to do a few things. I'd seen a million trolls accounts and I blocked them all because I'm a cowboy. Oh my god. Oh my god, we got our first ad break already and I didn't even call it out. It's the summer Santa. Is he still there? Nah. DNC platform mentions? Oh, what that is about. We go back to Santa though. We get Santa. There's Santa. Looking at his cell phone, getting out his drink. You got to keep hydrated, right? He's from the North Pole, so he's not used to this kind of weather. He's not used to a Chicago summer. Why do people always do? I guess if you're from Texas, you wear a cowboy hat to a convention. Yeah, those are Texas delegates. Anyway, I gotta make this work for us today, chat. I gotta get on my shit. We have 2 of these open? No, we just have 1 of them. All right, so we're gonna get ready to stream this to both chats at once. Horror Nights at Kamala's? Horror Nights at Biden's? What do we call this? Horror Nights at the DNC coverage starts tonight with Hillary Clinton. God damn, this is kind of a disappointment. I feel like this would be the year to tell Hillary that her services are no longer needed. This would be a great year to keep Hillary the fuck away. They should probably keep Bill the fuck away. And I don't know, Biden, I mean, I guess you got a Hillary Clinton and Sleepy Joe Biden speaking. Right, and then just do a little thumbnail here. What do we got for the thumbnail? We have Joe Biden smelling Hillary Clinton's hair. Yeah, that's how we do it. That's how we roll. Should be an interesting night in both chats. Now, mods, really quickly, before I start the short stream, I gotta ask you something, okay? I can see a lot of blue names in chat. DNC equals Denny's. I see a lot of blue names in chat, all right? So, mods, I want to know, do you think, like I didn't realize this till now, but we could, set the stream for subscribers only if we wanted to, right? That's an option that I have. And I didn't realize it until now. I looked at it, but yeah, I can set it for who can send messages. Anyone. That's what I normally set it for because I haven't seen this setting before. I didn't know it existed. Subscribers. Subscribers could be, you know, that could be how we set it. That you've got to subscribe to talk. The only thing I don't like about that is that encourages MAGAs to subscribe. And I really don't want to encourage MAGAs. What do you think though, mods? Like, how was it last time? Because I feel like last time was rough. Saturday night, we had, I think, 11,000 people in chat. Are you able to do slow mode? It would help, like 30 seconds in between chats. I mean, oh, for every person. Let's see. Do I have slow mode? Slow mode. Yo, 30 seconds in between chats. That's what we're going to do. That's a great idea. All right, so we're going to keep it open to anyone. I can change it later if I want to. Right, if it gets too bad, I'll change it into subscribers. But we're going to try it with slow mode because... Mozart, was that your idea? No, Narwhal. Oh, wait, no, who said that? Sasha G, yes. Genius. Genius idea. Genius idea. That's what we're doing. It's going to be slow mode, so they can only chat every 30 seconds. It's going to be public. There, we're done. So good. So good. And yeah, chat, when this starts up for real, I'll turn it on. Now, most likely, in my estimation, we're going to be seeing Glup Shittos speak first, right? It's going to be like somebody who ran for Congress in Nebraska and lost, but they're really cool, so they brought him up. Or it's going to be like somebody that's like a campaign, like, you know, it's going to hype people, right? They're going to bring in hype people, I think, at least if I know the Democrats, right? They're going to bring in their hype people to hype up Hillary and Biden. That's how they're going to start it out. So slow mode is on. Slow mode is on. Good. Good. Live chat is on. Live chat is on. And then we start the secondary stream. Should I just call it the secondary stream? I don't know. We got to find out some, like, I'm always in slow mode. That's what Sunday said about me. Apparently he was talking all kinds of shit about me being slow. Take that as you may. Sunday's talked a lot of shit, right? And I don't think it's a good idea, because he doesn't want my channel growing. He doesn't need my channel growing. He doesn't want this smoke. Because I've been paying attention to what he's been doing, and I give him credit when it's slightly good, because it's, again, low expectations of the debate space. I try to be generous, but I don't have to be like that. And I know a lot about him and his origins and who he fucking hangs out with. And some things that his community might not like about him, right? There's a lot of, I'm sorry. Like, I know I'm supposed to be the files lady, right? I would think that if he really believed that I had files, right? That he'd tread more carefully. I don't know. But what are you going to say? Fuck around and find out, I guess? I guess so. If he wants to keep talking shit, if he wants to keep on putting out videos with his little missives, his little, miss me with those missives, Sunday, miss me. And I know you miss me. Anyway, no, I'm sorry, that's Chud Logic that misses me, not Sunday. Anyway, chat, all that shit aside, past history aside, deep lore aside, community shattering drama aside, all right? We're going to try to concentrate on politics, because I am first and foremost a politics stream, a politics streamer, and I'm not trying to do drama, and I'm not trying to end anybody's whole career, right? I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to burn anybody with my super hot fire, but I do have it. I do have it for when I need it. But yeah, we gotta do this, we gotta do that, we gotta do the third thing, the fourth thing, the fifth thing. The first thing is go live, though. Hit go live on that, and then give you some options for bonus material. Anybody want some bonus material tonight? Can I interest you in some bonus material? I gotta take the chat chooses violence off of there, don't I? Like, not for right now. Let's see what I can replace with chat chooses violence. Oh, also, yeah, we probably need some creator music, don't we? I believe we do. I believe we need some creator music right now. Ah. The wonderful sound of royalty-free music. I love it. You know I love it, chat. I live for this. All right. What are we doing? What do we need? We need to see what's in my bag of tricks for tonight. God, I'm seeing like old pictures of me from thumbnails. It's wild. Cosplay. In fact, probably because I talked about cosplay. Now all my cosplay videos are coming. It makes me want to cosplay. I don't know what to say. It makes me want to cosplay. Could I be a cosplay politics streamer? That would be awesome to like go to the DNC in full cosplay. I would enjoy that. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. White people tacos. Have you already seen too much of this story though? Should I add white people tacos to the list? I feel like other people cover this stuff. How about white people? I'm just wanting to put white people in there. Elon Musk tap dances on copyright. Elon Musk. AI copyright in question mark. There we go. So yeah, I feel like that's a good lineup for you. Can you see it? Is it showing up for you, chat? You can see it. You can definitely see it. Only donors get in? Wait, what? To the DNC? Are you talking about? Oh, you're saying I couldn't get into the DNC because I'm in cosplay and they don't trust people in cosplay. Harold and Kamala go white guy. Should I add that on there? Which of the things don't get votes? J.K. Rowling does not get votes. So, white. Tim Waltz's. Caucasian tacos. Tim Waltz's Caucasian tacos. I think you know exactly what I'm talking about there. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's good. That's a good spread for you. I do believe. I do indeed. Yes, I do. All right, so you need a poll to start the night off. Start with a poll. Yeah. Bonus material. What is it? Bonus materia? Are we doing some Final Fantasy VII? No, we don't have Sansoy. We need Sansoy to guide us through the old school PS1 games. We'll have to wait till I do another Irene's date night. That's the last time we talked to him. And he's still talking about my physical appearance, chat. Thirsty, Sansoy. Thirsty. All right, there we go. Bonus material. Do you think you'll be covering debates between Kamala and Trump? Do you like the debates, Tempotronica? Is that what you're saying? Or do you have a debate for me, perhaps? Sorry, I've been a little bit not getting at chat, but I'm trying to make this all work. Let's take a look at the live. Oh my God, have we even gone live yet? No, we have. We are live. Analytics. Okay, so like I said, this is kind of boring right now. We might have to find something a little bit more exciting. Let's start off spicy. What do you say? What say you? Do you want to start off a little spicy tonight? And no, I'm not talking about the tacos, because Tim Waltz's tacos aren't actually very spicy. Tim Waltz is somehow more white than my mom, which I didn't think it was possible. I thought my mom was like the whitest person in existence, but no. She, when she makes tacos, she also buys the Old El Paso taco mix, right? She makes the hamburger just like Tim Waltz does, but she cooks it with the spicy taco seasoning, right? He doesn't use the taco seasoning, apparently. I've never heard of that before. I've never heard of a taco so white that it doesn't have any, it's just hamburger. It's hamburger. Is that Steve Bannon? No way. That is not Steve Bannon. No, wait, it looks too much like him. It's scaring me, chat. It's not Steve Bannon. No, it's not Steve Bannon. No. Irene, how dare you? Am I voting for Trump? No, this is what they should do. They should take a picture of this and be like, Kamala can't fill out the crowd. Look at this, low energy. Low energy, Kamala's not getting good crowds. They should use this against her. If they were smart. But again, it is early in the night. Like I said, like nothing is going on. That's why I want to show you something better, all right? That's why I want to show you something a little bit better. Would it be exciting if I was voting for Trump, though? If I was one of those girls? You know what I'm talking about, chat? The Trump girls? Do you know, does chat understand what I mean when I say the Trump girls? Like, I feel like it's a particular grift. They are literally just people that, like, they got a whole night in front of them, so they got their food and they're eating it. This guy's trying to eat his hamburger, and they got the camera on him. He's like, I'm just here eating a hamburger. Come on. Let me eat my hamburger in peace. God. You know, turn the camera back to me when somebody's speaking, right? Do something like that. Cowboys for Kamala? Oh, the Cowboys for Kamala? But yeah, the Trump girls, you know what I'm talking about? I swear to God, they don't actually like Trump. They just know how to make money. And they're making more money than I am. If I really wanted to secure my financial future, I would find a way to talk myself into saying, yes, I love Trump. He's great. Can we please get another 4 years? 2020 was not bad enough for me. I want to see how he handles the next major world crisis. Please, can we get him back in there? I would say that shit. I would be on that. I would be glazing up the former president. Okay, we start off the night asking the question that I've been asking for a little while, right? Is Trump cooked? What do you think? DNC coverage. How about spicy DNC coverage? We will do some spicy coverage. Chat, I don't know if you know this, but I'm not exactly a huge fan of Democrats either. If you've been here for a while, you know what I'm talking about, right? I'm not exactly the #1 fangirl for the Democratic Party. All right, so like I said, this is kind of boring. And we got to get going. We got to get started. We got to start with something spicy, all right? So I'm going to switch us into the spicy mode. I'm going to put some taco seasoning, just like my mom. I'm going to put some taco seasoning on that hamburger meat. All right, make it a little bit less. Like, turn down the caucasity just like a teensy tiny little bit, okay? If you don't mind. If you don't mind. I'm going to hit my buttons, which I always do, because I need to hit those buttons, hit those numbers, hit those everything. And then I think, yeah, there's one more button that I need to hit to get us into the mood, into the mode. Welcome, chat. Welcome to DNC Night One. 4 nights at Biden's, if you will. This is night 1 of 4 nights at Biden's. We're gonna see the Biden animatronic. It's gonna be fairly easy though, because this night the animatronics are not quite as active. All right, they're a little bit sleepy on the first night, but the time when we get to the 4th night, it's gonna be wild. Bill Clinton, the pirate, is gonna be running around trying to get us. We're gonna have Obama, the bunny. I don't know why I'm trying to slot Democratic speakers into the roles of the different animatronics from Five Nights at Freddy's, but I barely remember that game. Any Markiplier fans in the building, in the chat? But yeah, there it is. It's pretty sleepy. This is Sleepy Joe's night, though, so it's perfect. Is that a straw hat? Do we have straw hat? Are there straw hat dims? Is there a straw hat caucus? Are there pirates? Do you see? Chat, she's one of the straw hats. She's waiting for the rest of the crew to get there, but yeah, you can tell the Straw Hat Pirates have made their presence known here at the DNC tonight. Oh yeah, we gotta do a little bit of election coverage too. I wanna make sure to do that. We're gonna start out spicy, like I said. Thought I was kidding? I'm never kidding. I'm always serious. Oh my god, come on. We're gonna cook some Trump. You ready for this? You ready to cook DJT? Cook him up right. Let's do this.
Kamala Harris released her economic policies that she's going to prioritize. All the right people started to bitch and moan and cry and whine and hurl absurd accusations. So let me walk you through it right now. So first we have the New York Post here. The title on the cover is Communism. Oh,
I love the New York Post. I love the New York Post. It is my favorite toilet paper out there, right?
They were waiting to break this one out, weren't they? They could not wait to break this.
Is that what it looks like in real life? I don't think I've ever seen an actual New York Post, right? Like apparently if you live in New York, you can find it in it's like a tabloid size newspaper, but it's not like a alternative weekly. It's the opposite. It's like a weird right-wing Staten Island kind of vibe.
This one out. Obviously, it's a mix of her name, Kamala, with communism.
Yo, got her. Got her.
They have communism.
Communism.
Oh, clever. It says, Harris unveils budget-breaking $1.7 trillion economic plan that includes government price controls. All right, so let me say right off the bat, no, it does not include price controls. It includes a ban on price gouging, which is different. If you're saying, hey, in the extremes...
Yeah, look, if you want to criticize Kamala for this particular policy proposal, the criticism would be it's not very fleshed out. Okay, Kamala, what are you going to do? You said you're going to ban price gouging. How are you going to do that, right? It's sparse on details. That's the actual criticism. Instead of that, they're gonna make up the details and be like, oh no, she's doing a command economy. That's how she's doing it. She's nationalizing the grocery stores. She should nationalize at least one of the grocery stores. I think there's one that's for sale right now. Have you heard of this? Like, people are talking about this. It's never going to happen, right? The Democrats will never do this, right? But if they were to if the government were to buy, I think it's Kroger or something, right? Am I wrong? I can't remember which one, chat. But there's a grocery store that's like for sale. If they were to buy it and establish a public option for groceries, you know, just run one grocery store with like a bare
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists.
kind of a bare profit level. Like, I swear to God, that would put some actual pressure, because the thing that you get is you get this greedflation. Instead of one grocery store, you know, lowering their prices, considering like that they've been making record profits, right? And leading that way, you have price leadership in the other way, right? Where they're like, well, you know, people are used to paying a lot of money, so if we just keep on raising it and raising it and raising it, they won't notice, and we can make even more money. The more that Democrats could, I honestly think, I mean, I don't know, it's out of my field, right? Because, like, you know, this is not socialism. This is regulation, right? And, you know, this is operating a government for the benefit of the actual people. of the actual voters, which is a novel idea considering that in the United States, most of the time, the government is operated for the donor class, for the capitalists, right? On behalf of that. But I mean, if they could start offering like public options the way that Obama pretended to try to with healthcare, I think that might actually, what you need is more positive examples of government intervention that are objectively beneficial to people, right? Medicare is a great example of this. People who have, it's one of the most popular government programs out there, right? And if we had Medicare for all, then you might see people start to look at policy in a different sort of way. You might see the Overton window start to open more, but the Democrats, and especially their donors, do not want that. They do not want that. That is scary to them, right? Their job is to get in there when people want change. They want something more progressive. They want something more government intervention, and to just kind of drag their feet on it and be like, oh, I'm sorry, we can't quite do that because Kirsten Sinema won't let us do it. Joe Manchin won't let us do it, right? Ooh, we wanted to get that for you, but it turns out that, there's always an excuse. There's always an excuse.
To not allow you to price gouge, that's one thing. If you're controlling across the board all prices, that's something different. And that would have bigger, more drastic economic consequences that would have unintended blowback that goes along with it. But just a ban on price gouging is not that. Guys, over 30 states in this country already have bans on price gouging. If there's something like a natural disaster, they can't just jack up the price to whatever they want. And they can't use, it's just supply and demand as an excuse. You cannot price gouge during an emergency. So again, that's at the state level. All she's doing is saying, hey, at the federal level, let's do a similar thing. Let's put a cap on how much they can jack up their prices, right? Perfectly reasonable. And I love the idea. This is the classic old school Republican deficit.
Social Security, yeah.
They're like, large, scary number. Be afraid of the large and scary number. Guys, if this works on you, I don't know what to tell you, right? All the people who do like, scary number bit, you need to understand, literally.
Why does he remind me of a Muppet? Do you know what I mean? I feel like the way he like, he's turning like he's like, I don't know. There's something about him that like.
None of them understand.
It's like giving Sesame Street. It's giving the Muppets.
And how the annual deficit works, how the national debt works. They just think, if I just say a number that sounds large and scary, you should think, that's bad. We should stop that. It's this idea, this implication that a national budget, a national debt works the same as household debt. And it doesn't. We have our own fucking sovereign currency, right? It's not the same thing. So all this is based on a total misunderstanding as to how government spending works, right? So
I'm sorry, did somebody just say skibbity Trump, 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 yes, yes in the chat? Have we got some Trump skibbities in here? Are we being invaded by the Astro toilets? What's going on? What's going on, Shorts?
A large number, be afraid. So again, let's be clear. They're saying communism, so Kamala's a communist, right? We have Donald Trump posting this.
There we go. She's a communist. She's a Marxist-Leninist. Chat. She's it's tanky Kamala.
Man, he's fallen off so hard with his Twitter game. Somebody said the other day, he used to be a top 5 poster of all time. Now he is washed, bro.
Was he? Somebody's got to show me this, chat. And, hey, wait, we got Shorts chat. Shorts chat, can you help me out here? Can you help me out, Shorts chat? When was Trump good? People tell me that Trump used to be a poster. I have not seen it. I've not seen it. When was Trump a actual poster? Like, it's just like, I can't imagine somebody as much of a boomer as Trump being a poster, being a real, like, fucking meme-themed.
Oh, he is so washed. Now he's like Shaq when he was on the Celtics, right? I mean, he just lost the juice. First of all, even in his...
Shaq was on the Celtics?
Attack here, the crowd is packed.
When was Shaq playing? When was Shaq not retired?
I love that. Even in his attack, you're kind of popular now. But also, the Soviet Union, really? Communism, really?
I'm sorry. I wish I had a copyright-free version of the Soviet national anthem. Can we find that? Does that exist?
The best you can fucking come up with, man. So just to remind everybody what we're dealing with here and what they're calling communism, $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers. She's pairing that with 3 million new houses being built. So attack it.
She's a communist.
Demand side, attack it on the supply side and attack it with a subsidy on the other end. $6,000 child tax credit. JD Vance said he wants $5,000. I love that they were just like, how about $6,000? One up it. Glorious. Phenomenal politics. Elimination of medical debt. Based. Ban on price gouging for groceries and food. Based. Cap on prescription drug costs. Based. So in other words, go further. In the IRA, they had, they reduced the drug prices for some drugs for Medicare recipients. She's like, let's go further. Let's just reduce drugs across the board. Earned income tax expansion, Affordable Care Act subsidies, targeting pharmaceutical companies. And there's that also tax cuts for the middle class is another part of it. But they're calling this communism.
It's communism.
These idiots.
It's communism. Chat, we're getting communism.
Left of conservatism.
Communism.
Call communism. So if you are
It's communism.
social democrat, wrong. No, you're not. They say you're a communist.
You're a communist.
A liberal, wrong. No, you're not. They say you're a communist. If you are a centrist, wrong. No, you're not. They're going to call you a communist. Anything slightly to the left of conservatism, to them, is communism, right? There's a whole rich array and variety of political ideologies and philosophies that are in this sphere, but they say, no, you're all communist. Come on, man. Come on. Okay. So again, that's their main line of attack. Let's be clear. What is communism? Communism is a political and economic doctrine that aims to replace private property and a profit-based economy with public ownership and communal control of at least the major means of production. So mines, mills, factories, the natural resources.
So in other words, even what I said earlier about nationalizing a grocery store, running a grocery store in the public interest for the public good, as a bulwark, I guess, against this kind of price gouging that hurts people in their pocketbooks in a way that's just not, you don't have a choice to opt out of needing to eat. I'm not going to eat this month. I mean, I've said that before. It's really hard. I've had some tough months, okay? And believe me, it does not work to skip a month of food, right? You can't be like, food is too expensive this month, right? There's certain things that you need to fucking survive to exist, right? And if we could get some kind of control on the exploitation of those prices, like we had, during the lockdown and afterwards, then I feel like we'd all be a little bit better off. I mean, this already exists to a certain degree for utilities and stuff, right? This isn't something that is some kind of wild, untested commie plot, right? But yeah, no, he's talking about more just the major industries, right? Where you get metals from.
Of a society. So
natural resources, shit like that, right?
Let me ask you this. Is that what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz?
I mean, I feel like this is actually not a good, it's not a good definition of communism, right? It does acknowledge that it is a more advanced form of socialism. But it's also a theoretical state that's never, been reached. I mean, the idea is that
are proposing? Are they saying that the public needs to own
Anyway.
all of the means of production? The public needs to own all of the factories? The public needs to own all of the mills? The public needs to own all of the resources of society? The closest thing you could say that we have to any communism in this country is in Alaska, a very conservative state, where basically the Alaskan public owns the oil that's underneath the ground. So they get cut a check whenever that oil gets
But isn't it weird that we regard that as communism, right? There's natural resources in a place, right? Companies want to extract the the natural resources. Who do they pay? Because in most of the country, they pay nobody. They just go, it's there, they go in and they get the land rights, they go and get it. But in Alaska, at least they are subsidizing the, for people to live there. Because, yeah, it's not exactly the most pleasant place to live. Alaska has a tough time getting citizens, getting people to want to live there. There's like a whole day or a few days in Alaska, chat, where there's no sunlight. There's a few days where there's like all sunlight, right? It's a weird place. Alaska is a strange place, right? They have to get young doctors straight out of med school, okay? And get old astronauts that live in the town to trick these young doctors into signing a contract where they literally can't get out of the town. And they come in there and they shack up with some landlady that they end up in a relationship with, but it doesn't go very well. She's like a bush pilot, you know what I mean, chat? There's moose? What's the plural of moose? Mooses? There's multiple moose in the town, and they just go around and do whatever they want. There's a filmmaker there. He's pretty cool, and it's a weird thing, chat. It's a weird thing. Alaska is a weird place.
Given to an oil company, sold to an oil company. That's the closest thing you can say. Hey, they own the natural resources. They own the natural resource of oil, and they get a check for it. So it's deep red Alaska is the closest thing we have in this country to communism. She's proposing.
Okay. I think we have had enough. All right. Enough of the Soviet national anthem.
Things are just basic liberal ideas. But no, that's communism according to them.
It's communism. Come on, get it right, Kyle. It's communism.
You ready for this? So we got communism.
It's Mises. Moose is plural. Thank you.
You believe in the Soviet Union. Look at this one. Jack Posobiec, one of the absolute.
We could do a Soviet Union. Yeah, let's do a Soviet Union. Just to fuck with the Republicans.
Worst far-right posters.
Look, I've had enough fun LARPing as a tanky for Twitch poll, okay? Don't tempt me with a good time.
Just a pervasive spreader of misinformation. He comes out and says this. Breaking. Former student on China trip says Tim Walz is, quote, Maoist to the core.
Wait, why a former student?
Maoist.
Oh.
You guys aren't even trying.
Former student of Tim Walz. Oh my god. Let's see what grade he got in Tim Walz's class. Did that guy get a D in social studies, maybe? Maybe that kept him from getting, I don't know, some sort of a scholarship?
You guys are not even trying. This is sad. This is sad. I mean, they are cooked, bro. I've never seen them this cooked. Okay, so just to give you a little more, we went through this in the previous segment, but I want to bring it up again. So the main thing that they say is communist is the price controls. It's not really price controls. It's a ban on price gouging, which is different. Okay. Why would she do such a thing? Because of greedflation. This used to be considered a fringe conspiracy theory. Then eventually, over time, even mainstream news outlets had to admit, no, it turns out that that's exactly what's happening.
There it is. Federal Trade Commission. Sorry, chat. That's a communist organization, the Federal Trade Commission. It must be lying about our patriotic grocers who did nothing wrong and took a huge hit to bring you groceries. No, they fucking gouged those prices. And even after their prices started to settle down and weren't going up anymore, they kept raising the prices because you were used to it and you didn't know the difference. And you're like, oh yeah, I guess this is this Biden inflation that's hitting us. And they're like, I mean, the same way that they used the notion of these massive shoplifting scourges as a reason to close down different stores in different parts of the city and blame it on the city. And then you find out that no, actually they were going to close that place down anyway because it wasn't making money. And they were using that for their shareholders to try to keep their stock price high and be like, no, we're not contracting. We got to close down these stores because San Francisco shoplifting is out of control.
And greedflation is what's happening. In other words, these companies used the hysteria and the mania and the panic around inflation to say, we can get away with jacking up prices even for goods that we don't have to jack up the prices. And that's what they did. That's greedflation. So look at this. Large grocers took advantage of pandemic supply chain disruptions, FTC fines. A report found that large firms pressured suppliers to favor them over competitors. It also concluded that some retailers seem to have used rising costs as an opportunity to further hike prices. Corporate greed. Her saying we're going to ban price gouging is her putting a check on corporate greed. Trump saying, I'm not going to do that, is him saying, let the corporations run wild.
Again, just like the immigration issue, chat, Trump said that he was worried about immigration, said that like Biden shouldn't be reelected because of immigration, tried to use it against Kamala. When Biden folded and basically embraced Trump's immigration plan, the immigration plan that they were trying to pass in the U.S. House of Representatives, Trump called in to the House and said, don't pass that bill. Vote against that bill. Vote that down. You know, the bill that we were trying to get through. Yeah, vote it down. Vote it down. Because they were trying to get it through with the understanding that it was going to either be killed in the Senate by the Democrats or it was going to be vetoed by Biden. When Biden said, I'll help you in the Senate, you know, and I mean, this is honestly bad policy by Biden, right? No, but this is a bad idea, right? This is a failure. This is cowardice by Biden, right? But he does this thing, right? Trump says, don't pass it. Don't do it. I want this as an issue. I don't really care about immigration. It's just a way for me to try to get back in the White House.
But now there are freaking communists.
He wanted to get back in the White House so he wouldn't have to face those charges that are chasing him, chat, because he's got more charges. He's got more charges, right? And one great way to get out of it all is to become president again and get that executive immunity. You literally don't have to worry about anything as long as the Senate, you know, is not overwhelmingly against you, right? You can just stay in office and it doesn't matter what crime you commit, and the Supreme Court will have your back and call everything an official act, right? This is why Trump's running for president. Some people on the right seem to think that it's this great selfless act. He didn't have to run for president again. He had a wonderful life he could return to, and he would have never been charged with anything. But he loves the American people so much, and he couldn't leave us alone. He couldn't leave us to Biden and Harris or DeSanctimonious or whoever was going to run from the Republican side, right? Yeah, his heart grew 6 times that day. Are we talking about the fucking Grinch here? I mean, we kind of are, but like it's an unrepentant, unreformed Grinch, right? Donald Trump will never stop being the Grinch. Donald Trump would never take the Christmas presents back to the Who's in Whoville. Donald Trump is, his heart is going to stay small and hard for the rest of his life, which I don't know. We'll look into that later. We'll look into like what the rest of his life, what may be going on with the former president's health and how long the rest of his life might actually last, which, you know, shorter than you think. If you're not so sure about J.D. Vance as vice president, there's a very good chance that re-electing Donald Trump would give you J.D. Vance as president. And I don't mean J.D. Vance as president, chat. I mean a marionette that calls itself J.D. Vance operating as president on the behalf of Peter Thiel and the Silicon Valley CEOs, the alphabet mafia, as they call themselves, right? This would be their way of controlling the executive branch of, 1/3 of the branches of government, right?
And price gouge everybody in sight. Look at this. Notable food companies with massive net income increases over the past year. Cal-Maine Foods up 718.
Yeah, so that's eggs, butter, grain.
18%. Kraft Heinz up 448%.
This is like boxed goods, stuff that you find in the middle of the grocery store, macaroni and cheese, ketchup, wieners, Jell-O, tater tots. Oh my God. Bologna. What the fuck do you call a Lunchable? What the fuck is a Lunchable? Other than overpriced, right? For crackers and bologna and cheese, Lunchables are way too expensive. What? Oh, Smart Ones are that's not that vegan shit, right? That's like a vegan sausage. Smart Ones. Weight Watchers. Those microwave meals. Kool-Aid, Capri Sun. Oh yeah, Capri Sun. I love myself a juice bag. What do you call it? A juice bag? A juice pouch. There we go. And cream cheese.
ConAgra brands up 56%. Nobody's saying these companies can't make a profit. Nobody's saying they can't make a profit. What they're saying is you can't price gouge. You can't be unreasonable on this front. You can't rob the American people. You can't.
I mean, nobody's saying they can't make a profit. I'm saying I don't want to be subject to their profit, right? I'm saying it's bad enough that they underpay me for my labor, and it's like double dipping when they also overcharge me for my food. Yeah, I don't like being subject to these profits.
Lie about the source of why you have to raise prices so much.
Does that make me a dirty communist, chat, or is that just what they call people who aren't insane?
118% increase? Get the fuck out of here. Any government that's looking out for its people would not allow this. Then, of course, this one. The Times demands serious economic ideas, is in the Washington Post. Harris supplies gimmicks. Harris's most outlandish plan is her proposal to ban price gouging. But that's just one of many misguided ideas. Again, Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. He also owns Whole Foods. Under this Kamala Harris plan, his ass would be put back in line. He wouldn't be able to price gouge people anymore. He would not be able to price gouge people anymore. I don't know why I'm giving them advice. I shouldn't give them advice. I don't agree with them. I oppose them. But this ain't it.
Sisyphean Task says, I don't think they should be making a profit on food. Yeah, at least there should be some sectors of the things that you need to survive where the profit motive is at the very least de-emphasized and the public good is re-emphasized, because we seem to have forgotten about that, right? You know, public resources like the airwaves were once supposed to run for the public good. Now they're run for profit.
Homie. Shrieking communism, radical, socialist, right?
Shrieking communism is very base, though. Like the shrieking communism, that variety, that tendency.
You think this is gonna land? Because all people have to do is say, "Oh, what are they talking about? That's so extreme." Oh, they want to lower grocery prices.
They want to cut your grocery prices, right? And Trump can talk about that, but he sure as fuck is not going to offer a plan. The only thing that the Republicans ever offer is bullshit economics, where they say, look, here's the deal. Okay, where does your job come from? It comes from a rich person, all right? So just like your milk comes from a cow, if we want the cow to give milk, we got to feed the cow grass, the grass to the cow. So the grass for the millionaire is cutting their taxes. And then just like the cow, you'll be able to suck off of that teat more. Please don't ever think that millionaires and billionaires are providing you the tools for your life, the tools for living. That is not how it works, right? They are camping on the means of living for you. They are exploiting those. They are holding those hostage. They are coconut islanding you with that shit. And yes, supply side economics has never worked. It's been the rule of law since the 80s. The Republicans embraced it under Reagan, and the Democrats really never let it go. Anybody feel that wealth trickling down, or is that just the rich pissing on us?
I kind of support that. This isn't going to work. So actually, I'll shut up. By all means, proceed. Because this is not going to end well for you. And I think deep down they know that, which is why they're flailing. They appear so desperate because they are desperate. That's what we're witnessing. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Okay, I think our next subject that we're going to tackle... Now, based communist invading radicals. Look at that. Yeah, tell me it's pissed down my neck, or what is it? Pissed down my back and tell me it's raining, basically. Oh my god, that sounds like something that one should be charging money for at some point. Anyway, eat the rich. Yes, indeed. What are we doing? We are... we gotta write a poll. Okay, so I got a poll for both of my streams here. We're not talking about that kind of stream, chat. I'm not rich enough to give you trickle-down economics, so no stream from me. But I am giving you streams in terms of live streams here. What do we have? Did you know that you can donate $5 that you can super chat. Sorry, that's the way to say it. Super chat $5 or more to interrupt me with a question. That's the question I have for no, but I do now. There we go. Let's see if the poll works. Come on, poll. There we go. There's the poll. Okay, so I got that. We're gonna switch topics a little bit, just a little bit. Trump tanks in polls. Spicy DNC coverage. Yes.
All right, so we've reached the stage on Fox where everything is rigged, a la 2020,
Is this Adam Mockler's boss?
right? So now all of the
This
polls,
has been my Marcellus.
according to Fox and their guests, totally rigged. It's a way to
And again, just for the record, all right, these guys' politics is way to the right of mine, all right? So same thing with Kyle Kalinske, way to the right. You know, these are right wingers according to me, according to my politics, right? But the Midas Touch, they do have their receipts in order, and I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that they come with receipts. They come with receipts, so good for you, Midas Touch.
try to suppress the Republican vote. Just take a look at what Jesse Waters was saying over the weekend. Play this clip.
I just got back from vacation and noticed Kamala Harris has surged ahead of Trump in the polls. So I had my team look into it. Turns out these pollsters are dramatically oversampling Democrats and then burying the sample so you can't see it.
You know, and look, they look.
Oh, wow, the gig is up. The gig is up, fellow Democrats. I guess they found the dirty secret that Kamala's faking the polls. Listen, the polls are AI, the crowds are AI. She doesn't even exist, chat. She's a Vocaloid, all right? Kamala Harris is a Vocaloid. They found it out, right? There is no Harris Waltz campaign, right? These are they're AI bots. They're chat bots.
Absolute fools saying these things, but there's a more nefarious purpose. They are going to try to do what they did in 2020 again. They're going to say the polls were rigged, this was rigged, that was rigged, Donald Trump really won when Donald Trump loses. So I just want you to pay attention to what they're doing. Fox then brings on J.D. Vance, and then J.D. Vance is...
Lady Badash is pretty sure it's don't piss on my leg until it's raining. I heard somebody say it on the back, but yeah, maybe on the leg seems a little bit less personal. On the back seems like, you know, you'd have to pay somebody a lot of money for that, maybe, potentially. I don't know.
Asked about the declining poll number.
The scheduled revolution, we scheduled a revolution for September 37th of 2027. No, you got to wait till a leap year, Timbotronica. It's got to be February 29th of, anyway, 2029.
That he is very, very much detested by the country. He goes, it's an op. The polling companies, they're rigged. It's just trying to suppress the vote. Here, play this clip.
How does that not line up then with another poll we got out this morning? Washington Post, ABC, they're giving the vice president nationally a 4 to 5 point lead. Those are new numbers. So if you think the momentum is not swinging or you're in
I got to say, chat, though, her hair game is on. Her hair game is on. Look at that.
Internal polls are suggesting differently. Every other poll that's been released has shown great momentum in her direction.
You know, Shannon, I think there are a lot of polls that actually show her stagnating and leveling off. Of course, ABC Washington Post was a wildly inaccurate pollster in the summer of 2020. And look, if you see the numbers that we're seeing and you actually talk to the American people, I feel extremely confident that we're going to be in the right place come November. We can't worry about polls. We have to run through the finish line and encourage everybody to get out there and vote. But our message is going to be very simple. If you want to get back to the peace and prosperity, the rising take-home pay, Donald Trump delivered it once and he can do it again. If you want to double down on the failed policies that have delivered higher food prices and higher housing prices, well, Kamala Harris has been vice president for 3.5 years, and I guarantee she's going to make the problem worse if the American people give her a promotion.
So this is wild. This is wild, right? Because what Trump did is he rode out the last few years of the Obama economy. And then when one major test came for him, one major crisis came for him, he fell apart. He presided over the worst job economy in the history of the country. Any claim of Donald Trump presiding over a good economy is basically a clip chimp, and they clip it right before 2020. They do not count that year. They ignore that. They pretend that did not happen.
So
the thing we have to remember
here, let's take a look. We've got Peggy Flanagan of Minnesota speaking at the Democratic National Convention here. Wait, do we? I thought we did. What happened?
Wow.
That was quick. Wait. Did I?
In Atlantic City.
Oh, that's Maxine Waters. Okay.
We remember those who came.
They're just bringing them up here quick. So this is the new governor of Minnesota. Oh my God, and it's music. Fuck the music.
For us, who fought and prayed this moment into existence. The suffragists and the abolitionists. The activists who fought for our rights. The leaders who paved the way for us all. Their courage and conviction shaped the course of history. Their memory reminds us that the fight for freedom always passes from one generation to the next. We owe it to them and to ourselves to carry their legacy forward. Tonight we pay tribute to those who dared to dream of a country that truly stands for liberty and justice for all. Next, we'll hear from one of those people, a lifelong advocate.
Okay, so yeah, this is Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan of Minnesota. Should Kamala and Walz win, she's the one who will replace Tim Walz as governor of Minnesota. And these are kind of like everybody that bring on now is just like they're hype people. They're building hype for the Biden and the Hillary. Biden and Hillary. You know, two faces that the Democratic Party really don't need, right? They're not doing much for them now. Obama maybe can, despite the fact that I've been really clear about some of the failures of the Obama administration, right? Obama's still got at least like a positive perception in the minds of the voters, but yeah, this is kind of the first night is kind of it's the least prestigious, right? The prestige of the speaking events goes up as the week goes on. Kamala will be speaking on Thursday. Walz will be speaking on Wednesday. Obama will be speaking tomorrow night. But tonight it's Hillary and Biden. Hillary and Biden. Anyway, let's get back to the Midas touch.
One final point. Let me just say one final point on this, Shannon, because I think it's important. Consistently, what you've seen in 2016 and 2020 is that the media uses fake polls to drive down Republican turnout and to create dissension and conflict with Republican.
Okay, so there's a name for what he's doing right there. Anybody know what that is? It's not hope, but it rhymes with hope. Chat, there's a name for what JD Vance is doing here. In fact, there's two names.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept
voters. I'm telling you, every single person who's watching this, the Trump campaign is in a very, very good spot. We're going to win this race. We just have to run through the finish line.
Right here you have Jeanine Pirro as well. Jeanine Pirro's asked a pretty basic question, or she's talking about crime statistics, and she goes, you know what, the reality is crime statistics aren't really down, rigged. It's all an op to make it seem like things are better. Everything is rigged. It's all fake. Objective data, throw it away. Just believe what the propaganda tells you. Don't follow the actual data. This is Jeanine Pirro on Fox. Hat tip to our friends at Decoding Fox News. Play the clip.
But we're told that crime is down under the Biden administration and on their watch.
It is not down. People are not recording.
We're told that crime is down. by these things called statistics. Some of the statistics are taken by law enforcement. Some of the statistics are from the FBI. What is up with them telling us that crime is down?
Reporting crime.
What is it that we're being asked to believe?
They're not reporting crime.
They're just not reporting it. There we go. The FBI,
Up here, but now there are
the police, law enforcement, the most conservative institution that you could imagine, okay?
up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
An institution that's full of Trump supporters, right? But they're just not reporting it because they're in the tank for Biden somehow. I don't know, chat. It sounds like more coping and seething to me.
If you call a cop in some cities, you're lucky if they show up within 24 hours.
Because they're liberals, those liberal fucking cops, those communist goddamn cops.
And then here, one of the Fox News anchors, by the way, it's Rachel Campos Duffy, who used to be on MTV reality TV shows. That's kind of where she got her start. Here she is on Fox. And as she's, again, sprouting all of these
spouting.
Her phone.
She's sprouting. That's me after 5 hours of streaming.
Goes off. I mean, Fox is in just such disarray now. Here, play this clip.
Kamala's hoping to offset Trump's very attractive common sense policies by juicing the voter numbers.
Very attractive? Didn't he compare himself? Didn't he say he was like more attractive to Kamala?
The Biden administration has been granting citizenship requests at the fastest rate in a decade.
Yo.
In a decade.
That's her handler. She's got to pick that up.
In a decade.
So
that's her handler at the Trump campaign. They're like, no, get with the new talking points. Come on.
That's what they're going with. Everything's fake. Everything's a lie. Don't believe anything. It's why this is not news. I mean, this is just pure propaganda. Now, look. At Midas Touch, do I have a view about pro-democracy?
Oh, no, we're not watching Morning Joe.
Pro-democracy, but I ain't both sidesing issues and manipulating the data. You want to talk about data? You know how Republicans go, drill, baby, drill, Donald Trump.
Wait, let's see this.
No, I couldn't.
All right, let's see him compare his looks to Kamala's, right? This is something you got to remember, chat. She's not good looking.
I couldn't believe it. She said, I had never heard that one. They said, no, her biggest advantage is that she's a beautiful woman. I'm going, I never thought of that. I'm better looking than she is. In her speech yesterday, Kamala,
I'm better looking than she is.
Went full communist. You heard that? She went full communist. She wants to destroy our country. After causing catastrophic inflation, Comrade Kamala announced.
Comrade Kamala, is that going to work? Comrade Kamala, do you think?
That she wants to.
I think that what it is that, like, and this isn't just the Republicans, right? This is the Democratic establishment too. Both of our parties are run by boomers. Boomers in many cases who are senior citizens and who lived almost their entire life during the 20th century. It has now been not the 20th century for a quarter of a century. There's been 25 years since the 20th century was a thing. So there is basically no connection between the moment of history that we're in now and the moment of history that Trump and Hillary and Bill and all the rest of them remember, right? And, as such, they want to rely on these tropes. How do you beat your opponent if your opponent's offering people things that they want, things that they need, better material conditions? You call them a communist. Look, chat, we almost had a Democratic candidate and probably a president in 2020 who was called a communist by both Democratic and Republican candidates that were running against him, right? We almost had President Bernie Sanders. Don't tell me that communism is still an effective ad. Don't tell me the Soviet Union fucking dissolved in 1991. Your Cold War, tactics are not going to work in the 21st century. Try again.
Institute socialist price controls. You saw that. Never worked before. Never, ever worked. This is the Maduro plan, Venezuela. Maduro plan.
No, the Maduro plan was when you tried to coup Maduro. You failed to do. It was a miserable failure, by the way, too. Like worse than the Bay of Pigs. Trump's plan to run a coup on Maduro, and then instituted freaking sanctions. And then surprise, surprise, you institute sanctions on a country and there's immigration from that country. And then he goes, look at the immigration, folks. That's Biden's immigration. You caused it, motherfucker. That's your policies. That's your foreign policy causing people to move, to leave their freaking homes, to move here, right? That's you. That's you.
Will make us energy independent and gas prices are going to be lower than ever. Let's be clear. We're energy independent right now for the first time in American history. There's more drilling right now under Biden than there was under Donald Trump. And Vice President Kamala Harris.
Good for Gabby says Trump doesn't see gender. Yeah, calling people ugly. That's where it's at, says Speedrunner.
Biden beat down the OPEC cartel when they were trying to raise their oil prices right now. And if you want to make a comparison, when there was a...
and again, that was by releasing strategic reserves, which Trump criticized, and then later buying them back at cheaper prices.
Event taking place in COVID, at least provide...
He literally broke OPEC, right? And look, I don't love Biden's energy policy, right? I think it's still very backward looking. I think it's really an artifact of the 20th century that he can't seem to pull his... the 20th century is like an ass that the boomers cannot seem to pull their heads out of, right? It's really frustrating. And the fact that they have so much power in both the Democratic and the Republican Party is a huge issue. Now, I'm not anti-boomer. There's some based boomers out there. Bernie's like a omega boomer, right?
But now there are freaking...
I think he's such a I think Bernie is such a boomer that he's actually in the silent generation. He's not even in the baby boom generation. He's like an OG boomer, right? So, you know, I mean, there's some exceptions, right? There's some people that are pretty based, right? But the fact that you don't get the fact that they're holding on to power so long and they don't seem to trust people that are younger is a huge problem. And, you know, this campaign, Kamala and Vance is, you know, a break from that, a slight reprieve.
The context, well, yes, was gas cheaper during COVID when there was a pandemic that Donald Trump...
When no one was driving? Yeah, do you think gas was cheaper there? Oh, I don't know. Maybe Biden is just an asshole and he drove up gas prices to be a dick. No, come on. Use your head. Gas prices fluctuate based on supply and demand. Supply is, you know, whether, you know, OPEC decides to, you know, that has a lot to do with various energy producing countries around the world. And, you know, demand depends on like how many people are driving, what is industry doing, right? This is how prices fluctuate. It's not because of a president.
Mishandled and nobody was driving because there were Trump lockdowns taking place. At least just
Trump lockdowns. Come on. Really? Trump lockdowns? I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. He is the one that presided over the lockdowns. And I guess that works against Republicans. But, you know, the problem with the lockdowns, the problem with the COVID policy is in a lot of cases, it wasn't stringent enough. It wasn't serious enough. It didn't treat the pandemic with the gravity that it should have. It didn't work to, you know, cut those rates down and push this, you know, out of the, you know, out of something that's now an endemic, right? We've got an endemic. COVID will likely be with all of us for the rest of our lives now, right? And the person that was in power when we had a chance to take another route was unfortunately Donald Trump. But no, he's going to say the Trump lockdowns. Okay.
Just give people the facts. You want to talk about unemployment right now being at its lowest level.
Zoinks says, what will my gas be when Trump gets back into office? Zoinks, the gas is going to come from his ass. Apparently, is that how you think that the supply works? Is that Trump was just a gassy motherfucker, and they would shove a tube up his butt and just extract all that natural gas that he was producing from all the McDonald's and Diet Coke that he was eating, right? That's why gas prices were better. Yeah. Is that why Biden just doesn't fart enough? Apparently.
Essentially in American history for the longest period of time when unemployment.
Trump winning. We're going to talk about those numbers in a second, Zoinks. I don't think you're going to like them, though. I don't think you've looked at the polls recently, Zoinks. But you know when you do, you're going to say Zoinks. actually.
It was down this much. You want to talk about 40,000 infrastructure projects? You want to have an honest conversation about no tax on tips? Then have the conversation and talk about how when Donald Trump was actually in office, he wanted bosses to steal the tips of workers. That was the rule that Donald Trump wanted, not...
Oh, shit. See what I mean? See what I mean? Like, they're libs. And I hate them for that. I hate that about them, right? I hate that about them, you know? At the end of the day, they're dyed-in-the-wool capitalists. At the end of the day, this is the uniparty. This is the uniparty, and the uniparty stands for capitalism. That is what the Republicans and the Democrats, they shake hands on, is keeping workers in their place, being exploited by their bosses. But they do have their receipts in order. I will give them I will give them that. I will give them that. Anyway.
No tax on tips, that tips get stolen by bosses. Why? Because Donald Trump represents the bosses and the billionaire class and the decamillionaire class. So just, can we focus on the facts here, people? Here, by the way, is J.D. Vance one more time saying, don't believe the polls aren't real, it's all false. Here, play this clip.
I mean, our Fox News polling does show the economy is the number one issue and that people do give you all the edge on that. And yet, this is what we have out from some new polling out of the New York Times. They say Ms. Harris is now leading Mr. Trump among likely voters in Arizona, 50-45, and is even edged ahead of Mr. Trump in North Carolina, a state Mr. Trump won 4 years ago. While
Discard says Kamala sent innocent black men to jail. That's true, but I want to broaden your perspective on that and say that the school to prison pipeline sent innocent black men to jail, but innocent people to jail, right? And if we want to stop it, you know what we need is something that might not be popular with some of you, right? We need to look at redirecting some of the money that goes to funding the police and start to fund social programs with it instead. Our police are the most militarized police on the planet. Our police, like so much of our strategy for dealing with like trying to keep law and order focuses on making arrests and throwing people in jail, with a few exceptions. I think Honduras now actually has outpaced us, right? But we've got one of the greatest per capita populations that are incarcerated, if anywhere around the planet. So if you're serious about that, and you're not just using that as somehow an excuse to vote for Trump, who would actually be even worse. Look, Kamala at one time, right, when the Overton window was in a certain place, when there were protests on the street, said some things about maybe trying to go in another direction.
Up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
As far as reform for law enforcement, right? And that is going to be portrayed.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
That is going to be portrayed in this campaign as Kamala letting prisoners go, as Kamala like releasing violent thugs onto the street, right? That's going to be portrayed in the worst kind of way. But look, the only candidate that you can vote for right now that has ever stood up against our carceral system is actually Kamala Harris, despite the fact that, yeah, a lot of her career was being part of that carceral system, was being a prosecutor. And that's not great. But holy shit, the whole system is fucked, right? You can't put that all on Kamala. You cannot put that all on Kamala. Every single person out there, especially Trump and Vance, there's a thing where when you have a hammer, everything is a nail, right? You want to use the same, tool for every single thing out there. And, the ramping up of law enforcement is the tool that not just, Kamala, but also the Democratic establishment and the Republican establishment seem to want to use.
Narrowing his lead significantly in Georgia and Nevada. What is the administration doing, the campaign doing with that data as it comes in? I mean, these are critical states that you got to have a path to 270. Are there any pivots? Are there any, reconfiguring of what you're doing in the strategy? Because you talk about your message, but is it not landing?
Well, let me say two things about this, Shannon. First of all, the polls tend to radically overstate Democrats. We certainly saw that during the polling of summer of 2020 and summer of 2016. And of course, a lot of those polls were wrong when it came to election day.
Yeah, BKK is bringing up that Trump tried to execute they were called the Central Park Five, right? There was an attack that happened in Central Park. Five young black men were arrested for it, spent years and years in jail. Later, somebody confessed to actually doing the crime, right? So there's a confession. We got the person that did it, and they start to let these kids go. And Trump takes out a whole ass page ad in the newspaper saying, I think he said something about the death penalty, right? He wanted to execute people that have been exonerated for no other reason than racism.
The second thing I'll say,
because I don't know if you know this, but Donald Trump is a racist.
Shannon, is what we have certainly seen is that Kamala Harris got a bit of a sugar high a couple of weeks ago. But what we've actually seen from our own internal data, Shannon, is that Kamala Harris has already leveled off. If you talk to insiders in the Kamala Harris campaign, they're very worried about where they are because the American people just don't buy the idea that Kamala Harris, who has been vice president for 3.5 years, is somehow going to tackle the inflation crisis in a way tomorrow that she hasn't for the past 1,300 days.
And then randomly, J.D. Vance decides to...
Yeah, this idea that they exploit that the vice president and the president somehow, like, they trade off on policy, that's how that works? Right? The president can sign executive orders. The president, when the Senate and the House pass a bill, it goes to the president's desk. The president can sign that bill into law, or they can veto the law, right? Presidents have a lot of power. You know what the vice president can do? When the Senate is 50-50, when it's evenly split, the vice president can come in there and vote. That's it. That's the only power. That's the only official power that the vice president has. The vice president might do other things that the president deigns for them to do. But again, that's all under Biden to, allow her to do. Stuff like going to Guatemala to negotiate, to talk to other world leaders is something that that Kamala did. But in terms of is it like Biden's like, okay, I signed one executive order, vice president, what executive order would you like to sign? Oh, I'd like to sign this one. No, there's no such thing. They're in there to replace the president if the president should become incapable of serving the office. They're in there to replace the president. They're in there to vote on split votes in the Senate. And, they act as kind of like a diplomatic arm of the executive branch. That's what vice presidents do. But he wants to make you think that it's different. Oh, no, she's vice president. Couldn't she have done something? No, she couldn't.
Talk about Jeffrey Epstein during. And
I don't even know if she can. Like, she's talking about price controls, but that's got to, most likely pass through the. I mean, I don't know what she needs to put specifics to that, right? That was my criticism, right? Because when she came out with that policy, great. That's great that you want to do that. Now tell me how you're going to do it. Because until you say how you're going to do it, it's just empty words, right? It's just like, oh, well, we're going to ask the House to pass XYZ. Well, the House won't pass XYZ. Okay, well, I guess there it goes, right? But we'll hope that they can do something because, yeah, prices are out of control. And yeah, Kamala's the only one who's even proposed doing something about that. Trump is, going to make a lot of noise, going to blame Biden first, and now Kamala for that. But he doesn't have a plan. He doesn't have a he's not doing shit.
His interview on Fox. Play this clip.
Giving Kamala Harris control over inflation policy, Shannon, it's like giving Jeffrey Epstein control over human trafficking policy.
Do you really want to bring up Epstein? J.D. Vance, who is part of the campaign that recently rented Epstein's jet, that your president, your running mate, Donald Trump, flew on multiple times, is on the flight logs of, right? Now, if you're a QAnoner, you say that's because he was deep undercover trying to catch Jeffrey Epstein, right? Despite the fact that when Ghislaine Maxwell went to prison, he wished her well, right? This was a friend of Epstein. This was a friend of Ghislaine Maxwell. There's pictures of them partying together. You really want to bring up Epstein? Are you sure that's a good idea? Is this really what you want to be talking about, JD Couchfucker?
The American people are much smarter than that. They don't buy the idea that Kamala Harris represents a fresh start. She is more of the same. It is doubling down on the failed policies of the Harris administration to give Kamala Harris a promotion rather than to fire her, which is what I think most Americans are going to do on November.
How does that?
Then again, here's Fox right here, and here they have one of their Fox News contributors. They put up a chart. And what they're trying to say here, again, hat tip to Decoding Fox News for this as well. They put up a chart here and they're like, look, the Inflation Reduction Act has caused more inflation. It's the cause of inflation. No, it's not. Fact check. That's totally false. The cause of inflation, this is not some difficult thing to find out. When Donald Trump had a tax cut for billionaires and added $8 trillion in debt to our country, the most in American history, and then recklessly printed money. When Donald Trump did that, that has an inflationary impact. When Trump did his tariff, trade war stuff, that has an inflationary impact. Now, when Donald Trump mishandled the pandemic and that shut down trade and our supply lines were not equipped, our supply chain was not equipped to deal with it, that is inflationary. So when we get out of a pandemic, thanks to the fact that President...
Yeah, I actually hadn't thought about this before, but the combination of Trump's trade war with China. See what I mean? Like his tactics, they sound good. Yeah, we're gonna put tariffs on China. We're gonna make American goods. And like you think in your head, if you're silly, like if you don't understand how this stuff works, yeah, we put tariffs on the Chinese goods and they can't sell those, so people will come in here and they'll start making the companies like industry will open all over America and there'll be tons of jobs. It'll be really good for us, right? No, actually your prices will go up. They'll keep making those things in China and the things that you're buying every day that are made in China, right? You'll have to pay more for those. And when we have that plus a pandemic where supply lines are shut down, what do you think that does to prices? No, but let's blame Biden for it. It's definitely Sleepy Joe's fault, right? It's definitely Sleepy Joe's fault.
And Biden implemented policies, that's where inflation comes from. Then you have the Inflation Reduction Act, which has reduced inflation to the point where the Federal Reserve is likely going to lower interest rates, which Donald
and honestly should have earlier.
Trump and Fox don't want to happen because they want to cause pain to we the people. So,
although I'm pretty sure Trump was putting his elbow to the Fed to lower rates.
Just watch the lie. I want you to see the lie here that Fox is spewing over the weekend so you can see for yourself. Play this clip.
Yeah, well, when she says that she is willing to tackle inflation on day one, that's like someone who lights a house on fire and then conveniently calls the fire department and wants all of the credit for somehow saving the remnants of what they've destroyed.
It sounds more like Trump, except he won't even save the remnants. He's just going to blame the fire on somebody else.
You know, Kamala Harris was the last vote to get the Inflation Induction Act, it's technically called the Inflation Reduction Act, over the finish line, which really boosted inflation and caused a lot of damage for Americans across the country.
Okay, so that's the lie right there. And you can say, you're saying inflation increased because of the Inflation Reduction Act? Let me show you. Here is Ron DeSantis.
Little Rhonda, folks. Little Rhonda. Ron DeSantis.
Saying what the cause
is sanctimonious
of inflation was Donald Trump adding $8 trillion of debt. This doesn't require a PhD in economics to understand what are the causes and sources of inflation. Adding $8 trillion in debt, increasing the deficit like the way Donald Trump did more than any president in history. That'll do it. That'll do it. Here, play this clip of DeSantis.
And you know who else is missing in action? Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage tonight. He owes it to you to defend his record where they added $7.8 trillion to the debt. That set the stage for the inflation that we have now.
Trade makes it easy to experience America's best specialty coffees from home.
This is a bit of a jump scare. I want to point out something that they do here.
And you know,
increasing the deficit, like the way
increasing the deficit, right? That sounds bad. That's something that Republicans use, the deficit, the debt, as a justification to cut social programs, to hurt people who are already on the edge. They use it all the time. And here we've got libs. Midas touch, the libbiest of the libs, okay? Again, their receipts are immaculate, right? But they're libs. They're too right-wing for me. I don't like how right-wing they are. And I don't like that they're keeping this narrative going up of like, oh yeah, deflation, deficits, right? The deficits, right? And they'll use it against Trump. And the truth of the matter is, yeah, you can look at deficits under like Democratic presidents and under Republican presidents, and you'll always see a lot higher deficit, aggregating a higher deficit under Republicans, right? And that's because they want to drive those deficits high so they can use it as an excuse to cut services, right? And a lot of times the deficits get high from them cutting taxes. But at the end of the day, the United States is the 8,000 million pound gorilla that lives that in the room, right? The United States is the prime mover of the world economy. So for the United States to take on debt, especially when it is to a good purpose, right? It's some of the best money that you can spend as far as investing in infrastructure, investing in the country, investing in people, investing in education, right? The United States actually gets a really good return on the money that it borrows. And it's able to generate money, fast enough to where it's not an issue of, the United States debt actually being a problem. Like hypothetically, it could happen, but we haven't seen that. But yeah, libs feeding into this Republican line is and this is my biggest complaint about libs is that, Midas touch, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, right? These kind of centrist liberals, right? My biggest criticism of them is that they talk a good game on economics and on social issues, and they play a good game sometimes when it's to their benefit on social issues. But sometimes they use the social issues as like a fig leaf over what they're not doing for the economy and what they should be doing for the economy. And what they should be doing for the economy is actually raising some of those taxes that have been cut since Reagan. Cut, taxes. Rich people taking home a lot more money. Rich people gaining more leverage over us every day, right? Capital becoming stronger and more entrenched, right? If you've got a party that's supposed to stand for the workers, certainly it should not keep that dynamic of tax cuts for the wealthy going. And yet the Democrats that have existed since the 1980s absolutely have. And, cheerleaders like Midas Touch for the Democratic Party are not going to push them to do any different. You do occasionally have figures like Robert Reich who emphasize, I guess, labor, emphasize, and give the Biden administration a little bit of credit for this too, because they've been the strongest on labor in probably since the 80s, right? But it doesn't get emphasized nearly enough, and these social issues often act as a fig leaf for a lack of progress on economic issues, a lack of real allyship from the Democratic Party to the working class.
Donald Trump did more than any president in history. That'll do it. Here, play this clip of DeSantis.
And you know who else is missing in action? Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage tonight. He owes it to you to defend his record where they added $7.8 trillion to the debt. That set the stage for the inflation that we have now.
Trade makes it easy to experience America's best, sourced from Colombia. They're offering your...
Oh, it's coffee.
Laura Ingraham, in her interview over here with the former press secretary under Bush, Ari Fleischer, who's just a MAGA talking head now, he goes, Vice President Kamala Harris, she's more radical than Barack Obama, way more radical than Obama. It's just WWE cosplay propaganda. What are you talking about? More radical? Here, play this clip.
Barack Obama was a centrist compared to Kamala Harris. Barack Obama, when he was pushing for Obamacare, ruled out what they called a public option. Just an option.
Yeah, he did. Barack Obama got elected to do universal health care. Then he walked that back to a public option. Then he walked that back. And he walked it back again. And what we got was something that doesn't actually work to control prices of healthcare. Right? And ensconces the industry that profits off of our sickness. I think there's certain industries, there's certain goods and services that are too important to leave to capitalism. And I would say that medical care is one of those. Is one of those areas of the economy that should not be about profit, right? And as we're looking at now, food is another. Food is another, right? But yeah, that's what the Democrats are there to do. They're there to get elected when the public is like, yeah, let's do something about healthcare. And then they'll do this. They'll do a little bit about healthcare. And it's not nothing, okay? Barack Obama got rid of pre-existing conditions. Barack Obama expanded Medicaid to allow for the, poorest among us to be able to get healthcare as well. But there's a huge donut hole in terms of in terms of people who aren't doing that well, but still have to pay for their healthcare and aren't getting enough help from the government in that regard. There's a big donut hole, and especially in terms of people that are, if you do not work at a company, if you're like an independent contractor or you are, an entrepreneur, even like an actual small business, an actual really small business owner, right? Then getting healthcare for yourself is so expensive, right? And they didn't do anything about that. They didn't do anything to control the costs, right? And that was an objective that was just absolutely failed. And I am convinced it's because that's what the Democrats are there to do. They get in power, they promise you the moon, and instead they give you like a weather balloon. They're like, okay, well, we got you up there in the atmosphere. Okay, we got a weather balloon now. Thanks. It's like, yeah, no, sorry, that's not the moonshot that we were looking for. You really needed to do something to get out ahead of healthcare as the costs go up and up and up, right? The costs are always rising. And that makes it so that now that the government is paying for a lot more healthcare, now it becomes more expensive, and not because it is more expensive, but because the companies are making more money. So yeah, it's there's a failure of the Obama administration right there. But he's not going to call it that. He's going to actually be like kind of glazing Obama up a little. This Republican, notice this Republican glazing Obama up for this and saying that Kamala, because she once said that she believed in Medicare for all, is like this wild-eyed communist. Yeah, Obama always was a centrist. That's true.
Kamala Harris, of course, endorsed Medicare for all. Kamala Harris.
Here's what Laura Ingraham wrote as well. She goes, the rock concert Vibey DNC is in lieu of a convention where the main players are capable and confident enough to discuss the salient issues. They will entertain you, but you pay for it with lower living standards.
Do I not understand that Republicans block everything? I do understand that that's the story that we get. I do understand that time after time, that's the story we get. I also understand that there have been Democrats who have been able to bust those Republican and Democrat blocks, right? Actually, with Obama, you're talking about a centrist Democrat named Joe Lieberman, who was a big part of, at least part of the rotating cast of villains, right? That allows, it allows a candidate like Obama to, like I said, promise the moon and deliver a weather balloon in its place. And look, is it as bad or worse than the Republicans? Fuck no, right? Am I saying that you should vote for a Republican? Fuck no. I even say that if you live in a swing state, you should probably weaponize your vote, right? If you don't want to see Donald Trump in there for another 4 years, if 4 years of Trump was enough for you, if you saw the damage that he did to the country in that 4 years, you don't want to give him another chance in office, then weaponize your vote and vote for a substandard candidate that's not really there for you, that like they should be. And you do deserve better, okay? You do deserve a party that you can vote for that actually gives a fuck about you as a worker, right? But we don't have that right now. And so in this case, sometimes, in some situations, the best that you can do is weaponize your vote, hold your nose, vote for the lesser of two evils. But I don't want to cheerlead for that team. I don't want to make you think that these people are on your side when they're not, because that undercuts my credibility, right? And if I were to tell you that the Democratic Party isn't beholden to some of the same interests that the Republican Party is beholden to, I'd be lying to you. I'm just trying to be 100 with you. Like 100, 100. You know what I'm saying? I want to give it to you straight because I feel like a lot of the media doesn't.
Laura, Donald Trump's convention, I don't even call it the Republican National Convention because Trump took it over. They had Hulk Hogan was the main speaker who ripped off his shirt and did this. Play the clip.
When they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next
this guy
president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
Okay, you know who wasn't at the Republican National Convention? The former Republican president.
Jesse Ventura? No.
George W. Bush. You know who wasn't there? Donald Trump's former vice president, Mike Pence. You know who wasn't there? The former Republican presidential candidate, Mitt Romney. You know who was there?
Yeah, try telling a dead Palestinian kid that the Dems are the lesser of two evils. Right, and that's why I don't join the cheerleading squad that you will see Vosh and a lot of the other so-called leftist content creators in the sphere get on. It's not a good thing, right? And it's not something that you should be shamed into doing either. In fact, here's what I'm trying to say. It's not something that you should be shaming other people into. If there's somebody that because of Biden's Gaza policy and because of Kamala's inability to separate herself out from that is saying that they don't want to vote for that ticket right now, you got two options, right? One option is to berate that person, say, do you want Trump? Do you want Trump? This is how you get Trump. Do you want Trump? Oh, Trump's going to be worse. Yeah, Trump's going to be worse. That's true. Trump's going to be worse, but you're not going to get that voter. You're not going to get that voter. You're going to drive them away, all right? If you want that voter to go out and weaponize their vote, let's say they live in Michigan, they could very well. There's a lot of people in Michigan very disgusted with the Biden administration's policy in Gaza. Your best bet is to push Kamala, is to push Biden, is to push on the Democratic ticket to actually, get a fucking ceasefire. Like I talked about this on Saturday night, right? The situation with the Houthis, taking over ships in the Red Sea, right? That was a great opportunity. That was leverage that the United States could have put on Israel. Instead, they bombed Yemen again, right? Which was exactly probably what the Houthis were looking for. Yeah, you're gonna be much better served shaming the Democrats than you are going to be shaming the voters that can't bring themselves to vote for a ticket that endorses ethnic cleansing in Gaza. That's true.
They're the former Republican VP candidate and Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. Those speakers weren't there. Instead, Donald Trump had Hulk Hogan. Donald Trump had the OnlyFans model, Amber Rose. She was a...
Are we gonna sex shame Amber Rose? Really? Like, is that... I feel... Did you feel it, chat? Am I tripping? Oh my God, the Republicans had an OnlyFans model. Look, I mean, I know what he's trying to do. What he's trying to do, and this just doesn't work. Your Midas touch. You're touching a lot out there, right? But you're not touching the Republican voter the way that you think. You're not reaching the Republican voter the way that you think you are, right? Like that. What he's trying to do is like, oh, you don't like OnlyFans models? Well, guess what? Amber Rose got brought out to the Republican Party. You think that You think that they're against, OnlyFans? So you think that they're against sex work? Well, guess what? They got Amber Rose out there. I don't know. There's too much of this shit. There's too much of this shit with Midas Touch.
A speaker there. Whereas at the
You thought I was only going to criticize the Republicans tonight. Boy, were you wrong.
National Convention,
Jim Williams says she should only be shamed as a dumbass wannabe grifter.
You have Bill Clinton, former Democratic president. Barack Obama, former Democratic president. Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama. You're going to have all of those people speak about policies. So don't tell me about rock concerts and vibey, because you have Vice President Kamala.
Speedrunner, it's weird to be mad at Biden and Harris for the actions of Benjamin Netanyahu. Can you tell me where he gets his weapons from? Can you tell me where he still gets his weapons from? Right? If you're going to tell me they cannot grab his hand, grab a pen, and force him to sign a ceasefire, I guess you're right. But they can put a lot more pressure than they're doing. And the people in Gaza deserve a lot better than what they're getting from and look, if you want to tell me that it's more in Biden's hands than Harris's hands, you're right about that. That's true, right? Whatever Harris thinks about what's going on in Gaza, which we get the sense is a little different than Biden's, hardcore Zionism that he believes in, right? She's not able to. She doesn't have that power yet. She's the vice president. She can do. She can break ties in the Senate. She can. It's a largely ceremonial role. So, you can't really hold. She does have some impact. She does have some power, especially now that she's the standard bearer, and she should use that. But yeah. I still think it's a positive step to bring pressure on them, rather than to try to put pressure on people whose stomachs have been turned by Biden's policy, because that's just not going to work, right? Pragmatically, that's not the right choice. Strategically, that's not the right choice. That's not going to have the effect that you want it to have, right? People don't get shamed into voting for the lesser of two evils. Unfortunately, our best bet is to try to put pressure on the Democratic candidates while pressure can be enacted before the election to make them less evil. That is the best bet.
Kamala Harris, who's actually speaking to the press on detailed policy things like this. Play the clip.
Yasin Kaka says, who do you think is going to win? I think that right now Kamala Harris is ahead, but that doesn't mean that she's going to win. A lot of things can happen. This is the Democratic National Convention, right? Harris and Waltz have been riding on a cloud. They've got like kind of a honeymoon period. People are really excited to have an option to vote for that is neither Trump nor Biden. So they're getting a lot of positive press right now, and they've got a lot of excitement behind them. That's going to continue through this Thursday, through the end of this convention. But after that, it's kind of anyone's guess, right? The momentum can shift, and it probably will shift. The momentum will probably shift back and forth a few more times. And the whole question is, where does it end up? Where does it end up, right? But yeah, right now, if the election were held today, I am firmly convinced that Kamala Harris would be elected the next president of the United States. That doesn't mean that, people on the Kamala side should celebrate and stop, stop working, but that also doesn't mean that people on the Trump side are completely without hope. Although they do have a candidate that keeps on doubling down on the worst strategies that he could possibly take, the worst lines of attack, the most self-destructive acts towards his own campaign. They do have a candidate who is no longer out there on the campaign trail, going to the swing states and doing his rallies. He's doing these weird press conferences where all he does is really like hurts himself, like harms his own campaign. And we'll look at this in a second, right? Because I think we got another Kyle Kulinski video that's going to explain what's going on with Trump, why he's not doing rallies as much as he used to, why he's not doing, either outdoor rallies or rallies in a stadium. Kyle Kulinski actually has an interesting take on that. We'll get to that in a second.
Economic policies last week. Yeah. Can you explain how you're going to pay for those? And can you give us a sense of what other policies you want to unveil going forward?
Sure. Well, I mean, you just look at it in terms of what we are talking about, for example, around children. and the child tax credit and extending the EITC. It's at $6,000 for the first year of a child's life. The return on that investment in terms of what that will do and what it will pay for will be tremendous. We've seen it when we did it the first year of our administration. We reduced child poverty by over 50%. So that's a lot of the work. And then what we're doing in terms of the tax credits, we know that there's a great return on that investment. And when we increase home ownership in America, what that means in terms of increasing the tax base, not to mention property tax base, what that does to fund schools, again, return on investment. I think it's a mistake for any person who talks about public policy to not critically evaluate how you measure the return on investment. When you are strengthening neighborhoods, strengthening communities, and in particular the economy of those communities, and investing in a broad-based economy, everybody benefits, and it pays for itself in that way.
And on the other hand, you have Donald Trump out there doing this. Play the clip.
Okay. She called it wrong. She's called it wrong now for about 8 years. But she said one thing that got me. She said Kamala has one big advantage. She's a very beautiful woman. She's a beautiful woman. So I decided to go back and reread the clause. I'm not saying he's, but I say that I am much better looking than her. I think I'm much better.
Yeah, Crotchy, his ear is forever young. That's true. He's got superpower healing powers when it comes to that ear.
I'm a better looking person than Kamala. No,
Bill L., we will start a new conversation in just a second here.
Believe it. She said, I had never heard that one. They said, no, her biggest advantage is that she's a beautiful woman. I'm going, I never thought of that. I'm better looking than she is. In her speech yesterday.
Oh, yeah. And meanwhile, you have J.D. Vance going on Fox attacking NATO. J.D. Vance is given a softball question about NATO, and J.D. Vance turns it into an attack on NATO and blaming NATO for the situation in Ukraine right now. Play this clip.
Quickly before we go, I want to touch on foreign policy as well. Ukraine, you have been very vocal in saying, the resources and the tax dollars that are going there. You have serious questions about whether the American people are being told the truth about Ukraine's ability to actually advance there. Now, we know there are all kinds of reports this week. They've actually advanced into Russia. They are taking prisoners. They're taking territory. So has your view on that changed at all? And what about Senator Coons' assertion that you and President Trump aren't going to be faithful to NATO? You're not going to be faithful to foreign policy alliances, and that allies shouldn't be able to count on you?
Well, what Chris Coons is saying, look, I like and respect Chris, but he's just wrong here. What Donald Trump and I have said is that there shouldn't be a free lunch for Europe or anybody else. America is not the policeman of the world, and NATO should be a military alliance where Germany, France, and all these other countries pay their fair share rather than relying on American taxpayers to subsidize their defense so they can have generous welfare states.
FTW all day says his ear never had to heal.
While American veterans are sleeping under park benches, it's ridiculous.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. That is some...
Shannon, we want NATO to be a real alliance, and the way that it's going to be a real alliance is for Europe to...
Not sure I can endorse any conspiracy theories, but I appreciate you.
Pay up to do what's necessary and to allow us to focus on the most pressing foreign policy challenge we have had in nearly a century, and that is China. And that is what Donald Trump and I are going to focus on. Rebuilding American factories, bringing more manufacturing jobs back to this country, not allowing the Chinese to build their middle.
Yeah, I mean, coming from an administration with as bad of a track record on foreign policy as Trump's, that is a weird thing to say. That is a weird thing to say. So many of Trump's problems that he complains about and blames on Biden. You ever notice this guy? When he speaks, he doesn't speak, he whines. He's like a giant toddler sitting there gesticulating and whining about everything, including stuff like immigration that he caused, right? You're talking about, like, where did a lot of those immigrants come from? They came from Venezuela. Why did they come from Venezuela? Because of the sanctions that Trump placed on Venezuela after his failed coup attempt on Venezuela, right? He creates the problem that causes the immigration, and then he fucking whines about the immigration. I'm sick of seeing this guy get up there and whine. He's talking about Iran and Israel. That's a problem that he caused too. October 7th, that's a problem that he caused too. When you cut Palestinians out of negotiation that implicates them majorly. When you send your failed son-in-law, Jared Kushner, down there, fucking diplomatic nepotism, to do the negotiation bilateral, instead of multilateral, instead of including, the Palestinians in that negotiation, you cut them out of that, then yeah, you could expect shit like that to happen. And we're in a situation, right? People talk about Ukraine maybe causing World War III. That's not good PR for Russia, right? There's very few people that sympathize with Russia now getting invaded by Ukraine after invading Ukraine. There's very little sympathy for them. There's more sympathy when it comes to the situation between Iran and Israel, because, like it or not, they're opposing a government that's doing ethnic cleansing, right? So, if you're looking for a line along which, World War III would most likely break out, it's a lot more likely that it's that line rather than than through defending, or arming Ukraine. But yeah, this guy makes his own problems, he causes his own problems, and then he whines about them and he blames other people. He's a malignant narcissist.
Class on the backs of ours. And importantly, if we do that, we will be in a better position to stand up to China for the next 50 years in this country. That is what we've got to focus on. And that's the most important foreign policy problem.
Well, we look forward to
stand up to a country that we literally encircle. We encircle through 2 chains of islands. Let's stand up to the country that that literally can't use its navy. Because we control 2 island chains around it. Yeah, that's great, JD. That's great.
the president talking more about those tariffs, exactly how they would work. Senator.
So again, spare me, Lindsey Graham, when you go, we need President Biden to step up on Ukraine. Your party, stop gaslighting us, Lindsey Graham. The entire Republican Party is, or most of the Republican, I'll say at the leadership level, is like wants to disband NATO and is doing what Putin says. And they're like pro-Russian propaganda. Here's what Lindsey Graham said on Meet the Press. Play this clip.
Senate, do you think your former colleague in the Senate made the right decision by deciding not to run again, Senator Graham?
Yeah, I think.
So wait, Delor, are you excusing like the invasion of Ukraine based on Biden saying that he was open to incorporating them into NATO? Is that what I'm hearing? That's wild. That's wild, Delor. That's wild.
I think he did. I think he did it for the country and for his party. I've always enjoyed my relationship with him. We have deep and wide policy differences, but to President Biden, give Ukraine the ability to fight back to end this war on favorable terms. I will help you land the biggest deal. And
if you want to talk about the foreign policy mistakes that created the ascension of the oligarchy in Russia, you kind of have to look back further than Biden for that, right? You have to kind of look back to the 90s. You have to look back into, you know, the United States actions immediately after the fall and the break apart of the Soviet Union, right? That's
in decades in the Mideast. I will help you find a way to have Saudi Arabia and Israel normalize. I will push Israel to do what they need to on the Palestinian file to get MBS to take over Palestine and reform.
Yeah. But people say that they're going to push Israel. They're going to encourage Israel. They're going to do all this stuff, right? Biden said that he was going to bear hug Israel, right? What you need to do with Israel is start withholding weapons. Start with the 2,000-pound bombs that they're using to kill kids in Gaza. And let them know that if it doesn't stop, that they're going to have trouble running their Iron Dome. All right, that's what you have to do. You have to literally let them know that the fucking gig is up. You can't do this shit any longer. We're not going to be dragged around policy-wise by Netanyahu. All right, we're not going to be hemmed in by him starting a fucking war. Let him know that if he fucking starts a war with Iran, that's his business. He can take care of that shit himself.
The West Bank. I wish.
Let Netanyahu know that we're not here to wipe his ass for him, okay?
You will. Let's end on a high note here,
all right.
President Biden.
And they're just so utterly out of touch. And compare that here with Tim Walz. Play this clip. This is Tim Walz from Nebraska. Play this clip.
We really came just to go to runs, and then we did a little rally on the side when we had a little extra time. If you don't know, the iconic Nebraska restaurant is the Runza.
Yeah, I don't know about this. Was it what Runza?
Nothing else except for Runza. The bread consistency, all of it really matters. I got the Swiss.
It's like a sandwich shop.
Mushroom. is kind of a classic. The cheese is solid. You can be a little bit creative, but this is it. If you're going to go to Nebraska.
See, I feel like with a name like Runza, it makes me think that it's going to give me the Runza. I don't know. Chad, I'm not from Nebraska, so I don't know.
If you're going to go to a Nebraska football game, if you're just going to be a good person, you stop at Runza. I think it's the bread consistency. I mean,
making your homemade every day?
Get this guy on TV for Runza. Thanks for the work you're doing.
Of course.
Matters.
My pleasure.
Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Pleasure to meet you all. Wow.
Or this is Tim Walz.
He's stocked up. He's stocked up.
With Vice President Kamala Harris. Every road trip needs a snack break. Watch this.
He's the vice president of snacks. See, this is what Kamala will use her vice president for, right? He's gonna be bringing snacks.
See corn nuts over there too?
Corn nuts, fuck yes. One in chat if you love corn nuts.
There you go.
Wait, that's not corn nuts, that's Doritos. What the fuck?
Anyway, tell me what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 3 million subscribers this week. I think we can hit it this week, folks. Thanks. Real quick.
Yeah, chat. Make sure to subscribe if you want to help me get to 10,000. It's not quite 3 million. I'm not quite on the Midas touch level yet, but we are blowing up. So make sure to hit that subscribe button so you can keep up to date with what I'm doing both on the shorts, in the short streaming section and in the long stream. Long? Why am I calling it long? It's long this way. The wide streaming section. We got some Doritos fans. We got some Corn Nuts fans in chat. We got some good snack enjoyers. Yes, Big Dad energy. Yeah, he gets you the snack. That's the best thing a dad can do. Get you snacks. Bugsy Netanyahu. Nice Shakespeare. Nebraska people. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing what? The Runza? I can't tell you anything. I know nothing about Runza. What I can tell you about, though, is the Dono goal, right? Let's switch to that for just a second, and then we'll come back right back. Wait a minute. Should this be open? It should. It should be open. We got a bit of a Dono goal, okay? I don't know if you know this, but we do some Dono goal around here. We have some superfluous CAPTCHA icons on screen for some reason, but I can fix that, right? I believe that we are now at, you know what? I will put us down for 1%, all right? Because Omega Star got us started way back, and I didn't even count this with 100 bits on Twitch. Thank you for the bits, Omega Star. Where are we at right now? Oh yeah, we're right at the top of the hour ad break. So on Twitch, I'm talking to you, Twitch, right? There's a 3-minute ad break every hour at the top of the hour. It's about to happen, all right? If you want to get out of it, you can do so for free by using a Twitch Prime sub, by hooking up your Prime to your Twitch account and get yourself a free sub. You can also spend $6 to get yourself a sub, or you could possibly be gifted a sub, although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. So be active in the chat if you're looking for getting out of that ad break, because it comes up every hour on the hour. And this is our 3rd hour, so you're about to experience that right now. So I got to mention that first and foremost. Second of all, I got to mention our Dono goal. So what we have up here, right here, or right down there, if you're watching on Shorts, we have communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals.
Every time that happens, it means I'm getting a sub. So thank you for subbing. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, sub. I also appreciate you liking the stream. Liking the stream helps me out greatly. The other thing that I want to mention is that for the Dono goal, I put a poll up in the full screen stream. That's right, the full screen stream. So if you're watching me like this instead of like this, right, then you're full screen. Right, so anything but Shorts is technically full screen, but I really mean the full screen YouTube stream. That's where the poll is, because Twitch doesn't let me do a poll the way that I want to do the poll. It only lets me leave it open for like 10 minutes. 10 minutes is not enough for you to vote, right? So I let you vote in the wide stream, the full screen stream, this one. I put up 4 options for you. We've got 70 votes so far, and we've got a bit of a tie. Elon's AI copyright infringement, question mark, because I don't want to get sued. Question mark, because it's allegedly, we don't want to get sued by Elon Musk. So, we got a big question mark on there. And then tied with that is Tim Walsh's Caucasian tacos. These are tacos apparently, and there's the ad break net for you now. These Caucasian tacos are apparently, I didn't know. I thought my mom was like the whitest person out there. My mom makes tacos with hamburger meat and Old El Paso seasoning. But Tim Waltz, apparently, he's got a wider way of making tacos, and it may or may not involve mayonnaise. We'll find out. We'll find out if that ends up winning, right? How does that win? Well, you know, first of all, we got the poll for you to vote on. So that's the first step is to vote for it. And come over from Shorts if you want to, right? I've got it in your, I've got the pinned comment is actually a link for Twitch and a link for the full scale stream. If you want to go there, and vote, that's fine. Even though you're watching on another stream, you can come over, you can vote. All I ask is that you leave a like for me because that helps me out greatly. If we can get the likes to over 100%, 100 likes is what I mean. Then, oh my God, I'm gonna sneeze. I'm sorry, I sneezed. If we get the likes to over 100, something magical happens. I get an enchanted ride on a pumpkin carriage, and I get to go to the ball with Prince Charming. It's pretty cool. No, actually, it just means that more people find the stream, right? Every time you like the stream. So that helps me out greatly. And so, yeah, the two things that are the factor as far as whether we get that bonus content after the stream, that means the stream lasts a little bit longer. When it would naturally end, it goes on. It goes on, besties. It goes on and on and on. And we get to have some bonus material, some bonus content. We get to watch an extra segment, right? If you want that extra segment, you can vote for it, but you can also donate for it because one of the requirements for it to happen is that Dono goal has to go from 1%, which it's on right now, all the way up to 100%, which it would be on if it was at 100%. And if that happens, then yeah, the magical content fairy, like bibbidi bobbidi boo, blesses us with extra content. So if it's worth it to you to do that, you can donate through super chats, super stickers. You can get yourself a membership. You can gift memberships to other people. You can donate to the throne, which is right down there, where the explosion is happening right now. Thank you, Omega Star. Or you can donate up there, which is the throne link for the oh my gosh, do we have like a little? I feel like we have a little an extra widget here. I gotta fix that. Boom. All right, so yeah, that you can donate. Yeah, that's the throne. Also signups for Patreon, which oh my gosh, I don't think I even put it in the link. I'm supposed to put it in the link. I'm supposed to put it in the description is what I'm supposed to do. Nope, it's not there. I keep forgetting it, chat. How am I supposed to build up a Patreon if I'm not putting the link in there every single time? That's a mistake on my part. But yeah, Patreon signups, it's pretty easy to find. It's nocommentchick on Patreon. So it shouldn't be that hard to get to. But yeah, I'm going to add it to the description right now. So it'll be in the description too. So yeah, Patreon signups work as well. They count as well. Like basically, if it ask yourself, is it a donation? And if yes, then you get the ability to put your money where your mouth is as far as the Dono goal goes. That means that you can add percentages, just like Omega Star just did. We're up to 7% thanks to Omega Star. Omega Star responsible solely for the Dono goal so far, gifting Dragon Princess a gift sub on Twitch. And whenever something like that happens, I say, "Been weaseled," and you've just been weaseled. And say it twice for some reason. Twice is good. But no, you get weaseled. You get weaseled, right? And you can be weaseled on Twitch through a sub. You can be weaseled on YouTube through a membership. And people really do appreciate that. Shakespeare with the $2 going to Elon Musk's artificial AI infringement. AI encroachment, you might even say, which just went up to 2%. So do you see how that works? There's 2% in there now. And Omega Star, I'm still waiting to see what you are. I choose Mayo. Mayo just got 6 6%. So you see how this is 2% and this is 6% now? So like the poll says 30% and 30%, but in reality, we add the donos to the votes. And so Elon's AI copyright infringement is actually at 32%, and Tim Walz's Caucasian tacos are at 36%. So that's what that's how that works. You add when you donate, you add a percentage to the subject of your choice, and all you have to do is when you donate, just let me know in chat which of these subjects it's going to. We got Mr. Beast hires a PDF. You might have heard of that story. Probably the last day that I'll offer that as content. We've got RFK is trying to join Team Kamala. Yeah, he wants to jump on the winning team, apparently. We've got Elon's AI copyright infringement. And we got Tim Walz's Caucasian tacos. These are all extra segments that I could do, and I will do if the Dono goal gets to 100% and it wins, right? So, you vote for what wins and you donate for what wins. You could also say Vox Populi if you really just believe in the voice of the people and you want to see whatever gets the most votes actually win. You just say Vox Populi and you actually take percentages away from all these other ones instead. So that's how it works. That's what we're doing. And again, super chat of over $5 will actually interrupt me in the midst of my stream. And you'll be asking me a question in a sassy British voice. So if you've ever wanted to ask me a question in a sassy British voice, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's how you get your question answered. That only works in terms of interrupting me for a super chat of $5 or more. If it's less than that, then I will read it after each segment. Speaking of which, we're getting back to a segment now. We're going to take a look at some of the polls in some of the states we haven't talked about. Georgia is a state I haven't talked about. Why haven't I talked about Georgia? Well, because Kamala's core strategy involves winning Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Georgia, if she won those three, would be icing on the cake. And Georgia hasn't been going, wasn't going great for Biden, hasn't been going great for Kamala so far, but we might have something that's just changed. So, but thank you, Shakespeare, for the super chat. Thank you, Omega Star, for the gifted subs on Twitch. That is one more person that will not have to see the top of the hour ad break. Also, thank you, Flink91, for following me on Twitch. Anyway, let's get back to where we're going. I think I gotta press the button once more, and once more, and we will. So we'll really quickly take a look at this. It's about Georgia.
Congresswoman Kima Williams. All right, so what's the key here? Look, you cannot take anything for granted in Georgia. That's right. It's been a long fight for Democrats there to even be in the conversation. What's it going to take?
So we were counted out in 2020, and we delivered for the first time in 28 years for a Democratic presidential candidate. 28 years. And then we sent not one but two U.S. senators to give us the Senate majority. So we know that it's an uphill battle, but we're also accustomed to being counted out. So we're not following any one poll or any one pundit. We're going to do the work and have the conversations with voters on the ground. Voters care about their freedom to vote. They care about their reproductive freedom. They care about sending their kids to school with the freedom to learn our full and factual history. And we're going to continue to have that conversation with Georgia voters.
One thing that victory does for you.
So now that full and factual history flies in the face of the Republicans' anti-DEI effort, or sorry, not DEI, CRT effort, right? They like to have these spooky acronyms. CRT is one of them. DEI is another one of them. And when it comes to education, they talk about critical race theory. Now, if you don't know what critical race theory is, that's okay, because most of you are not lawyers. That's a law class. That's a class that people take when they're getting their doctor of jurisprudence, all right? So if that's not you, you wouldn't be expected to know what that actually means or what that is, right? That's a It's a high-level law class, is what CRT is. But Republicans like to say that just teaching kids the history of the United States and talking about things like the Tulsa attacks, right? The race riots against black people in Tulsa that went on is like some kind of wild critical race theory thing, and they like to start up moral panics, right? And what's a better way to get racist white parents to morally panic? Well, tell them that their kids are going to be told that you're bad because you're white. And so, that's essentially what it is. They want the history to be whitewashed and to not contain that, and to talk about all the good things that America does and how America's the melting pot and all this, when in actuality, Donald Trump's racist, fear-mongering about immigrants is not the beginning, and unfortunately, probably not the end of racism in America. It is a long and storied tradition, and it's a tradition that, if we ever want to get past it, needs to be talked about, needs to be learned from. So instead of, they'll use the idea of CRT, like that a law class is being taught to your fourth grader, right? When in actuality, it's like social studies class, and they're talking about, they're talking about segregation, they're talking about Jim Crow, they're talking about these kind of things, right? The Republicans apparently do not want that part of American history to be taught. So that's what she means when she says teaching the, full and true history of the United States.
Is it feeds a need to win again, but it also gives you lessons. So what did you learn from those victories, both in the Senate and in the presidency 4 years ago? What's the secret sauce? And will it be different now without COVID? It was a very different election 4 years ago.
But we also had an election 2 years ago where we sent our Senator, Reverend Raphael Warnock, back for a full 6-year term, and we were told that that would be a fluke and we couldn't pull it off again. We know that it will be a tough fight. We only won by 11,780 votes. Everybody knows that number because our former failed president tried to overturn the will of Georgia voters. So we know that we have to make sure that we are counting every vote. Our voter protection team has to be on top of this. We have volunteer attorneys in all 159 counties, making sure that when voters turn out to cast their vote, they're actually counted. So that is a big part of this, but also continuing to have those one-on-one direct voter contacts, because that makes all the difference.
So 159 volunteers. Are you looking at potentially hundreds of attorneys who are ready to go on election night? If there
Hundreds of attorneys already ready to go. So they are trained. We're already fielding questions as people are hearing about maybe being dropped from the voter rolls. Then we can make sure that we're addressing that in real time leading up to the election so that we don't get surprises on election day.
There's a little something going on between your governor, Brian Kemp, and Donald Trump.
Little bit of a beef, Chad. Do you know about this beef?
Donald Trump has unloaded on him very recently, and then maybe a month ago. It set off worries among some of his supporters that that's not a smart thing to do, to go after a popular governor of the state. But
I haven't seen a lot of things that Donald Trump is doing that are quite smart to winning an election.
But do you think, at least in this one case, whether you say it's picking a fight with Kemp or not, is it all just so much inside baseball, or do you think people are paying attention, voters are paying attention?
So the one thing that I know is that even with Donald Trump trying to overturn the will of Georgia voters, even with him actually talking about Brian Kemp's wife, First Lady Marty.
Half Black Reaper says they've been on that for a minute. I believe it was Texas that was caught with textbooks referring to slaves as quote unquote helpers, like 20 years ago. Yeah, and the thing about Texas is that for some reason a lot of I guess it's because it's a fairly big state. For whatever reason, a lot of the textbooks are made sort of around the Texas curriculum. And when Abbott got in there and they started on this moral panic, right, it is actually affecting what goes in the textbooks for all the country.
Brian Kemp is still saying he's going to vote for this man. He's going to vote for the man who brags about overturning Roe v. Wade. He's going to vote for the man who stood there on the stage and is lifting up 3 Board of Elections workers, state Board of Election appointees by the Republicans who are making it harder for Georgians to cast their ballots and get them counted.
So let me ask you if you're worried about Kemp in this sense. He has a vaunted turnout operation. That's how he got to be where he is today. And Trump did lose 4 years ago, but by only 12,000 votes. My math, which is not usually great, but I had it double checked, less than 2/10, or right around 2/10.
11,780.
Yeah. So do you worry about Kemp and the fact that he is supporting Donald Trump?
So I worry about the fact that we have someone running for president who...
Daniel Laster says, it's not that. As a millennial Southerner, we were taught those things. CRT tries to imply. So you're saying CRT is a real thing? You learned law, and it's a very specific area of the law too, right? It's not even like it's like not even like general. Like it's a very specific thing, right? That they're claiming, and it's so batshit that they try to say that. Wait, didn't go through a liberal revolution that eventually ousted the Dixiecrats. Well, yeah, in the Democratic Party, I don't know if that's what you're talking about. There was I guess you could call it a liberal revolution that actually passed things like civil rights and the Voting Rights Act, right? Against the crying and the screaming of the Dixiecrats, because the Democrats were in the 1850s and continued through the rest of the 19th century and the early 20th century, in many cases, to be the party of segregation, the party of Jim Crow, and the party of the South, right? That all changed in what LBJ famously described as losing the South for a generation. LBJ from Texas, right? Lyndon Baines Johnson, right? Behind a lot of this legislation, after which point the Dixiecrats tried to go it on their own, failed, and gradually joined the Republican Party. So what you're talking about there is the realignment. I don't know if you got taught that as, I've never heard of it called a liberal revolution. I too, have family members that were educated in the South, and things like the war of northern aggression were taught to them as an explanation that the Civil War was actually about states' rights, but they never teach states' rights to do what, and the what is slavery, and the what is segregation, and the what is Jim Crow, and yeah, the Democratic Party did wash those people out of their midst by by essentially enacting what was considered at the time to be radical policy, but what we all kind of take for granted now, that at least put people on equal footing according to the law. Now, there's another element that's more systemic, that's more structural, where racism still hides, and racism still exists, and racism still acts as a social force in things like law enforcement, right? But yeah, in terms of the formal discrimination by law, that was something that the Democrats in the 60s and 70s fought against, and something that the Republicans, Lee Atwater's famous, off the record description, where he says that in the 50s you said inward, 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 and you got elected with that, right? You got elected on racism. Now you can't say inward, inward, inward. So you make it more abstract. You talk about welfare queens. You talk about all these things. You talk about cutting programs. You talk about doing things that in the end will hurt black people more than they'll hurt white people, and that racist voters recognize as such, even if unconsciously. And you have politicians like Ronald Reagan starting his campaign in Philadelphia, Mississippi, not Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, not the more famous Philadelphia. This is the place where civil rights workers were killed, right? And what kind of message, he was sending there, right? Very, very under the cuff. And then you have, sort of the racial politics of the modern day Republican Party, which is coded with words like urban, right? They don't say the racist thing, at least not out loud. But if you've got a dog that's listening, that dog's going to go wild. There's a dog whistle. There's a massive dog whistle going on.
Probably won't even accept the will of the voters. That's why I know that as Georgia Democrats, we have to continue to organize. We have to continue to do the work. We know that there will be a fight for every single vote. We are a battleground state, true and true. That means that no side is going to be way up or way down. We're going to be even throughout this entire thing, and it's going to depend on turnout. So we have been organizing on the ground. In the first day after the vice president announcing that she was running, we had...
Yulkio says it's because Texas is such a large market, they become the standard everywhere. Everyone makes textbooks for. Yeah, and I mean, like California, New York are large markets too, but yeah, for some reason, maybe because Texas is, I don't know, kind of in the middle of the country. I don't know the exact reason, but yeah, it does always end up so that law changes in the Texas education curriculum will affect textbooks across the country.
Over 1,000 new volunteers to the Democratic Party of Georgia. Our donations increased by 320% just at the Democratic Party of Georgia. So we are ready to do the work. Our volunteers are energized and fired up. We had 10,000 people at her rally on July.
Nationalizing higher education would cause marginalized people to become more educated, generally approaching on equal footing as middle-class white people. Yeah, and also doing something about the disparity in terms of the district, in terms of high school, middle school, and elementary education, right? Where the de facto discrimination and inequality is enacted through the relative poverty or wealth of a district.
July 30th in Atlanta, and would have put more in if the fire marshals would have let us.
Congresswoman Nikema Williams, it's good to see you here.
Good to see you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, so there we go. That is that's the end of that segment. Now, chat, I do want to talk about polls a little bit more with you. We might have to wait until after the oh, I love that nail color though. Wait, let me see. Oh my god. No. Yes. Oh my god. Anyway, chat, sorry. We will be, I'll be looking at what's going on in the convention. As well as outside. Although, like I said, there's some limitation in terms of what I'm allowed to show you. Let me make sure that it's actually... So I see a super chat. It's not making the noise that a super chat should. That's weird. There we go.
Quam super chatted $10. As someone who pays very little attention past the media bites thrown by both sides, do you see racism on both sides? The media usually highlights the most egregious acts.
Okay, so do I see racism on both sides? Yes, I do. I see racism almost everywhere I look in the country, but there's a little bit of a lack of understanding of what racism is and what racism can be. I talked earlier about like formal segregatory racism under the law, like racism ensconced in the law itself, right? And how some of that was done away with in the 60s and through various acts. But I also alluded to systemic racism that's not formally ensconced in the law, but that still affects people nonetheless. And, if I was to tell you that like Democrats were people that had, purged themselves of racism or gotten over racism or even that like reliably owned their racism, I would be lying to you, right? But there's a difference between like there are different types of racism. There are different gradations of racism. There's more overt racism, and then there's more there's racism that is able to make itself invisible. And that is the kind that you are generally more likely to see at the Democratic Party. The fact that, people of color often do not feel, welcome in a lot of situations. is a subtle, is in and of itself a subtle form of racism. So yeah, no, you're definitely right that it's not, unfortunately, just a facet of the Republican Party. Now we do have an attempt to enact racist policies that's more pronounced in the Republican Party, that is, racialized through a lot of their rhetoric on immigration, through a lot of their rhetoric on CRT, and through their attacks on cities. A lot of times when Republicans are talking about Chicago, it's a way for them to attack Black people without saying Black people. A lot of these coded, uses of words like urban, or but really where the action is, where a lot of the action is right now, is racism through rhetoric on immigration. But good question, and thank you for the super chat. Like I said, we're going to keep on looking at what's going on in terms of the protests. Let's see if we can watch right now outside of Chicago. Oh, monitor website for more details. It looks like they looks like this there's what protesters are looking at right now in Chicago. I want to see if they started up another stream. Yeah, it looks like they basically segued over to so they were covering this earlier today, and looks like now they're covering the convention itself. We could probably switch over to the AP in terms of that coverage. Oh, C-SPAN, even better. Even better. I'm just trying to go with the YouTube, you're so slow. No, actually, I think it's that. Okay, so this is what's going on right now at the DNC. People dress wild at these conventions. Republicans and Democrats at either their. It's a Michigan state senator. Let's see what she's about here. She's got a giant mandate for leadership book.
Is Project 2025.
Oh shit. Okay.
Now, over the next 4 nights, you are going to hear a lot about what is in this 900-page document. Why? Because this is the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. That's right. They went ahead and wrote down all the extreme things that Donald Trump wants to do in the next 4 years. And then they just tweeted it out.
Okay, but seriously, where did they get that book? Where did they get that book?
Chatted $10. Not knowing much about immigration in other countries, so pardon if it comes across as silly. The rest of the world has very strict border control. Where's the faults in ours in policy?
I think that you said it in the beginning of your statement, not knowing much about immigration in other countries. Right? So, I hate to have to take a super chatter to task, because you are, you are donating money. You are getting us closer to that donation goal, but I got to be 100 with you on what you're saying, because we're now up to 27% on the Dono goal, so we're more than a quarter of the way there. But when you don't know something and you fill that gap with, making the assumption that the lines on the map represent some sort of a hermetic seal and that no one's let across without the strict knowledge and explicit permission of the country that they're coming into, you know, and then saying, why doesn't the United States have that hermetic seal too, right? I don't know where you're coming from, but it doesn't seem like a place that is without bias. In other words, it doesn't seem, to quote Princess Mononoke, it doesn't seem like you're looking at this with eyes unclouded by hate, right? And that is something that's difficult to look at, right? But when you notice yourself filling the gaps in your knowledge with the, you know, with fear of the other, right? I mean, don't make me quote Yoda is what I'm trying to say. With the hate, the fear leads to hatred, hatred leads to et cetera, right?
We read it. And whatever you think it might be, it is so much worse. Tonight, I want to tell you about just one aspect of Project 2025. Its plan to turn Donald Trump into a dictator. Okay, right here on page 535, it says, quote, reissue Trump's Schedule F executive order to permit discharge of non-performing employees. Now that doesn't sound that scary, right? But here's what it actually means in plain English. If Donald Trump gets back into the White House, he's going to fire civil servants like intelligence officers, engineers, and even federal prosecutors if he decides that they don't serve his personal agenda.
If you wanted to draw a contrast also between the United States and its immigration policy and that of the rest of the world, a better time and place to do that would have been centuries earlier. The famous poem on the Statue of Liberty, "Give me you're poor and you're tired," right, kind of emphasizes the degree to which the United States was more open to immigration at various times than other countries in the world, because essentially, you know, the United States wanted people.
They're talking about replacing the entire...
And if you're going to contrast that to the rest of the world and say, why can't we have, like, the thing that the rest of the world has? Why can't we be more xenophobic? Like, what's wrong with xenophobia? Other countries have xenophobia. It seems fine for them. Again, there's something there is that doesn't love a wall. Borders are lines that are drawn on the map, and they're not real. And people have the right to live where they want to live where they need to live. And the, you know, draconian...
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
The draconian clampdown on the fear of the other, of like, we don't even know who's inside our country. Who's getting in here? Is it Hannibal Lecter? Is it the late great Hannibal Lecter? That's right, folks. He's going to have you for dinner. These immigrants, they're bringing all sorts of crime. They're taking your jobs. They're going to do this. They're going to do that, right? It's just fucking fear. It's fear of the other. And frankly, you know, I'm not the kind of person that likes to, like, glaze up the founding fathers, glaze up, you know, America as this unique and special project that it is a shining city on the hill above all others, right? But if you believe in that stuff, that's kind of anti-American.
Federal government.
I mean, anti the myth of America at the very least.
With an army of loyalists who answer only to Donald Trump. I know. All right, then. Okay. Page 873. It says, quote, conservatives have long believed in either ending law enforcement activities of independent agencies or ending their independent status. Again, that sounds pretty boring. But what it means is that under Project 2025, Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force. That is not how it works in America.
Make sure to stay hydrated, folks.
That's how it works in dictatorships. And that's exactly what Donald Trump and his MAGA minions have in mind. An expansion of presidential powers like no president has ever had or should ever have. Now, by the way, if you're asking if any of this is even legal, well, remember, thanks to Donald Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court, he's now completely immune from prosecution, even if he breaks the law. But that's not who we are, because we believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Not the government of Donald Trump, by Donald Trump, and for Donald Trump.
Yeah, what's fucked up about Trump and Trumpism is it's essentially like a spoiled rich, malignant narcissist con man that has drafted a lot of Americans into reinforcing his delusion. His delusion that he's a successful businessman that knows the art of the deal, when in actuality, oh my God, chat, do I have this open right now? Oh, I doubt it. I doubt it. I very much doubt it. Not that. Probably the last thing that I was looking at here, maybe? I can get my... Again, thank you to those that are donating to me on Throne. It's thanks to you that I'm able to get the RAM sticks that hopefully will cause my computer to actually... Like, I'm pressing... Yeah, back. Thank you. Got the Trump and Elon dancing thing. So annoying when you saw something on Twitter. Oh no. Oh no, chat. That's not what I was looking for, but damn. Damn. He looks like he's gonna pee on a fire hydrant. Elon Musk there. I'm gonna try a little bit more. Come on. Okay, I think it was on this one. Oh no, chat. Twitter has shifted. I don't know. This guy tweeted this earlier, but I don't know how much earlier. I found it in actually like a picture retweet of his. And like, I don't know when he made that tweet. You know how Twitter works, right? People take a picture of something, they retweet it. It might have been from 3 months ago, so I am not going to find what I'm looking for. But this guy actually had a list of Trump's failures. Trump's life of failures. It gives us a little bit of a look into into the long con that is the life of Donald Trump, and the way that he's been able to draft people into, his con game, and the way that people project.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
Project their hopes onto this guy, right? I have heard people, Aiden Ross is a great example of this, right? We watched Aiden Ross a few weeks ago. He met with Trump. He talked with Trump. He brought Trump onto his stream, and there's clips of Aiden Ross saying that one of the reasons that he supports Trump is that Biden has eroded people's reproductive rights. He's talking about Roe versus Wade, and he's saying under Joe Biden, these rights were lost, right? Due to Trump's Supreme Court, due to his Supreme Court picks, right? So, you do have a lot of wish casting on people. And look, the American people deserve better, and they should get better. And there was a great temptation in 2016 to say, this guy's going to be different. People would say he's not a politician. He's got no experience. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And they'd be like, yeah, that's great. That's great. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't want, here's the Calmaine foods and the Kraft Heinz. But what I was actually looking for is something that I'm obviously not going to find here. A list of, the only other place I might find it is in bookmarks. Let's take a look. I was smart enough to bookmark this, which I probably was not smart enough to bookmark it. Wow. Let's get back to the content then.
Okay, right here on page 535, it says, quote, reissue Trump's Schedule F executive order to permit discharge of non-performing employees. Now that doesn't sound that scary, right? But here's what it actually means in plain English. If Donald Trump gets back into the White House, he's going to fire civil servants like intelligence officers, engineers, and even federal prosecutors if he decides that they don't serve his personal agenda. They're talking about replacing the entire federal government with an army of loyalists who answer only to Donald Trump. I know. All right, then. Okay. Page 873, it says, quote, conservatives have long believed in either ending law enforcement activities of independent agencies or ending their independent status. Again, that sounds pretty boring. But what it means is that under Project 2025, Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force. That is not how it works in America. That's how it works in dictatorships. And that's exactly what Donald Trump and his MAGA minions have in mind. An expansion of presidential powers like no president has ever had or should ever have. Now, by the way, if you're asking if any of this is even legal, well, remember, thanks to Donald Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court, he's now completely immune from prosecution, even if he breaks the law. But that's not who we are, because we believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Not the government of Donald Trump, by Donald Trump, and for Donald Trump. We believe in the separation of powers and the rule of law. We believe in a system built up to serve everyone, not breaking a system to serve one petty, selfish man. The truth is, there's only one way to stop him, and to stop Project 2025. How do we do it? We elect Kamala Harris this November. We'll be back tomorrow night to tell you what Project 2025 means for your pocketbook.
I still wonder how that giant book got, like, why did they make that giant ass book of, it's like the fucking doomsday book there. So we got the Commerce Secretary. All right.
Gina, this happened because our leaders let us down. And my father was right. The Republicans in power who pushed failed economic strategy. Let's just cut taxes for the wealthy and leave everybody else behind. Well, not only did my father lose his job, but frankly, manufacturing left my state. Manufacturing withered in Rhode Island and all across this nation. In communities all across America, factories shuttered, communities got hollowed.
Okay, so as you can see, the DNC, the convention is still going on. There's going to be a lot of different speeches from a lot of different people. I thought we'd drop in on one while they talk about Project 2025. I don't expect them to really concentrate on that one as much. It seems like Kamala's campaign is different in Biden's, in that Biden's campaign was mostly about pointing out how bad Donald Trump was, and like however much you don't like Biden, however much you think he's too old, right? You know, make you afraid of like, well, you know, if it's not me, it's going to be him. And you don't want him, right? Kamala's campaign is more about hope. So, you know, I expect us to see more of a proactive sort of message there, a positive message. Because that's what's working for her right now. I did say that I wanted to look at the polls with you. This might be a good time to do that. We'll keep an eye on this, right? This is the live feed from the DNC itself. But again, the bigger speakers aren't coming on until later tonight. What is it right now? 6 o'clock. That means it's 9 o'clock there. So we are in the last 2 hours. We should be seeing Hillary. Oh my God. I don't really want to watch a Hillary Clinton speech. I don't really want to watch a Joe Biden speech, but we will. We'll watch the keynote speakers, I guess you would call them, of the night. And if we hit that sub goal, then we will end up watching some extra content on top of that. Keep on voting in the poll on the full scale stream. Keep on voting for the topic of your choice. And remember, when you donate, just let me know which of these topics are appealing to you, which of these you want to see as a second half, as a second segment after the DNC is over. And I will add your donations to the overall polls, and we'll see what we end up with at the end of the night. I took choose violence off there right now because I just don't want to inundate people with President Sunday content. I feel like for a lot of people, we've watched enough of him in the past week, and we'll get back to him. There's some more things I have to say. There's definitely some things that he's had to say about me that we'll be getting to, but for now, I kind of wanted to take a look at the electoral map, if you don't mind.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
All right, so let's take a look at the pathways to victory open to Kamala Harris.
The Harris-Walz campaign arrives in Chicago with some polling momentum behind them. We mentioned that at the top. The most notable result being from ABC News and the Washington Post, showing her leading nationally the former president by 3 points, which is outside the margin of error, and Robert Kennedy Jr. with 5%. But again, that's the national poll. Right now, I want to expand the discussion to how state-by-state polling suggests more potential ways the election may go, particularly for the Harris-Walz ticket, more ways for it possibly to win in November, certainly more than President Biden had just a few weeks ago. CNN's John King joins the panel and me from the Magic Wall. So take a look. Show us the different paths to 270 now that the landscape has changed.
Just a remarkably different race, Anderson. You were just talking with the panel when we were in Milwaukee, right? Here's where we have the map right now. Dark red is solid Republican, light red leans Republican. Same for the blues. Likely, solid Democratic, leans Democratic. Harris at the moment, 225 to Trump's 219. In Milwaukee, Joe Biden had one narrow path left, and that was win the blue wall states. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and even if he did that, he would have to pick up Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. And I can tell you that was the Democrats' only path in Milwaukee, and that was an unlikely path because we knew he was in trouble and Trump was in control. Harris right now can do that. You can see that in the state polling. You can see that in the return of African Americans, younger voters, suburban voters who were just leaving Biden back to Harris. You can see that path right there, but that's not the only path she has. African American support has jumped as well, including African American women. So the Democrats believe, tough, but they believe North Carolina would be in play. Georgia, Biden was probably toast in Georgia. They believe that's in play. Now, I'm not saying she's going to win all these. I'm just saying that you have Arizona and Nevada back in play. So you can have a scenario where she gets well above 300. At the same time, these states are all very competitive, as David Urban was just noting. So let's just say, for example, you don't get all the Arab American voters back and the young voters, and Trump wins Michigan. Well, look, Harris still has opportunities, right? If North Carolina stays Republican, Harris still has opportunities to win it. So the bottom line is that Joe Biden had one very narrow path when we were in Milwaukee. Kamala Harris has 5, 6, 7 different ways you can get her to 270. That means Donald Trump has those too. But when you have those possibilities, Anderson, it just changes the composition of the campaign. She can now target those states. Donald Trump has to spend money in places. A couple weeks ago, he didn't think he was going to have to spend money. We are in a brand new world.
John, I know a lot of our panelists have questions for you as well. David Axelrod?
Yeah, well, John, there are states.
So that is David Axelrod. He is a Obama campaign official. He's closely tied to Pod Save America through the Pod Johns.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking.
I'm trying to remember. There's like two of the Pod Save America hosts came from the Obama campaign. I know Favreau is one of them, and 2 came from the Hillary. Right? I know that John Lovett is definitely came from the Hillary side of things. Was like a speechwriter for Hillary Clinton back in the day. And so it's kind of a team of former rivals, I guess. But realistically speaking, Hillary and Obama do represent the same faction within the Democratic Party. And that is the Third Way, or DLC faction. That is the faction that saw Ronald Reagan as a reason for the Democrats to become more like the Republicans. And that's the faction that's been in charge of the Democratic Party ever since the 80s. Ever since the 80s, the Democrats have been running to the right, I think, much to their detriment. Axelrod is an old Obama hand, and so that's who that is. I don't know the other panelists that they've got, but
and then there are states.
And he was calling for Biden to drop out, right? That's one thing about Axelrod. He was one of the earlier people to make that call and say that Biden needs to drop out a strategy that I think has shown itself to be correct.
In most of the models that you see, Pennsylvania's the tipping state, and it's 19 electoral votes. Right. So there's no other piece, is there, that you can simply swap out for Pennsylvania. If a candidate were to lose Pennsylvania, they would need more than one piece. Certainly, if Kamala Harris didn't win Pennsylvania, she'd need to win a couple of other states. Right. In order to secure the 270.
Without a doubt. The only one that comes close in this scenario here. So let's say Trump wins Pennsylvania. You give him that right there. That moves him up right there, right? So that would still have her 225. If you can somehow, we tend to live in a national political environment. So if Donald Trump's winning Pennsylvania, the blue wall states, for example, have voted together since 2004. They tend to go together. Doesn't mean they will this time. We're breaking rules all the time. But North Carolina would be your best option there for getting close to that same number back, right there. But so and then you're fighting through there. But that's why, David, if you just look at this, I'll just bring up the campaign ad spending, Battleground ad spending. This is, forgive me for turning my back, just since Biden stepped aside and Harris got in, look at how much more money is going into Pennsylvania than any other state. The campaigns agree with you, David. Pennsylvania is the most important one because it's a bigger basket, 19. So you can see that. This is the campaign saying, you're right. Winning Pennsylvania makes it a whole lot easier.
David Urban, you know Pennsylvania better than most. You were there with the former president yesterday.
Yeah. So, John, even more granular, right? You're talking about the states. Let's get down in Pennsylvania to the counties, because as you know, John, this is kind of won and lost in several swing counties. We have Erie County in my book, right? Northampton, Lehigh, and Luzerne. Scranton area, Luzerne, and Lackawanna. So of those four, right? Northampton, Erie, Lackawanna, and Luzerne. What do you think? Where do you think we should be watching? What do you think is the most important there?
Let me give you how I look at it, and then I'll give you another option. I tend to look at Erie. I want to show you up here, Northwest Pennsylvania. Look how close it was in 2020. Donald Trump won it in 2016. So I look at Erie, then you come over to Northampton County here. Why do I look there? Donald Trump won it in 2016. Joe Biden took it back in 2020. There are only 25 counties in America, 2 of them, right there in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, that Barack Obama carried twice. Then Trump won in 2016, then Biden flipped back in 2020. There are only 25 of them all across the country, 2 of them in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So I look at those, but to your point about the others, let's just look at one of them right here. This is Joe Biden's home county, Lackawanna County, Scranton. You see the margins? Pennsylvania won by 80,000 votes, right? You see the margin there in 2020. He wins it by 8. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won it, but only by 3.5. So the margins matter, right? If Harris is close here, not winning it by a decent margin, that means Trump's stronger in Pennsylvania, if you will. So I'd watch the swing counties first, but no question, Lackawanna and Luzerne, also worth a peek.
Ashley?
You know, John, I'm all about building the coalition, and I know that a lot of folks are interested in independent, perhaps never Trumpers that Harris can get over. But I'm wondering if there are particular constituencies like African Americans or the Latino population or even young voters that you think she can run the score up in a Philadelphia or a Pittsburgh or in a college town that could give her the advantage, even if she isn't able to pull as many independents.
So now what we're talking about, what she's getting at, right, is the difference between, let's say, the Biden campaign, which very much focused on suburban voters, swing voters, right? And the Obama campaign, right? Which focused on mass appeal to the base. Now, again, I've reemphasized this time after time after time. Barack Obama was a centrist. Barack Obama was every bit the centrist, maybe not every bit the centrist that Hillary Clinton would have been, but way too close, considering like how much effort, how much heart and soul people poured into the campaign to try to make sure that Obama won the primary over Hillary Clinton. Considering that he's operated his administration way closer to what you'd expect from a Hillary Clinton administration than I think that his real supporters wanted, But yeah, and this is what I've said is actually the better pathway for Kamala Harris, right? She is going to necessarily, because of who she is, maybe not do as well in some of those districts that Biden was doing really well in. But at the same time, she has the ability to appeal to constituencies that Biden was starting to lose. This is what she's talking about, and I think this is probably the smartest road for Kamala to take.
Over in this election.
I am fascinated by, number one, how does she manage? You mentioned Maxwell Frost. A giant challenge at this election is to talk to young people, many of whom are motivated by the Israel-Gaza issue and are mad at President Biden and by extension now mad at Harris here. So one of the questions here is, I was on college campuses a lot last time. I am looking forward to getting back out here. Washington County, why the University of Michigan, right? You move here more to the east, Wayne County is where you find Wayne State University. Does this convention, does she start to make a down payment on winning back those disaffected young people, many of whom are also people of color, either Arab Americans or African Americans we met on those campuses? The convention is a giant opportunity to begin that effort. That's the giant question. She's in better shape. She's not in good enough shape yet to say Michigan or some of these other places are a lock.
That's David Urban's band here. They're doing a sound check right now.
I'm trying to drown out the Democratic question.
John, I want to ask you, common wisdom tells us the top of the...
Let's be real, though. She hasn't done enough yet. She hasn't shown herself to be different enough from Biden to win some of those voters back. Like when I talk about disaffected voters, when I talk about people whose stomachs have been turned due to Biden's policy in Gaza, right? I am talking about Michigan voters. I'm talking about Pennsylvania voters. And these are people who have been ignored and erased and in an effort to appeal to this mythical sinner, when all Kamala Harris needs to do is stand on her truth, right? Stand on the truth that she spoke to in 2020. A lot of people are in her ear right now, chat, telling her to abandon the candidate that she frankly became, because yeah, people can point back to her history, people can point back to her career and see her as very much like a sort of law and order sort of figure, a figure of the the carceral state. But there were changes that she made as a candidate, either real because the moment affected how she felt, or fake because she was a politician and she was trying to appeal to the Democratic voters at the time whose minds were and hearts were changing. We don't really know what goes on, what Kamala's actual what her actual beliefs are. But regardless, right? In some ways, it doesn't matter. What matters is the policies that she's willing to enact. What matters is the rhetoric that she's going to use on the campaign trail. Whether she's going to get into the into the White House, and once she's there, how she differentiates herself from the Biden administration. I don't think she's done enough yet. There's not enough evidence for her to make that, to pitch herself as a candidate to the people that have been disaffected with Biden. And I think that's crucial. I think that's key.
Ticket either boosts or drags down ballot candidates. But there's this thought that now Arizona and North Carolina are potentially in play for Kamala Harris. And Republicans have two very polarizing candidates, Carrie Lake in Arizona and then Mark Robinson running for governor in North Carolina. Is there a scenario where having these candidates that have some major vulnerabilities could actually hurt Donald Trump's chances in those critical battlegrounds?
I think it's a critical test. So let me just go to North Carolina and use that as an example. This is the presidential map in 2020, but you mentioned Mark Robinson. He's the Republican candidate for governor. He's out there, shall we say, right? So why does that matter? Look how close this was. 49.9 to 48.6. So what the Democrats believe is if you take Trump and then you take Robinson and then you go here and here, and you try to improve your standing in the suburbs, right? You try to improve your standing in the suburbs by saying they are so extreme. Now, Biden did pretty well in the suburbs last time, but if you just come into the Raleigh-Durham area and you bring it out, come on for me. There you go. 62%,
what?
That's pretty good. Move over to Durham, 80% there.
That's a surprise. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Incredible President Joe Biden.
Okay, this is a bit of a surprise. Okay, so what we're seeing is somebody who is not scheduled to speak, to my knowledge, until Thursday. And here she is. Here she is. Surprising me as well.
I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out.
So she seems to be on here to introduce
Beauty of our
Biden?
nation, people from every corner of our country and every walk.
This is a surprise, I gotta say.
United by our shared vision for the future of our country, and
Because
this
it was
November
so
we
peaceful
will
up here,
come together
but now there are
and
freaking
declare with
communists
one
invading
voice,
radicals.
as one people, we are moving forward.
So again, chat, I had to roll it back a little bit because she started talking before I
Guided by our love
caught it.
country, knowing we all have
But here she is.
and then what's separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of
Okay, so yeah, again, she's edging us. She's building the hype for the keynote speakers of tonight. Let's mute it again. That is, I'm pretty sure, that's audio that I can't use. But there she is. There she is. She took the stage. She gave she's building the hype for other candidates. Again, this is not what Donald Trump did. This is not what I expected. This is not what I think anybody expected. We did see earlier Governor Hochul from New York, right? I think was prior to Kamala. There she is. Like, chat, this is... This is Governor Hochul. Not very well liked in her home state. This is a Democrat that just caves. This is a Democrat with you know, this is somebody that throws her core constituencies under the bus on the regular. Not a fan of Governor Hochul.
So many of us, my grandparents came from Ireland as teenagers with nothing but hope in their hearts and fire in their bellies. They built their lives.
Yeah, Tangerine Twist says, I was saying it makes sense for that she introduces Biden. Yeah, like, I think there are honestly...
Good work.
Look, I think she feels bad for Biden. Levin Drew says PBS is a safer to stream from. Okay, thank you. PBS, safer than C-SPAN? Safer than C-SPAN? Is that what we're hearing? Is C-SPAN a concern? Is C-SPAN a worry?
Like other families in my blue-collar community, they believed that with hard work, they could build a better future.
Anyway, like I said, I'm not a fan of hers.
But for those with less hope and less opportunity, I'm proud of my roots and the values I learned.
Okay, well, I don't really care. I don't really care about Governor Hochul. I'm going to mute her for now. Again, chat, I'm only going to hit the exciting stuff, all right? I'm going to try to keep... This is the first night. There's going to be a lot of... There's going to be a lot of speakers that are not really that interesting. But there's also... Apparently, AOC is supposed to speak tonight. Anyway, we saw that. Let's see. What do I have else for you as far as... We got some more Trump tent for you here. All right. So the question I'm going to ask is, will Donald Trump fire his campaign managers? All right, let's go into this segment, okay? Like I said, I'm going to keep checking in, right? I'm using C-SPAN. I don't know what people have heard about C-SPAN, but generally they're not super copyright claimy. We'll keep on checking in, but right now we're going to take a look at some of that election math. This is like the Sweet 16, but for presidents, right? Where it's a parlor game that we play every 4 years, where we take a look at what really matters, which isn't actually what the voters are going to vote for, which isn't actually the overall polls in the general election. We're talking about the states, and we're talking about specifically swing states. We're talking about this year, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and to a lesser degree, North Carolina. More and more we're talking about North Carolina, but these are the states that are likely to possibly go either way. And these are the states that the candidates will be doing most of their campaigning in. Right now, we're going to ask a question about how badly the Trump campaign is going. And if you've been watching my coverage, you know it's not good for Donald Trump. None of the news is good for Donald Trump. He has been on a real downswing. I think I can't remember what it was, New Yorker or something had a cover that showed Trump and Vance and Kamala and Waltz are on a roller coaster, but they're in separate cars, and Trump and Vance's car is going downhill, and Kamala and Waltz's is going uphill. Now that also means that maybe there might be more swings, right? You know, if you're going uphill now, you're going to go downhill later. Potentially, there could be some swings in momentum. There could be some fallout from the debates if Kamala doesn't do a good job at one of the debates. So, you know, nothing is set in stone yet. We don't. I keep on saying if the election were held today, Kamala would win, but the election's not going to be held today. The election's not going to be held for like another 78 days or so. There's a lot that can happen between now and then. But right now, we're going to zero in on the Trump campaign. We're going to zero in on the rotten luck that he's been experiencing, right, ever since Joe Biden got out of the election and Kamala came in his place, right? How badly it's been going for him, and what might be the fallout. Now, I told you before about some of his donors and how they expected Donald Trump himself to have a different plan of like, all right, we've been doing this, this, and this, and that, but now we're going to do this, this, and this, and that, right? And they didn't get that. They didn't get any sense that Trump was going to change what he's doing. What might happen, though, is that Trump reaches out for someone to blame. Somebody that's been in charge of his campaign might get the action, especially if they're telling him, Donald, you got to concentrate on the economy. You've got to concentrate on this. You got to stop the personal attacks, right? Anybody who doesn't let Trump be Trump tends to get fired. Let's be real. And their heads may be the next to be on the chopping block. So let's take a look and see what is likely to come from the outcome of Donald Trump's downfall so far. And I mean so far, not that it's going to continue, right? But his downward trend in terms of his numbers.
Today is Monday, August 19th, 2024. Happy first day of the Democratic National Convention. As we are less than 80 days out from the presidential election this coming November, Donald Trump's campaign team looks like it's on track for a potential shakeup as Donald Trump is exploring the opportunity to fire his campaign managers, Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita, two people who have been with the Trump campaign since the beginning of his November 2022 announce, members of his campaign inner circle that potentially have been leading him astray when it comes down to national numbers and in his opposition against Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, the discussions around Donald Trump and his campaign have really only come as of late, as the numbers have really narrowed for the former president. When he was up 5-6 points in nearly every single swing state against Joe Biden, the numbers have gotten far closer and in some cases have actually moved over to Vice President Harris. When we take a look at where we are in a number of the battleground states, we can see that against Biden, Donald Trump was absolutely demolished.
Hey, what's up, Femios?
In Arizona, the Trump versus Biden numbers had Trump up 5.8%. Today, he's up on average by 0.2, according to Real Clear Politics. And even in Nevada, a state where Trump had done phenomenally well in comparison to where he was in 2016 and 2020.
So again, the good side and the bad side of the Real Clear Politics polling center, which you know, this is worth a look, right? If you haven't been to this site yet, I'm recommending a right-wing media source, by the way, right now. So any of you shorts people who think I'm in the tank for the Harris campaign, right? I'm going to say that there are some good things about the Real Clear Politics poll average, right? You're going to see less of the statistical noise, right? If there's a few polls that look really good for one candidate, and they're just an aberration, right? They're going to get sort of eaten up by that aggregate, because what they do is they take this aggregate and they, you know, kind of aggregate the polls over time. But you're also maybe going to miss, or it's going to be de-emphasized when something really is changing, when there is a shift in the polls, and you're going to see. You see that with the fact that they've still, this is one of the only sources I've seen that still has, see here, that's Arizona.
Take a look at where we are in a number of the battleground states. We can see that again.
Okay, so wait, no, it's Arizona. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I'm mistaken, right? The average shows Trump up by 0.2% in Arizona. This is not a state that is part of what I described as Kamala's core strategy. right? The core strategy, in other words, the most conservative strategy, small c conservative, is for her to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. If she wins those and, loses, she can still lose Georgia, she can lose Arizona, she can lose Nevada, and, of course, North Carolina, and she would still win by 270, by the barest of margins, but that's still a victory, right? And so Arizona is kind of like icing on the cake, assuming that she holds those states, which she's up she's up anywhere from 3 to 4% in those states, right? So it's looking good for her right now. Like I said, if the election was held today, she would probably win. But this is Arizona, and we're seeing the barest of leads for Trump right now, right? Rasmussen, that's his home cooking, right? He can always rely on Rasmussen. He can always rely on Trafalgar, right? These are polls that just seem to trend right wing. And for that reason, some people like 538 have actually dropped them. They're like, these are not real polls. They're too biased. They're setting up, the voters that they're including seem to be skewing towards the right, right? So they leave those out. Real Clear Politics, has no problem including right-wing polling groups. So we've got Rasmussen here. We've got Trafalgar right there, +2 on Rasmussen, +1 on Trafalgar. But look at the New York Times Siena poll right there, +5 Harris. Look at Cook Political Report at +2, Bloomberg at +2, PPP, I'm not sure what that is. It's got a D next to it. Okay, so they're actually putting R and the D next to fully partisan polls. So their Trump is +2, and then if we look back to this is a poll taken in July 22nd to 23rd, we have Trump up by 5. So that's a little bit of a, and that's the Hill Emerson poll. So we're seeing not only like an upswing for Harris over time, but we're seeing an RCP average, which again is kind of a right-wing site, that's pretty damn close.
Biden, Donald Trump was absolutely demolishing. In Arizona, the Trump versus Biden numbers had Trump up 5.8%. Today, he's up on average by 0.2, according to Real Clear Politics. And even in Nevada, a state where Trump had done phenomenally well in comparison to where he was in 2016 and 2020, losing the state twice, both by 2.4%. In 2024, his numbers were up 6 points against Joe Biden, up 7 in the most recent poll taken before Joe Biden dropped out of the race. Today, nearly a month later, Donald Trump only maintains a 1-point advantage. And as you continue, in Wisconsin, it's another perfect example of Donald Trump being up 3 points against Biden, being down a point against Kamala Harris. Being down in a swing state like Wisconsin is a really bad sign, as it was the closest Biden state out of the Rust Belt states. And one of the polls suggests that might be true yet again. In Michigan, Donald Trump is losing by 2 points to Kamala Harris. In Michigan, was up 2.
And just so you know, when they say Biden states, they're talking about states that Biden won in 2020.
2 points against Joe Biden, a universal 4-point shift in both Wisconsin and in Michigan. When it comes down to Pennsylvania, Real Clear Politics is holding on to this Trump lead by really the narrowest of margins. Trump is up 0.1% against Kamala Harris here. We expect this lead to change in favor of Kamala Harris, a massive, massive uptick in support for the Democratic nominee here, but against Biden, it was a 4.5% race. And so across the Rust Belt region, a universal 4-point swing in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania that is now translated to states like Arizona and Nevada, and again is not a good sign for Donald Trump in the slightest. North Carolina being within a point, Georgia being within a point. These are all states that Biden was being demolished in the matchup against Donald Trump, a 4-point race in the state of Georgia against Trump. For Biden, a 5-point race in North Carolina. Both of them now only have Trump ahead by 1, and recent polls.
And again, North Carolina is not a state that I would characterize as a swing state. However, I gotta say, with the RCP average, a right-wing, poll aggregator average, which I think includes some polls that like 538 has rightly done away with, right? And so they're kind of, pulling it to the right even more. For her to be within 1.2 points of Trump really does seem to make the argument that North Carolina may be in play this year.
Really strong, high-quality polls like the New York Times and Siena College, an A+ rated pollster, have Kamala Harris ahead by 2 in North Carolina. And so really in large, what I've come to understand over the past few weeks is that there is something fundamentally flawed about the top of the ticket on the Republican side. The political instincts that the Trump campaign has exhibited would tell me that if they were in a different circumstance, the 2016 or 2020 elections, when we were talking under a Biden presidency, this would have been a campaign that was on track to lose. In 2016, he had the right people to meet the moment. In 2020, he very clearly did not. Donald Trump lost the election and just couldn't overcome the amount of support that President Biden had across these battleground states. But it was this election that was really where Donald Trump came into it being the front runner. Ever since he announced in November of 2022, the numbers looked far more favorable for Donald Trump than any election prior. And when you take a look at the national numbers, you can even agree to that point too. Even compared to 2020, Donald Trump was losing.
Zachary Henderson says Trump will win. Zachary Henderson, is that what your heart says? Is that what your feels are telling you? Is that
on the national polls on election day?
I mean, we're kind of concentrating on facts right now, but you know, if those are your feelings, then I guess that's valid.
By 8.4%. Today, Kamala Harris only leads by 2.7%. That is a vastly different margin, but it's also a margin the Democrats are quite thrilled about because at the same time, they look at this from the perspective of where they were under Biden.
Globit says he's going to dump Vance. I'm 80% sure of it. Interesting, right? People have talked about that. That would be wild. That would be really wild, right? The Democrats, you know, dumped Biden, or really Biden bowed out under pressure, before the DNC convention for the candidate that was nominated in the RNC convention to drop out and be replaced. That's a little bit more unprecedented, but you know, it's not out of the realm of possibility. And Trump himself, when asked questions like, hey, what do you think about the fact that Americans find you to be weird, right? A lot of people are saying you and Vance are weird. Trump's answer is like, oh, that's mostly JD Vance. I'm not a couch fucker, folks. I only have a strange interest in the late great Hannibal Lecter, right? Trump's more into vor. Okay, let's just be clear, right? Trump's into vor. That's less weird than having sex with furniture, apparently. So Trump thinks that's not his problem to deal with. That's Trump is like, not my couch, not my problem. So yeah, I mean, maybe he could, and also look, watch for this, Globits. All right, the best time for Trump to dump Vance is going to be directly after this convention. There's a bounce that happens for conventions. A candidate does a convention, they get a bounce. The polls bounce. They go up slightly, right? It doesn't usually last that long, but it's there. And Harris can expect a bounce from her convention too. Now, who didn't get a bounce? Trump. And why didn't he get a bounce? Some people say because Biden left the ticket right after the convention. So he's got all this buzz, he's got all this momentum, and just wind sucked right out of sails, right? So could Trump try to do the same thing to Kamala's, campaign, her convention bounce? Absolutely. Will it work? I don't know. I think there's a lot of organic excitement behind this, right? I don't see the wind getting sucked out of Kamala's sails the way that it was out of Trump's sails. So, and also obviously you're replacing the vice president. There's less of it might be that Vance is harming Trump. It might be that Vance's presence on the ticket actually hurts Trump in some of the constituencies that he's already struggling with. And if that's true, then, there's definitely a benefit for him replacing Vance. That doesn't mean that it's going to cause a momentum change, a momentum shift. The next debate, I think, is the best shot that Trump has for shifting the momentum, right? That's going to come on September the 10th. So it's still a ways away, but that's his best bet.
And also the fact of the matter is that
Galactic Streamlord, thank you for the raid. Welcome Raider, welcome streamers. I did not see you because I was too focused on what I was watching, but good to have you along with us.
Quiet Trump support
for the ride
that you saw in 2016 became less apparent in 2020 is even less apparent in 2024. And in the immediate aftermath of the assassination attempt on the former president, the amount of outpours.
Dylan Palmer says, either way, we're screwed. We have two racists on both sides running for president. Who do you think is the racist on the Democratic side? I'm curious.
support we saw from nationally, at least outspoken support from Republicans, even independents who leaned right-wing, people like Elon Musk, celebrities that had really stayed out of the fray, largely speaking. Elon Musk isn't really that type of guy, but generally speaking, we saw that a lot of the celebrities who were pro-Trump, pro-right-wing, which we knew were Republicans, came out of the woodwork and ended up supporting the former president really in full force. And they did so as this display of consistent GOP unification, that there was no fractured Republican Party. The Never Trump vote now ceases.
I'm sorry to cut away from this chat, but I'm kind of curious. This is Sean Fain, president of the UAW. So if you aren't aware, there was a surprise speaker at the Republican National Convention this year, that being the head of the Teamsters Union. And, this is kind of the bookend to him. Now, this person, the head of the Teamsters Union, did not give the endorsement to Trump. So that's important to know. And he did say a lot of just pro-union stuff, right? There wasn't, there was a little bit of praise of Trump for his moment getting up after having his ear pierced by a high-powered rifle in Pennsylvania. But other than that, there wasn't a lot of like endorsement for Republicans or for Trump. Right there, it was more of an appeal to the Republicans to court the union vote, to be better to the union vote, right? But yeah, he was largely regarded as somewhat of a traitor to labor for showing up at Trump's convention, rightly or wrongly. And this is his, the antecedent to that. Let's take a little listen into here. Again, chat, like I said, I'm going to be watching the DNC and try to cut away when I see something interesting here. So see what he has to say.
They want to blame it on some destitute and desperate person at the border.
Here we go. That's solidarity.
They want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed. The rich think we're stupid, but working class Americans see this for what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House? We need a defender of the working class in the White House, someone who is one of us and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
And you're seeing somebody with a green sign that says Jill. I wonder if that's in reference to Jill Stein.
Welcome, New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio.
Okay, so here we go, AOC. We'll get back to the Trump story in a second.
Thank you, Chicago! Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership. You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress.
Green Bean says AOC is hated in her own district. To the extent that that's true, Green Bean, it's probably due to some of the compromises that she's made.
Aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as president
In order to probably, in her mind, get more access to
I am here tonight because America has
the party leadership.
a rare and precious.
And that may be a mistake on her part. That may be a...
We have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class.
I think in her mind, she's walking a tightrope.
And groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
So there you go. When you back up Kamala on that, that puts you on the line as far as whether Kamala will put up,
I see a leader with
as far as whether Kamala will put up or shut up.
a future for working families.
That's her making a bet on Kamala that may or may not
To help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a
Because it was
two-bit
so
union
peaceful up
buster
here,
thinks of
but now there
himself
are
as more
freaking
of a
communists
patriot
invading
than the
radicals.
woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life. The truth is, Don,
That's Jesse Jackson.
love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me
It sounds like a Chud Logic thing to say, you know? This is the guy that...
because there is nothing wrong with working for a living.
So I'm talking about a really fragile streamer that has been accused of some pretty gross stuff that...
In the White House who understand that. Leaders.
Okay, I can't explain the Chud Logic connection, can I? I gotta let her go.
But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th.
I just brought him up in that he celebrated the downfall of a streamer that he doesn't like, going back to
To the White House.
the McWage economy.
Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people. Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you.
So far we've seen 2 members of the squad taken down by outside money, sometimes Republican money.
On our neighbor's door. Organize our communities.
AOC probably will not meet the same fate.
On November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much.
With this, with this sort of, vocal advocacy for Kamala and her previous defense of Joe Biden, she does seem to have her eye on party leadership. And, this is sort of the Bernie Sanders route that wait, is he like they brought him up a couple times. Is he like the host tonight?
Begins in a middle-class neighborhood in the East Bay. Yeah. In a modest apartment above a nursery school, in a close-knit community where people looked out for one another, with a mother who instilled in Kamala Harris the core principles that have defined her life in public service. These are the experiences that made her the leader she is today.
Okay, so we're gonna get a commercial for Kamala. Now, I don't know, chat. I'm a little bit wary of this music. Let's just watch hopefully the closed captions will. Nope. We have neighborhood we grew up in was a very hardworking, middle-class, tight-knit community. Families going to church on Sunday, kids playing in the front yard. Matching bikes we got, and we were surrounded by caring adults. Quakes in neighborhood on Bangkok. We spent so much time. Her mom rented the apartment that was just above Shelton's nursery. So in the beginning, they used to babysit the girls. This Shama was a single mom. Life was not easy for her. She fought fiercely. Kamala herself said that her mom told her that she may be the first to do many things, but to make sure she's not the last. She always been the kind of person, true leader and protective of her family. When Kamala was all of 4 years old, her best friend in the kindergarten, Stacy Dunn, got into something with another kid on the playground. This one particular day, we had made some clay already. This one boy in our class had taken mine and threw it on the ground, and it shattered. So Kamala, being very protective, jumped in front of me and stood up to him. To me, that showed the kind of person that 4 years old or 4th grade, stand up to the bully and stand up. Oh, here we go. Stand up for the underdog. Stand up for what's right. Kamala carries the lessons of her mother, the fighting spirit of her mother, the compassion. And I had seen it over and over again in our growing up. We were in high school. My friend Wanda was being, not going to say that word, but you can see it, by a family member. And Kamala just jumped in. She wanted her to come and stay with us. And her mom said, of course, that is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She's been that way our whole lives. Okay, so now we're seeing her as a prosecutor that's a little bit discordant with obviously being part of the carceral system. Puts you at odds with fairness. Puts you at odds with some of the stuff that they were with standing up for what's right. Oftentimes, right, especially during the war on drugs.
Stacey Johnson Batiste, and this is my mom, Doris Johnson. We are so excited and honored to be here with you. Kamala and I have known each other for a long time. We met at Berkwood Hedge School. We hit it off immediately and became each other's very first best friends. Our moms also became fast friends.
And on weekends, we would pile into my 1966 Mustang, and Kamala's mom, Shamala, would sit in the front with me, and Kamala and Maya and Stacy would sit in the back, and off we would go to a movie or some adventure.
My mom still has that Mustang.
I do.
Kamala and I both get our grit from our mothers. Kamala has always been a protector. One day at school, we made clay art projects during story time when they were outside on tables to dry. For whatever reason, a boy in our class took mine, threw it on the ground, and it shattered.
So Kamala's, Maya is Kamala's younger sister. I got a question from chat.
Or something, and hit her on the head. Blood came streaming down. The school called Shamala to come take her to the hospital.
That's her mom.
The stitches she got left a scar over one of her eyes. She still has it.
Damn.
That's the kind of person Kamala
Scar gang.
has always been from the very beginning. Someone who doesn't hesitate to stand up for what's right, to take up for the underdog, and to stand up to bullies. I have
Pelosi.
time and again, whether the bully is an individual, a gang, or a corporation, she fights for all of us. Before we go, I know my mom has one more thing to say.
Kamala, your mom would be so proud of you.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Who do you think's more eccentric, Democrats or Republicans with their convention garb? You can let me know in chat.
Please welcome former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Here we go, chat. Are they gonna play This Is My Fight song? Oh my god, no, we gotta mute that. Whatever song that is, we don't want to hear this come across our airways. But there's Hillary. It's not fight song, I can tell that. So I'll try to check in on our polls in a second, let you know where we're at as far as that. We're 27% of the way towards the Dono goal. We hit that Dono goal before the stream ends. It means more content for you. Make sure to let me know which of those topics that are in the full-scale stream on the poll are most interesting to you. I think I've also got them up for you on in the notepad. Either, I guess only a short stream can see the notepad, but the key is that when you donate, let me know which of the topics you want for bonus content, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I feel good about pushing the Dono goal while Hillary Clinton is the one speaking, because I'm honestly more interested in the Biden speech. God, Hillary, this is the reason we had Trump for 4 years. Understand this, right? Trump would have been a failed experiment had it not been for Hillary Clinton's lack of charisma, lack of political instinct, and general laziness. This is somebody who didn't even go to Wisconsin to campaign because she thought those union voters had nowhere else to go. Well, turns out when you ignore a constituency, sometimes they don't turn out for you. And that's exactly what happened to Hillary.
There's a lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country.
Just like there is across the street. Actually, probably more energy across the street.
Something is happening in America.
And you're going to ruin it. You're going to ruin it. Get off the stage. This is so bad for Kamala's campaign. This is not what she needs.
A long time. First, though,
At some point, the Clintons need to become persona non grata for the Democratic Party, okay? Like, they are not helpful. And they are, you know, Bill Clinton's connections with Epstein are going to come out more and more.
democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House. And he showed what
Is she trying to...
a true
What was the woman's name from Hogwarts? From...
lifetime of service and leadership. And now we are
Umbrage.
a new chapter.
She's giving umbrage.
You know, my mother
She's giving turf.
was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state.
Really? Tennessee, the holdout.
The 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. No more delays, she wrote. Give us the vote. And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
She ran for president.
Watch my numbers go down now that Hillary's on.
Her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was.
No one likes her, says Bay Area.
Because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president.
This was the vice presidential running mate for Dukakis, I believe.
Anything. And then there was 26.
Is that right, or is it Mondale?
The honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president.
Yeah, Mondale.
Nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here.
There's Mondale, Walter Mondale, and Ferraro. That's the Democratic ticket for 1984. I believe they lost every state except for Minnesota.
Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going.
I don't know about Kamala, but I wouldn't want Hillary referencing my dead mother, right? I wouldn't like that if I was her.
Reproductive health care are saying keep going. Families building better lives, parents stretching to afford child care, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House.
Okay, are you done? No, she's not done. It sounded like she might be done. There's some people crying. There's some people really making a connection there with Hillary. They're saying, I love you, cold, unfeeling metal arm. I love you.
The story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible, but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice.
Jumpin' Jimmy G, can you explain Benghazi to me? What did she do in Benghazi?
To lead us forward. I know her heart.
Phoenix Knight Rider. You can lose democracy under capitalism just as easily as any other system. Capitalism itself tends to undermine democracy. You end up with rule by the corporations.
Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the door wide for good-paying jobs.
There's only one person.
Restore abortion rights nationwide.
There's only one person in this country that could make me say, "Bring on Biden." All right, those aren't words that easily come from my mouth. Bring on Biden, right? And this is her. There she is.
As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers.
You are posting her L's.
Never rest in defense of our freedom and safety.
Like, you couldn't at least talk about, like, sex criminals, predators? No, you're gonna mention fucking drug crimes.
The first person to run for president with 34.
If I was Kamala, I'd be cringing. But yeah, there we go. Trump's convictions. Trump's a felon. Like, this is the only person that, like, this is the person Trump wants to be talking about.
In the Situation Room.
Lock him up? Oh God, no. I don't think this is helping you. I mean, fuck Donald Trump, if you want to say that. I guess the irony that she was the one that was that Donald's crowds were saying lock her up.
Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't
get her off the stage, please. Yeah.
She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it.
The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America.
But now there are freaking communists
Donald only
invading
cares
radicals.
about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is...
David Graff, you need to Wikipedia political parties and find out how they work.
Sounds familiar.
It's not a federal election.
We have him on the run now.
When a candidate drops out of the primary, their delegates, who are the ones who choose who the nominee is,
No matter what the polls say,
their delegates get released to vote their conscience.
driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to...
So who voted for the delegates that put Kamala in place? Everybody that voted in the Democratic primary, the majority of people, right? They elect the delegates elect the nominee. That's how it works. But again, a little bit of time on Wikipedia with Mr. Bonnell, with Mr. Bonarelli would help you greatly.
We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation.
Am I going to refer somebody to Destiny's stream? Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Go watch Destiny.
Together, we put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling.
I feel like this is... She's like cursing Kamala.
Once and for all. I want to tell you what
Like, right? Do you know what I mean? The curse of Hillary Clinton. She's like passing it on. I don't like this. This is spooky.
I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families.
Now I'm curious what Hillary's record on
Dignity and
abortion actually was.
to worship as we choose or not. To speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. Because, my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love.
So I've got a 2016 article from The Atlantic here. During the 2016 presidential campaign, Hillary Clinton has repeatedly spoken out in support of the right to abortion.
I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
Planned Parenthood President Cecile Richards has praised Clinton for treating reproductive... No! Fight song! Goddamn, you're cursing her! You're cursing Kamala! She played fight song, chat! No, you're gonna ruin her! You fucking lost and you want her to lose too! God damn it, Hillary! God damn it, Hillary! You're fucking everything up once again. Anyway, so yeah, during the 2016 presidential campaign, Hillary Clinton has repeatedly spoken out in support of the right to abortion. Planned Parenthood President Cecile Richards has praised Clinton for treating reproductive issues as more than just a soundbite, and pro-choice organizations, Emily's List, and the narrow Pro-Choice America has endorsed her. However, Clinton's views on abortion are more nuanced and reflect her religious commitments to a greater degree than partisanship on either side. I don't know if Atlantic's trying to make her seem like moderate on abortion. This is 2016 that the article is coming from. For the most part, Clinton's stances match the official stance of the United Methodist Church, or UMC, a tradition in which she was raised and remained faithful member. Clinton, who called herself an old-fashioned Methodist, told Newsweek in 1994 that abortion is morally wrong. There we go. Now, does that mean that you got shit policies? No, because somebody can believe that abortion is morally wrong for them and still fight to protect the choice for other people, right? So let's see what she's done, right? One of her biographers, Paul Kingor, notes that she has turned to the UMC's Book of Resolutions when she wanted help reaching a decision on or when grappling with a moral question. The book accepts abortion, but only in a qualified way. It professes the sanctity of the unborn human life while allowing that certain circumstances conflicts of life with life. Many warrant terminating pregnancy. So the obvious one there, health of the that's a Representative Clyburn there, health of the pregnant person, right? This may explain Clinton's recent comments to NBC's Meet the Press, during which, to the dismay of many pro-choicers, she described the fetus as an unborn person. She also declared her support for some late pregnancy restrictions that would go into effect perhaps as soon as the unborn person is viable, except in the cases of R and incest, when the life or mental and physical health of the pregnant person is at risk. In her public comments, Clinton has been more ambivalent than her husband. Okay, so husband Bill has perhaps been a more reliable defender of legal abortion, already pro-choice. When he served as governor in Arkansas, he seemed troubled by the question of when life begins. He noted in 2004 memoir that it is self-evident that biological life starts at conception. Even so, he said, no one knows, he wrote, when biology turns into humanity, or for religious, when the soul enters the body. Kingor reports that Bill sought the guidance of his then minister, Reverend W.O. Vaught, a conservative Baptist whose anti-abortion stance is well known. Vaught's opposition, however, had been shaken by real-life trials of parishioners faced during difficult pregnancies. Challenged by Bill to offer a definitive answer, Vaught turned to the Bible. Based on his reading of Scripture, he concluded that not until God breathes life into the body does personhood start. Human life then begins at birth, and with the first breath, he said, while abortion may be morally suspect, it does not qualify as murder. For Bill, Vaught's interpretation, which differs from the UMC's, settled the issue. In her public comments, Clinton has been more ambivalent than her husband. She has noted that the question of when human life begins delicate and difficult, echoing the UMC's positions that the beginning of life is the God-given boundary of human existence. When Clinton was a New York senator. She refused to sanction legislation placing limits on access to contraception because she argued doing so effectively turns abortion into a standby method of birth control. In 2006, email released by her campaign, Clinton argued that low-income women experience more unintended pregnancies when contraception is expensive and hard to find, and almost half of the unwanted pregnancies end in abortion. She made that clear in 2007 Democratic presidential. Okay, so looks like I'm paywalled out of the rest of the article. But yeah, she's not exactly like the best example of a staunch bodily autonomy defender, I guess is the TLDR. Anyway, let's see what Representative Clyburn has to say.
Kamala has been fiercely advocating for the respectation of reproduction freedoms, while Trump has been looking out for himself and his billionaire buddies. Kamala has been fighting to lower costs for all Americans. And while Trump falsely pleads ignorance of Project 2025, which in my opinion is Jim Crow 2.0, Kamala has been offering the American people enlightened proposals and visionary leadership. Having grown up in a parsonage, I often look to the good book for understanding and guidance. As 2 Corinthians informs, we are troubled on every side. Yet not.
So DJ John Lewis actually seems to think that Hillary Clinton is not hardcore enough
but not forsaken.
in her desire to regulate bodily autonomy. Isn't it interesting that Dems can't say when life begins? DJ John Lewis, you can't say when life begins. That's a fucking philosophical question. And there's no objective answer to it, right? The answer is we don't know.
And justice for all.
And if we don't know the answer to that question, then who should decide, John Lewis? Who should decide? I say the pregnant person should decide.
Common purpose and emboldened by our resolve to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of these United States of America. Thank you.
There's Tim Walz. There goes Jim Clyburn. Who's next? Oh, mute it. In the criminal justice system, no! No, they're not going here.
And the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders.
I feel like we're gonna get copyright claimed by SVU. Yo! Yo!
Trump has believed he's above the law, that no one would ever dare hold him accountable. He lies. He rips off workers. He sexually abuses women.
He rips off everybody.
You can do anything. He cheats in business. He cheated on his wife with a porn star and paid her off so the American people wouldn't find out during an election. But in the criminal justice system, ordinary Americans have had the courage to find him accountable, time and time again.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts.
For the first time in history, we have a convicted felon running for president. And to take on this case, we need a president who has spent her life prosecuting perpetrators like Donald Trump. He tried.
There is an unacknowledged danger in this line. In this line of attack, right?
He's tried to escape any responsibility for instigating the January 6th attack on our Capitol.
We're going to walk down to the...
Like, Donald Trump is a corrupt criminal piece of shit. He's a danger to himself and others. But resurrecting Kamala is not the answer, Dems.
So we, the people, have a chance to render our own verdict on Donald Trump. We are the jury he most fears. When we vote this November, we vote for justice, accountability, and the rule of law that keeps America free.
If the more that she brings up this, like, cop shit, the harder it's going to be to defend the righteous things that she said during the uprising against police violence, against racist police violence. What kind of shoes was he wearing? I noticed his shoes in stark. Was he wearing sneakers with like a full suit? Is that what Raskin's doing? This is Raskin. I'm not super interested in Raskin. Like I said, we've got about an hour left, unless they're going to go late. We got actually 40 minutes left, so I don't know when Biden's going to... It's going to be past Biden's bedtime.
And welcome to the Democracy Convention. Welcome to the Freedom Convention.
Welcome to the...
And thank you for the beautiful weather.
Boring content. All right, we'll see what he has to say.
On Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity.
Okay.
We meet in
okay.
the city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists, and where Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats in 1940 to defeat fascist dictators. Now, we fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality. You know, I'll never forget the pounding on the doors of the House chamber on January 6th, were the screams to follow.
Sassy Sasrai says, I really thought they were going to have Dick Wolf up there. Yeah, right? DNC is not sending its best.
Wounded by extremists wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day.
It's all up here from Hillary, all uphill from here from Hillary. Yeah, thanks, Firebird. That's true.
All of this after Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes by the great Joe Biden.
The late, great Joe Biden, folks. He'd love to have you for dinner. No, sorry, chat. Okay, well, anyway, this is Raskin. He's going to do his thing. He's going to be Raskin up the crowd, whatever. At some point, really soon, Biden's got to get on because it is getting very close to being past Biden's bedtime. They got to bring him out. Right? This is like, it's got to happen. Speaking of got to bring out, like I have not, here, let's switch over to this for just a second. I'm going to show you, let's see, the poll that we've taken in the full scale stream. We got Tim Waltz's Caucasian tacos up by 1% over Elon's AI copyright infringement, right? This is the poll for bonus content. This is content that we'll watch after the DNC convention if we've hit the Dono goal. Now that is that's a unknown right there, because right now we are more than 1/4 of the way there, but only at 27%. So we still have 73% that we have to make up. I have not been mentioning the poll. I've been a little bit too preoccupied talking about the convention and all the other content that I'm bringing you. It's been kind of a whirlwind tour so far, but we still have that Dono goal, and we can still do something other than convention news if you want to. If that's something that's appealing to you, just make sure that when you donate, you let me know which of these topics appeals to you, and I can put your money where your mouth is. And it'll also let me know that you appreciate the stream, and it helps me, frankly, it helps me do more things. It gives me more breathing room to give you more different kinds of content, and possibly even someday, chat, an editor that, where everything doesn't have to live on the live stream, and I've actually got the ability to push out some content apart from the live stream for people who don't have time to watch the whole live stream. So I appreciate those who support me in any way that you support me, whether it be through super chat, super stickers, if you're getting a membership for yourself, if you're gifting memberships to others, passing the weasels on to other people, if you're over on Twitch, getting a sub to get yourself out of the top of the hour ad break, either for free through a Twitch Prime or for $6 by paying $6, or gifting subs to other people because you want them to not be beholden to that 3-minute ad break that happens every hour. Dragon Princess, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for, and bringing up blue hair. Right, this is cosplay goals. I should make a like a long-term goal for cosplay. Dragon Princess says, wish all Dims had Raskin's energy. Yeah, he does definitely have some energy for sure. And that brings us to 28% out of 100%. So we're slowly but surely getting there. Yeah, so basically any kind of donation, whether it be Twitch, YouTube, on Throne, which is right down there if you're watching the full scale stream, or right up there if you're watching on Shorts, right? That all counts as well. So if you do any kind of donation, including Patreon signups or any of the links down in the description, make sure to let me know in the chat which of these topics that you'd like to see covered. And I will put your money where your mouth is, and what that... Oh yeah, by the way, Dragon Princess, which topic do you want to see? What's your choice? You have 1% to direct to the topic of your choice, which actually might make all the difference tonight, right? I'm bouncing, chat. I'm on a trampoline. I'm the only streamer that streams to you from a trampoline sometimes. So are we glazing up Joe again? But yeah, just know that when you donate, no matter what form that donation takes, you get not only my undying appreciation, but you get the ability to influence the polls. And right now the poll is down to 1%. There's 1% difference between the winning topic and the second place topic. So even just 100 bits or a small super chat can make all the difference. All you got to do is tell me which of the topics. Let me go over them again. Okay, so the topics that we're looking at for tonight are Mr. Beast hires a PDF. We haven't covered the Mr. Beast stuff. We got RFK trying to join Team Kamala, trying to be like, hello, fellow Dems. Hello, fellow Democrats, right? RFK here. I want to be part of Kamala's team, right? He's going where the wind blows, I guess. Elon's AI copyright infringement. Yeah, he's got a AI thing that I think it's based on Flux, right? And this company is just wild, right? They're supposed to have guardrails so they don't infringe on copyrights, but they're infringing on a lot of copyrights in a way that is potentially going to really piss off companies like Disney and Nintendo, who are very litigious. And then we got Tim Waltz's Caucasian tacos. If you'd like to know more about Tim Waltz's recipe for the whitest tacos you've ever had, then you can choose that one. And as always, Fallout New Vegas, which I owe you a stream of that anyway. We got to figure out some system where, like, if the top vote plus Dono getter doesn't beat out the Fallout meter, then we do Fallout New Vegas instead. That would be kind of cool. But again, for any of this to happen, for any of this to matter, for any of this to be more than just purely academic, we need to get that Dono goal 72% further. So 76 likes has chat forsaken NCC. Let's hope not. RFK is political poison. I know. Why would she want him? Sure, Disney Plus terms of service says something about it. Well, they're going to be saying something soon. Yeah, Elon's really playing a dangerous game. You feel powerful with my 1%. You vote for Elon. Okay, so watch what happens, right? Dragon Princess just donated 100 bits on Twitch and voted for Elon. And now the Elon AI copyright infringement topic goes up by 1%. So in other words, it was at, without, it's at 27% in the poll, but with that 3% added, it's actually at 30%. The Tim Waltz's Caucasian tacos are at 28% in the poll, but with that 6% added, it's at 34%, right? So that one's still winning, but again, it's a very close, yeah, the lowest thing on the poll is 21%, so it's pretty close. It's pretty damn close. And so your donation could make all the difference in the world. And, you know, if there's enough donations, then we can add 72% to the Dono goal. We could get, you know, like the rest of the way there. We're approaching 1/3 of the way there. So it's entirely possible to get it. I have a feeling this is going to go long, chat. This conference was supposed to be over. It's supposed to be over, I think, in like 30 minutes. I don't think. Oh, that's Jasmine Crockett. Oh, no. We got to see Jasmine.
Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old, lifelong predator, fraudster, and cheat, known for inciting violent mobs.
Oh, here, let's switch back.
Listen, y'all. He's only looked out for one person, himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas...
So, chat, if you don't remember who this is...
But right now in Texas, they want to institute the death penalty. That is
she's the one that took down Marjorie Taylor Greene.
the rights to be restored.
We're not skipping Jasmine. No.
She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time, he cozies up to his role model, Vladimir Putin, and MAGA holds legislation hostage here at home, critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the Farm Bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare. America, looking at the two choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet. She presides over the Senate while he keeps our national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know what I said that other time. In Mar-a-Lago. Well, Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th, Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election is. Don't make a mistake. We are the underdogs in this fight, even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you?
See Hochul sitting there? That's Governor Hochul from New York.
Some of you don't, so let me tell you. I was a public defender.
See, like, that's something to be kind of proud of, right? We need more public defenders going into politics and less prosecutors.
Civil rights law. For almost 2 decades, I know a good prosecutor when I see one. Kamala Harris is the kind of prosecutor we long for in the cases like those of Breonna Taylor. Yeah. She was the first Attorney General in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the Back on Track program to reduce recidivism. Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she genuinely cares about people. She sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say. I did not copy off of her speech. I just want y'all to know.
Hillary copied off of your speech. Hillary copied off of yours.
Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that. Many of you know her credentials. But what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume. Is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect a speaker, and the Oversight Committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the Vice President's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying.
You got those tiny hats. You'll only see the shit at the convention. Mostly the Democrat. I feel like the Democrats are a little bit more.
It's so hard for me to tell this story. She then said, among other things, "You are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I." I'm gonna stop. Okay. The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come.
We'll show you that in a second. We'll show you the viral moment.
With a dose of their own medicine.
Pretty much. Yep.
That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since. The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision?
She's with the alliteration. She's with the alliteration. This is her power move, right? This is how she took down MTG. And I'll show you that in just a second. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. You brought him back.
We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best. There's always light, if only we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it. Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
All right. I think we're gonna mute this for a second just so we can remind everybody of that viral moment that she was talking about. Let's relive this once again, all right? Why is there no volume? Okay, mute.
They're messing up.
No, ain't nothing. Hold on. One talking about. I guess
I think you're fake eyelash.
For we're here about AG.
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about. I guess
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No, ain't nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order, Mr. Chairman.
That's beneath
would
even
you
your
please
history.
engage the order of your committee. Order.
I do have a point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Green's words. That is absolutely unacceptable.
That's AOC.
How dare you
meeting
attack
will
the
suspend,
physical
meeting will
appearance of another
suspend.
person?
Are your
Move
feelings hurt?
her words down. Oh, girl, baby girl.
Oh, really?
Don't even play.
Baby girl? I don't think
We are going to move, and we're going to take your words down.
I second that motion.
So,
You agree to strike your words?
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
agree.
Ms. Green agrees to strike her words.
I believe she
Chair
needs to
recognizes
apologize. No, no, no.
Mr.
She
Perry.
needs to
Okay,
apologize.
hold on. Then after Mr. Perry's going to be recognized, then Ms. Green
I'm not
has 4 minutes and
apologizing.
21
Well,
seconds.
then you're not striking your words.
I am not.
There's James Coomer of Kentucky.
Ms. Crockett.
Raskin.
Just to better understand your ruling, if someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's
Hold
a
on.
I'm
parliament.
trying to find clarification on what qualifies.
Chairman, motion to
I
strike
had no
those
idea
words.
what you just said.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys
So
earlier literally just
You
Y'all did it
just
first.
voted to do
Y'all
it.
did it first, so you don't want to talk about it.
voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at calm down. Calm
No,
down.
no, 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 because this
I
is
would
what
like
y'all
to get
do.
through proceedings.
So I'm trying
Hey,
to get
Ms.
clarification.
Crockett, you're not
Y'all wanna-
recognized.
So anyway, the what was at stake there essentially was the like engaging with personalities or engaging in personalities. They could have actually shut up MTG, I think, for the rest of that hearing. And technically what she did does cross that line. And so what Representative Crockett was saying was like, wait a minute. If somebody can say, talk about my like fake eyelashes, right? And that's okay. That's not engaging in personalities. That's not going to get shut down. Then what if I were to talk about her bad built bleach? The whole quote, again, bleach blonde, bad built, butch body. What would that be okay too, right? In other words, like if that's the game that we're playing, then I'm gonna play it. But that's probably engaging in personalities, and you should probably shut down MTG for what she said. But if you're not going to, then fuck it. And MTG got body shamed that day. MTG got body shamed. Anyway, these are denied care, abortion care in Texas. So this is going to be a big issue this fall. Trump, as much as he wants to run away from it, actually allowed.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
What the Harris campaign is starting to call the Trump abortion ban. And this is in effect in many states. Many states had trigger laws that automatically went into place when the Supreme Court handed down that decision. They were just like ready to go, and deprived a lot of people bodily autonomy. And particularly Texas is a example of this.
We need to vote as if lives depend on it.
Wait, is Jill for Jill Biden, maybe? Maybe Jill is for Jill Biden. It's Green, though. It's funny because the, third-party candidate for the Green Party is Jill Stein. So when I saw Jill with a green background...
We're expecting our second child. Our daughter, Lauren, couldn't wait to be a big sister. I was getting ready for her 4th birthday party when something didn't feel right. 2 emergency rooms sent me away. Because of Louisiana's abortion ban, no one would confirm that I was miscarrying. I was in pain, bleeding so much my husband feared for my life. No woman should experience what I endured, but too many have. They write to me saying, what happened to you happened to me. Sometimes they're miscarrying, scared to tell anyone, even their doctors. Our daughters deserve better. America deserves better.
Okay, so there's some sleepy DNC members. It's almost 11 o'clock Eastern time. It's past some of these folks' bedtime, so I called it out when the Republicans were falling asleep. I'll point it out when the Democrats are.
Growing up, I was an all-American girl. Varsity soccer captain, cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor. was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive. That was the first time I was ever told, you have options. I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. He calls it a beautiful thing. What
He does.
is so beautiful about a child having to carry her parent's child? There are other survivors out there who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you. We hear you. Kamala Harris will sign a national law to restore the right to an abortion.
Now, look, we're starting to talk now.
For every woman and every girl,
That's going to involve,
even those who are not fighting for her.
that's going to involve the House. That's going to involve the Senate, right? So depending on whether or not Kamala wins, depending on what her margins are,
I am honored.
there might be a down ticket effect.
Another champion for women. A leader who's fought for me and for so many others.
It's going to be Biden?
Governor Andy Bashir.
No. Okay. This is Bashir. This was one of the candidates for vice president, right? So again, what she's talking about in terms of a national law to kind of undo what the damage that Trump did. Oh my God, oh no, oh my God, fuck. Anyway, hopefully, Chad, I was talking way too loud over that for that to go through. I might have to edit my VOD. Anyway, if you wanna donate, right, it would really help tonight, considering that I may very well lose ad revenue based on all the based on actually that story too. You know, the what she's talking about is a very serious situation to be impregnated by her stepfather. But yeah, regardless, RIP monetization, but also because I just let the music run a little too long. This is Bashir. He was one of the 4 finalists for vice president, probably 4th place finisher, I guess.
Extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies.
What I'm trying to get across, though, is that, like,
Girls like Hadley with no options.
the ability to pass a federal law
Humanity. Any test of basic decency. Any
is going to require.
any
Sorry, I gotta mute him. The ability for Kamala to sign into law a national rollback of that decision, right? A federal law is going to be greatly impacted by the down ticket effect of Kamala's candidacy. So, if she wins, and especially if she wins in a landslide, very likely that will result in great gains for the Democratic Party in the Senate and the House. That's what is going to be needed in order to pass that, in order to actually, pass a law addressing what the Roe decision, what the Roe teardown, has done in terms of the Trump abortion ban. To roll back the Trump abortion ban, right? It's going to require not just a victory by Kamala, but a pretty overwhelming victory.
Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women have their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. In the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in an America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris...
What do you think, chat? This was a possible vice president. This was a choice that Kamala could have made.
Our bridges, and invested in our people.
His positives are that he won governor in a very red state, and he didn't do it by rolling over to your Republican policy. He's defended, like, you know, marginalized people in his government.
She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division. That everyone has dignity and deserves respect.
I can see how he has an appeal to Southern voters.
We're going to win.
But again, the core strategy for Kamala is going to be Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. So
compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
So while I can see his positives, right, and you know, it's great that somebody like this is winning, you know, a statewide race in Kentucky. It's amazing. I do think that the right choice was made, choosing Walz.
Please welcome Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Warnock. Okay, now chat. I'm noticing people leaving they're still very full. Oh my god, mute. Fuck me, mute. Oh my god, chat, I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked. Bye-bye, ad money. Bye-bye, ad money. There are people leaving the building. It is very late there. I don't know if they just did not plan correctly, much like myself, who often finds I find myself staying up later than I mean to, and makes it really hard for me to get up the next morning and do stream the next day. So it's relatable, you know, like there's the whole thing of optimism about time. Jules, thank you for the 500 bits. Thank you for the 500 bits. That puts us up to 32% of the Dono goal. Which is a third, basically a third. Bashir just recently earned his governorship in Kentucky, and his accent would scare away POC, so he's better off. So yeah, he does. He's very Southern coded. He's very Southern governor coded. I will say that. But yeah, let me know if you donate which of these topics you want to see covered. We still have a chance to get there. I mean, like we're 1/3 of the way there. It's entirely possible. It's definitely worth it to let me know which of these topics. Mr. Beast hires a PDF. RFK joining Team Kamala. Elon's AI copyright disaster. copyright infringement, potentially, even Tim Waltz's Caucasian tacos, right? He's got a recipe for Caucasian tacos, which may or may not involve mayonnaise. Mayonnaise, not a normal ingredient found in a taco recipe, but nonetheless, Vox Populi is always a choice, and it's a good choice if you what you want to do is send the vote back to the people, back to the voters. And if you're watching on Twitch or you're watching on the short stream, make sure to pay us a visit over on the full scale stream. Click on my channel, you'll find, the pink thumbnail, and you'll click on that, and you'll go into the full scale stream, and you'll be able to vote too. So we want to know what you are voting for, and if you donate, especially tell me which of these topics are interesting to you. It's almost 10 p.m. Joe is gonna wait. 10 p.m. where? Joe's gonna need to hold of Hunter's Connect. Yeah, he's gonna need Hunter's plug to hook it up to let him stay. He's gonna need that Mountain Dew Code Red. All right. He's going to need to get Hunter to go and get him a Code Red. Bashir's been governor since 2019. He was recently reelected. Oh, Central. Okay, yeah. That makes sense, yeah. But yeah, this is getting to be past Biden's time. But yeah, that's wrong. Sour cream, yes. Mayo, hell no. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out if there's mayo in that recipe, or if Tim Waltz is sensible, at least a little bit sensible. I said before, I thought that my mom's taco recipe slightly less, slightly lower level of caucasity than Tim Waltz's taco recipe. Still not very authentic. But yeah, Jules, if you want me to, Vox Populi, I will throw it into Vox Populi, which brings it back to what? Looks like Waltz's tacos are, yeah, no mayo? Well, I mean, on a taco? Come on, I mean. Anyway, maybe that's just a stereotype about white people's food. I don't know. That's what people are saying. They're saying that Tim Waltz and Kamala are doing anti-white racism. Oh, look at that. Elon's copyright infringement has gone up a point. Yo, it's tied, chat. With the donos, it's tied. 28-28. So we might need a tiebreaker. If that's you, make sure to let me know after you donate which of these topics you want to see covered. So we got Raphael Warnock up here reminding people to be vigilant. Because, yeah, these people, well, especially in Georgia, they are trying to take people's votes away. They're trying to knock people off the voter rolls.
And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience. He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it.
Okay, so each night's festivities are expected to end around 11 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 minutes from now.
And walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me.
Okay, so chat, here's the rest of the roster, all right? Raphael Warnock. This is Raphael Warnock. Chris Coons from Delaware.
I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance.
Jill Biden, Ashley Biden, and Joe Biden, all right? So we got 4 more speakers. 3 more speakers before Joe.
And he's been fighting for it for more than...
So we still do have some time if people are interested in bonus content.
America is so much...
There is still a chance.
...because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. How are they going to roll Joe out at like midnight? Chat, you can't roll Joe Biden. I don't know how this is going to work. They're going to have to call...
Not only is that
Joe Biden's going to be asleep. He's...
Harris's America.
I'm going to be asleep.
She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill, capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors.
How long have I been standing on this trampoline?
We ought to extend it to everybody.
Almost 6 hours.
Together we passed an infrastructure bill, boasted American manufacturing.
That's a long time on the trampoline.
In the house that we all share together.
Bad Lefty's got an idea of how Biden's going to stay up.
We are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election?
He's definitely getting the crowd hype, considering how late it is.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent the new way forward.
Prachi says, give me the adrenaline, Jack.
We're not going back.
I'm going to jump on the trampoline to try to stay awake. That's what I'm doing.
We're not going
I don't know about you. I must have excellent core strength, not as well as I used to. I used to kickbox, right?
We are the United States of America. We always dream about...
I had to have good core strength when you're getting punched in the stomach.
And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward.
We haven't seen Biden yet.
Because most people do not mind working. They just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward on voting rights. Forward on affordable housing and access to health care.
And livable wage.
Forward.
Livable wage. Throw that in there too. Let's raise that minimum wage.
And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor. If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay. Because we are all God's children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray.
That might have been the first person to bring up Gaza tonight. I'm not sure. It kind of feels like it, right, chat? Maybe we missed it. But he also brings up Haiti. He also brings up the Congo, right? These are crises that people are not talking about. But I mean, you know, it's in the sense of like Israel and Gaza, you know, so we still got some sort of both sides energy. Classic Democrats. This is Chris Coons from, oh my God, he's gonna fucking get me. Oh, God damn it. This music, chat. This music. All right. This is a senator from Biden's home state. I guess that's why he's here. Where were we? We were in the middle of looking at the Trump campaign and its disarray. Come on. Let's look at this slow Chan. Sleepy Donald. Right, so we're talking about Trump possibly firing some campaign managers. I mean, he honestly needs to fire himself. Like, right, the best thing he could do for the Republicans right now would be to fire himself. You're not hearing the music. I mean, it's definitely there. Maybe I'm talking over it enough though. If I talk while music plays, chat, you don't hear it as much because of my sidechain ducking. I like to think of a duck doing that. Although that's not sound audio engineers tell me that's not actually how it happens, but I like to think of it that way. So yeah, we're in the middle of Trump to fire. I really hope that they get on schedule because this is too late for me to stay up. This is definitely too late for Biden to stay up. To fire campaign managers. Question mark. All right. Yeah, the ducks. I'm a fan of ducks. I don't know. I like ducks. I feel like ducks are like the spirit. The weasel may be, you know, the animal that speaks to my soul, but the duck is close by. The duck is close by. It's close to my heart for sure. You hear applause, not music, whenever I freak out. I mean, that's probably good. Well, we'll see. We'll see if I get if I get copyright claim. That's my fear, chat. It's like the more music that I accidentally let play, the more likely I'm going to get a copyright claim. And what happens is they just come and they take all your money. Every single little cent that you earn from ad revenue, right? They come and they take it away. So that's why I really appreciate all the people that are supporting me tonight. If you're supporting me on Twitch, through subs, if you're supporting me on YouTube through super chats or through memberships or donating memberships to others, if you're supporting me on Patreon monthly, or oh, speaking of Patreon, shit, chat, I'm so bad about this. It's like I'm bad about forgetting to thank my Patreon crew, right? Also, thank you to Throne Gang for helping me. Like we've got some RAM coming. We've got some RAM sticks coming. So hopefully, in the near future, you're gonna see a lot less. You're gonna see like a lot less issues with the stream going down. But yeah, so as I always say, there's various tiers on my Patreon. They come with various perks. One of the perks that we've gotten instituted is a fancy shout out to everybody on my Fancy Weasel tier. So everybody who's donating $5 a month or more, you get a fancy shout out from me every stream, or at least that's what I try to do. I hope I'm doing a good job at it. Omega Star shouts out. Jules K, fancy shouts out. Just Julie, fancy shouts out. Moe Note, fancy shouts out. Shakespeare, fancy shouts out. Funky Monkey, fancy shouts out. Temporal Insanity, fancy shouts out. And Zara Xerox, fancy shouts out to you as well. There we go. Okay, so yeah, if you want to get that shout out, it is the $5 or higher tier that gets you that. If you want to be mentioned every single stream, it is possible through through the magic of Patreon, which hopefully will become more magical and more enchanted as I actually get some time to to fix the Discord, and I'll be bringing on members and subs onto that too. Let's see, Trump shakeup, campaign in disarray. Again, we normally also do a premium streamium that's kind of like a fancy premium stream, stuff that might not bang in the algorithm, but definitely I think is interesting to my viewers. I've been giving you just extra content instead, because there's so much content to cover. There's so much going on politically, and there's so much going on in the world of streamers and stuff like that I just feel obliged to cover. So, drinking from the fire hydrant at the moment. As soon as we get a break, we'll try to do that premium streamium. Take a look into this dark heart of Silicon Valley. Anyway, this is Trump's campaign shakeup, Trump campaign in disarray. We're talking about him possibly, doing what he does best, lashing out and firing other people for his mistake. He loves to say you're fired. So we're going to get into that in just a second. And just checking the, Elon's copyright infringement is 28% in the poll. Tim Waltz's Caucasian Tacos, 27%. RFK joining the Kamala team, 24%. He's not really, he wants to, but well, right, this is bonus content. This is content that you can unlock if we hit the Dono goal, which is now at 32%. That is 1/3 of the way there. If we get fully there, then you're going to unlock extra content. What content? The content that you choose by voting, which you can do in the full-scale stream, and the content that you are donating for. When you donate, make sure to let me know which of these topics you want to see, and whatever kind of donation that is, Patreon, Throne, YouTube, Twitch, or otherwise, I will put your money where your mouth is, and you will help the topic of your choice win the day and be the what am I trying to say? Moe, nope. Thank you for the gifted membership. Biceps and bikinis. I love saying this. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. You just got weaseled. Thank you, Moe Note, for the weaseling. And also, yeah, make sure to let me know. The cloaca, Donald Duck's cloaca diamonds. I mean, that is one way to get diamonds. That is one way to get diamonds. yeah, let me know which of these topics, if you donate, is the diamond of the night to you, and I will put your money where your mouth is, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, which it's really close tonight, chat. We one point separating Elon's. We're also at 83 likes on the stream, so we're getting closer to 100. We're doing better on likes actually than we are on the Dono goal, which is, that look, thumbs are good too. Thumbs are very helpful. Just like on a night like tonight when I'm getting my ad money stolen by copyright claims from Dad Rock and from, well, one of them was Belinda Carlisle. I guess that's not exactly Dad Rock, but it is very good to hit the sub goal as well. Anyway, like we were in the middle of this, and I'm gonna keep an eye on what's going on. That's Trump. We don't need him. There we go. Let's take a look. Oh, there's Jill Biden. So they're making their way. Let's see if we can get one more segment done before Joe Biden comes out to...
Back to today's video. Today is Monday, August 19th, 2024. Happy... In Wisconsin, it's another perfect example of Donald Trump being up 3 points against Biden, being down a point against Kamala Harris. Being down in a swing state like Wisconsin is a really bad sign, as it was the closest Biden state out of the Rust Belt states. And one of the polls suggests that that might be true yet again. In Michigan, Donald Trump is losing by 2 points to Kamala Harris. In Michigan, was up 2 points against Joe Biden, a universal 4-point shift in both Wisconsin and in Michigan. When it comes down to Pennsylvania, Real Clear Politics is holding on to this Trump lead by really the narrowest of margins. Trump is up 0.1%.
And chat, that is exclusively due to Rasmussen and where's Trafalgar? Yep. Wait. Trafalgar. Let's look this across. Make sure. Yeah. Trafalgar and Rasmussen. Right, if you take those two skewed Republican polls out of there, Kamala's ahead, and a lot of polls have Kamala ahead in Pennsylvania.
Against Kamala Harris here, we expect this lead to change in favor of Kamala Harris, a massive uptick in support for the Democratic nominee here, but against Biden, it was a 4.5% race. And so across the Rust Belt region, a universal 4-point swing in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania that is now translated to states like Arizona and Nevada, and again is not a good sign for Donald Trump in the slightest. North Carolina being within a point, Georgia being within a point, these are all states that Biden was being demolished in the matchup against Donald Trump, a 4-point race. In this state of Georgia against Trump, for Biden, a 5-point race in North Carolina. Both of them now only have Trump ahead by 1. And recent polls, really strong, high-quality polls like the New York Times and Siena College, an A-plus rated pollster, have Kamala Harris ahead by 2 in North Carolina. And so really in large, what I've come to understand over the past few weeks is that there is something fundamentally flawed about the top of the ticket on the Republican side. The political instincts that the Trump campaign has exhibited would tell me that if they were in a different circumstance, the 2016 or 2020 elections, when we were talking under a Biden presidency, this would have been a campaign that was on track to lose. In 2016, he had the right people to meet the moment. In 2020, he very clearly did not. Donald Trump lost the election and just couldn't overcome the amount of support that President Biden had across these battleground states. But it was this election that was really where Donald Trump came into it being the front runner. Ever since he announced in November of 2022, the numbers looked more favorable for Donald Trump than any election prior. And when you take a look at the national numbers, you can even agree to that point too. Even compared to 2020, Donald Trump was losing on the national polls on election day by 8.4%. Today, Kamala Harris only leads by 2.7%. That is a vastly different margin, but it's also a margin the Democrats are quite thrilled about, because at the same time, they look at this from the perspective of where they were under Biden. And also the fact of the matter is that the quiet Trump supporter that you saw in 2016 became less apparent in 2020 is even less apparent in 2024. And in the immediate aftermath of the assassination attempt on the former president, the amount of outpoured support we saw from nationally, at least outspoken support from Republicans, even independents who leaned right-wing, people like Elon Musk, celebrities that had really stayed out of the fray, largely speaking. Elon Musk isn't really that type of guy, but generally speaking, we saw that a lot of the celebrities who were pro-Trump, pro-right-wing, which we knew were Republicans, came out of the woodwork and ended up supporting the former president really in full force. And they did so as this display of consistent GOP unification, that there was no fractured Republican Party. The Never Trump vote now ceases to exist. And while they were very much covering up for that 20-30% that Nikki Haley, support Nikki Haley was getting across these battleground states and across the Republican primaries, at large, the front was that the Republicans were unified and the Democrats were fractured. Fractured because they had a nominee, Joe Biden, who many Democrats did not want to run for re-election, and now it was a question of will he drop out of the race or will we be forced to run with him in the general election.
So look, the reason that the Democrats are pleased at a 2.7% advantage is because they have been underwater. They have been losing to Donald Trump since October. What happened in October again? What happened in October again? October of last year? That's right. That's right. Something started happening in Gaza, like very shortly after October 7th, right? And, you know, are these two things related? I kind of think so. But regardless, right, Biden's an incredibly weak candidate. He's a candidate that doesn't excite anybody. And people, you know, are a little bit excited to vote down Trump. But when it comes with swallowing the pill of endorsing an administration that's allowing wholesale ethnic cleansing to go on in Gaza, then you gotta, you know, you start to really lose people, right? So Harris, if she doesn't fuck this up, is in the command of the race. And this is the Democrats leading for the first time since October of last year. So that's why the 2.7% margin is, you know, exciting.
And so because of that fractured party, Biden's numbers really dipped. You saw that he was doing pretty badly when it came down to overall approval rating, overall
Ashley Biden,
excitement, enthusiasm numbers, and of course, electability numbers that now Kamala Harris does miles ahead of where Joe Biden was, is miles ahead of where he was when he dropped out of the race nearly a month ago. I mean, I kid you not, it was less than a month ago that Joe Biden dropped out of the race, and so much has turned around. And so in understanding all of this together, something went wrong on the Donald Trump campaign, because it is an election where Donald Trump has maintained a lead for every single day of the campaign. CNN reported on this.
All right, I'm going to make it really simple for people, okay? Americans, as a group, do not want to rehash the 2020 election. There is very little from 2020 that Americans want to rehash. You can even tell it in the rhetoric around, you know, Raphael Warnock talked about the pandemic, right? You don't hear a lot of Democrats talking about that. And you do hear Republicans try to make hay out of it to be like, oh yeah, they forced us to wear masks. They forced us to get right. Largely, Americans don't want to relive that. And they don't want to relive the election either, right? So Joe Biden being taken out and you know, pulling in a relief pitcher Kamala Harris has been a massive positive to the Democrats, both in terms of excitement, in terms of activism, in terms of fundraising, and in terms of polls, right? I would say that the same thing could happen for the Republicans were they to do the same thing. Were Donald Trump to somehow get over himself, get over his ego, and realize he's not the guy for the moment, right? Donald Trump is thinking about firing his campaign managers. There's one person on the Trump team that needs to be fired, and it's probably Donald Trump. And especially the way that he reacts to losing, the way it's a negative reinforcement, negative feedback cycle that he's locked into, and it's just getting worse and worse. So again, you know, if he was going to do right by the Republican Party, if he was going to do what's best for the Republicans, he would consider dropping out. This being Donald Trump, though, this isn't about the Republicans. This isn't about the voters. This is about Donald Trump. This is about Donald Trump avoiding culpability for the crimes that he committed, crimes that he will be able to push away for 4 more years should he somehow find his way back to the White House. That's why he won't drop out. But again, you know, he's harming his whole party's chances.
A month ago, when all the conversations were happening around whether or not Joe Biden should drop out of the race. In 2020, from announcement point of Joe Biden's candidacy through the election, Donald Trump led on exactly 0 days in the national popular vote polls. In 2024, against Joe Biden, from announcement to the election, or up until Joe Biden dropped out, over 50% of the days, Donald Trump led. And in the year 2024, Practically speaking, primary season through the general, exactly 0 days did Joe Biden lead Donald Trump on the national level. So the situation was certainly dire for Democrats. You saw that even in my predictions. We saw Joe Biden, in any circumstance, even if he was doing well, was doing far worse than where he was in 2020. And my last prediction before he dropped out of the race had him performing worse than Donald Trump in 2020, worse than Hillary Clinton in 2016. In fact, and I say this a lot, would have been the worst Democratic performance, I think, worst Democratic performance for any Democrat in the 21st century. And so Joe Biden dropping out of the race very clearly benefited the Democratic Party. You can see that in battleground states. You can see that nationally. You can see that on a monetary sense. Every single metric we look at, Joe Biden dropping out of the race was correct. Donald Trump's response to it was not. And so that's where I think we're getting into this conversation where it is really becoming a more dire circumstance for the Republican Party as the numbers only get better for Kamala Harris. When she was announced into this race, her lead was under a point. Today, she's up 3 nationally. And again, in these swing states where Trump's lead has been completely demolished, either being up 6, 7 points, now down to 1, being up in a state by 3, being down 1, being up 2, being down 2. It is like the entire country has been flipped upside down. And arguably, when I say the entire country, I really mean the 10% of the Electoral College and 10% of voters that actually do sway presidential elections. But it is these groups of people that we really come to see decide this election, and they now perceive this election very, very differently. And it's not as if Donald Trump hasn't made moves like this in the past. What we saw was back in 2019, when there were some polling leaks. Donald Trump decided to fire some of his campaign staffers. But his big move that he made came in July of 2020, when he replaced his campaign manager as the numbers looked really bad. When you take a look at those 2020 numbers, around the time that Donald Trump made this decision, it was looking pretty dire for the Republican Party. They were down 10 points nationally, and arguably, maybe the argument can be made, maybe, that Donald Trump replacing his campaign manager went from him being down 10 points nationally to 8 points nationally to 5 points on election day, sure. But it was still a loss on the presidential level. And Donald Trump shaking up his campaign manager does show that he absolutely has it in him to change things right before an election. Granted, July is about a month earlier than where we are today. But it was still a shakeup. It was a shakeup that really ricocheted across the United States and across specifically the Republican Party. Because while Donald Trump did keep on his campaign manager as a quote-unquote senior advisor, this is the nice way of doing it in politics, where you push them to the side and you bring in somebody new. But it was clear at this moment in 2020 that something needed to change. The reality, I think, right now that the Trump team is starting to realize is that they should have had this coming to this moment of realization far, far earlier in the campaign season. But it was Joe Biden that made it very difficult to foresee any of this happening. The entire Republican convention happened just the weekend of Joe Biden dropping out of the race. I mean, I kid you not. The RNC was happening at this time. So the Republican Party spent the entirety of the RNC. They announced the VP nominee, J.D. Vance. They were coming off of an assassination attempt against former President Trump. And the RNC had taken on this new idea of unification. In practice, did they actually know? In theory, they tried. And Donald Trump, of course, rambled on in his RNC speech, but nobody watched it.
Donald Trump was the obstacle, right? Had he been another candidate, had he been able to listen to the advice that I'm sure his campaign was giving him, you're ahead, Donald. You don't need to go negative. You're winning, right? Talk about bringing the people together. Talk about, caring, being the president for all Americans, right? Not just red America and blue. Like, get some of that Obama bullshit going, right? And you will win the election easily, right? That's not Trump, though. He can't do it. He's still butthurt about losing in 2020, and he can't let it go. He's still butthurt about, being held accountable for his crimes, and he can't let it go. He is a man consumed by his own grievances.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists.
And the fact that there was no reasonable way for the Republicans to blame that Republican that took a pot shot,
But now there are freaking
that high-powered cartilage piercing that Donald Trump got in Pennsylvania, because there was no way to be like, that guy's an Antifa super soldier or whatever. You know what I mean? There's no way to pin that guy on Biden. There's no way to pin that guy on the Democrats. I'm sure he's feeling that grievance as well. I'm sure he would like to say it's all the deep state. For everything that we can tell, this was a disgruntled Republican that hit him with that bullet.
Why? Because a lot of us sort of assumed this election was a wrap, right? This election was said and done for. Donald Trump was going to get a second term, and now it was about the margin. And that is the way that the Trump campaign has really been operating, not since the assassination attempt, not since J.D. Vance, not since the RNC, since last year. We saw Chris LaSavita very publicly talking to the campaign media, and the Republican narrative had been, Joe Biden is going to lose this election. Now let's figure out how do we win by even more. There was no conversation around could there be a replacement. There was no conversation around could Joe Biden actually win.
Sari says, why would he listen to his campaign managers? He doesn't even listen to his attorneys now or when he was in the White House. Yeah.
This thing?
Well, he'll listen to Rudy Giuliani and You know, he'll listen to his worst, Sidney Powell and all those people, right? He'll listen to the attorneys that tell him what he wants to hear.
And so the Trump team was really taken aback when Joe Biden dropped out of the race. Nobody on the Republican side genuinely thought that he would do it. And they had hoped that he would stay in the race because they knew he was the candidate that they wanted to run against. Do they also think that Kamala Harris, in theory, could be weaker? Possibly. Sure. Right? Her approval ratings at the time were worse than Joe Biden's. But she has done something.
Oh, we love Joe. We love Joe. What's happening? We gotta put this on pause. God damn it. I wanted to do this segment, but it looks like... Thank you. Wait, what's going on? What's going on? There he is. There he is. There he is. It's Sleepy Joe. How is he awake?
Thank you.
Is Biden waking up? He looks pretty... Chat, it is 30 minutes until midnight on the East Coast, right?
Thank you.
Chat, this is his gold watch. This is his retirement. Now, Trump wants this to be Joe Biden comes in and says, actually, I'm running, Jack. I'm your primary winner. I want all the delegates to hand the nomination back to me, Jack. I'm back in. That's what Donald Trump wants to happen. It is not going to happen, though. I don't think even at this point. I think when Biden came down with COVID, even he realized that he needed to not run. There's Gavin Newsom. The sea of We Love Joe.
Thank you.
Nancy Pelosi. The crowd is CGI, says Sean Robinson. Good one. Sleepy Joe wakes up, and so does my audience, apparently. Poseidon, Deuter of the Deep, Goddess of the Broshan. Poseidon, nice. The power of Poseidon. I'm staying in the race. Yeah, exactly.
I tell you what. To my dearest daughter, Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for that introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family.
Hunter gets mentioned.
Jill. Who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me.
He gave Joe a whole brick, says 0 PE. You might be right.
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
He might change his mind, yeah.
Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden.
They better stop applauding or the stimulants are going to wear off. Wait, does that... Oh, you mean if it goes too late, avocado? There she is. There's Jill Biden.
My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you.
We love you for dropping out.
Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you, are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States?
Tangerine Twist says Joe Biden can only maintain his super form for 5 minutes a day. He's like All Might. It's like Super Saiyan 3, right?
Nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day.
Remember, chat? Here, let me see if I can find it for you.
You and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believe then.
I can't find the
progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before.
Why can't I find the
Inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts and new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions. stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart
I
America.
can't find it, chat. I wanted to show you the inauguration. Anyway,
What happened? She told me. When the president was asked,
maybe this is behind a paywall now.
Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had to listen to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us. More than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity.
Dragon Princess, thanks for the 8 bits letting me know that Joe is on.
And becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I'd be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue. Because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America.
Is that a cough?
Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me.
No. Oh my God,
Just think about it.
Trying to get this.
COVID no longer controls our lives.
Oh my God.
We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world.
Here we go.
Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate low prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma.
We finally beat, at least he didn't say Medicare. this time.
And guess
This
who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris.
What do you think, chat? Is he a little bit salty? Is that like a backhanded compliment? Oh, good job casting the tie-breaking vote. Yeah, that's really...
Instead of paying
Pull him off, says Avocado.
seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saved? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma.
Oh, jeez. It is late. It is late for this man. It's almost midnight where he is.
Look, folks.
Thank you, Joe. That's what they're saying.
We have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world. Donald Trump promised infrastructure week, every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing.
He did. Yeah, the infrastructure week was...
But now, because
It's almost like his eel pit or his premium streamium.
we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed?
Riley says, call me sexist, but I do not think a woman should be president. I will call you sexist. That's sexist.
We're modernizing.
Would you rather have Sleepy Joe?
Our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. Removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity.
I'm just like Roosevelt.
We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips. Our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world.
Miss Katonic says, call me sexy, but I think a woman should be president this time.
To build new chip factories right here in America.
Got the CHIPS Act.
Tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, are being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree.
Maybe I can go build chips, chat.
Because of you and so many electeds out there. American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing?
No, don't worry, chat. I'm not going anywhere.
New manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs. Right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new
Where jobs belong, no one else should have jobs.
Pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back. providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line. And be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. That's a fact.
So yeah, if only his foreign policy,
Unions do well, we all do well.
only his foreign policy was as good as his labor policy.
You got it, man. You got it.
You know what you get with Trump? Yeah, you get shit. Everything that man touches turns to shit. What the fuck? And if you know what you get with Trump is you get turned into shit. The country gets turned into shit.
We couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress. But with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind.
Like, let's be real. In 2020, when Trump left office, he left a steaming pile of shit.
Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make...
He does seem like an animatronic president, doesn't he?
Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs...
Anybody else think that they replaced Biden with the Disney animatronic?
500,000 charging stations.
Here, let me show you some pictures.
Across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9, all the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back.
Here, for comparison.
And how?
For comparison.
We're the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world. Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. Want to do
Pretty much, right? That's pretty much him.
Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over 15
It's about time.
HBCUs. Minority service education, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We've fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know,
What do you think, Chad? I think it's a pretty close.
on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpa living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not.
Here we go. There's the laugh line.
Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong. Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than we're under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level of more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a...
Look, if the murder rate falls any faster, chat, people are going to start coming back to life. You're going to have zombies raising out of the grave, right? It's going to be a negative murder rate.
And folks, the distinguished senator from the C Senate from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud.
I don't know, chat.
We passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years.
I'm starting to think the animatronic was more lifelike. Maybe it's not the animatronic.
That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the...
He looks like one of those Thriller dancers from Michael Jackson. Yeah, kind of. The animatronic was smarter. Yep.
The strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States. That we negotiated with the Senate Republicans took 4 weeks.
Yeah, this is Biden caving in to Trump's policy.
Change in American history. He called.
I mean, I don't know who's more pathetic, Biden for caving into Trump or Trump for
He said,
letting Biden call his bluff.
And hurt him politically. My God.
He was like, I'll throw the
Serious, think about it. Not a joke.
I'll throw asylum seekers under the bus. Sure, yeah, let me do it.
Typically Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action.
Look, if she wants to stay positive, I mean, this could be her attack dog.
Encounters have dropped over 50%.
But honestly, she's probably better off if he stays in the background.
Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America.
Little late for that. When you cave to his fucking policies, what do you think you're doing?
Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in.
My dog Sir Goth says
Your freedom
he's got 2 volumes, Yell and Whisper.
and your freedom to choose.
And your freedom to get out of the top of the hour ad break for free with a Twitch Prime sub.
Wrote the following.
Or for $6 with $6.
Or not without electrical, not allowed, not without electoral
Ooh.
or political power.
See, no, if he wanted to really go with some dignity, he should have made a self-effacing joke right then. He should have been like, "This is why I'm not the candidate, folks." There it is again. He could have so much dignity with that.
2024. Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman in South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States.
There she is.
She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala.
Jules says this speech is too long, yeah. But you know what else is too long? The top of the hour ad break. It lasts 3 minutes. That's too long for an ad break. That's too long to sit through an ad break.
Well, I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't.
Prachi says Joe Biden isn't the first black woman vice president this time. Woo! Good job, Joe.
One of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits and Agent Orange.
Wrap it up, Biden, says Half Black Reaper.
I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness was the consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000.
Omega Star, I did. What did you want that to go towards?
And those children who lost a parent
Was that going towards
to go to college and to get jobs.
Tim Waltz?
It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far.
Geritol moment coming up? Wait, what is Geritol? Tangerine Twist says Joe's out of steam.
I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it. But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly,
Mayonnaise. Gotcha.
would not go to the grave sites in one of
That's ahead now.
the brave service members who gave their lives to this country.
Dono goal is at 38%.
Suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is?
Like feigned anger plus Mountain Dew Code Red. It's weird.
They're not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not then, not now, and not ever.
I kind of wish we could get Biden's greatest hits, you know?
I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Talk about Trump is speaking Hitler's language, Skibbity Biden, just all the hits.
Should ever bow down to a dictator. The way Trump bows down to...
You got my throne, Dono. Oh my gosh, it didn't...
And I promise you, Kamala Harris will
Take
never
a look.
do it. Will never bow down.
Oh, it'll probably post in just a second.
When Trump left office, Europe...
Yo, just Julie.
Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours about 100.
That brings us up to 53.
Even my counterparts are heading
53% on the Dono goal.
to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been done for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO.
I got a question. Are donations on YouTube good or is Twitch better? YouTube's probably better.
And said,
I shouldn't say. I'm not supposed to prefer anything. Honestly, it's whatever's easiest for you.
Russia with dread until now.
I don't want to piss off Twitch and I don't want to piss off YouTube. But YouTube is slightly more generous. And
3 years later, Ukraine is still free.
Slava Ukraine.
When I came to office,
Thanks to my good friend Dylan Burns, who single-handedly defended the airport in Kiev.
No one's saying that now.
With his expert sniper rifle.
And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security in the Middle East.
And then after Dylan killed all the invading Russian troops, he jumped in that ghost of Kiev and took to the skies, taking down half the Russian Air Force. I can't do Joe. I can't do Biden.
A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th.
Okay, you got my interest.
My Secretary of State to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now.
You got my attention. You got an update for us on that?
Suffering of the Palestinian people. And finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war.
Thank you, Alex, for the $5 super chat.
Those protesters out in the street, they have a point.
That brings us up to... Yo! Okay, this was unexpected.
To bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia. In one of the most complicated...
Oh, he's moving on. He's moving on. I mean...
Kamala and I are going to keep working.
No comment says student loan forgiveness for every veteran. Hell yeah.
I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do.
I mean, look, chat, that's not enough, all right?
I intend to get it done.
But I didn't expect him to shout out the protesters. Yo, what's just happening? Oh my God, it scared me.
I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
Okay. Okay, tell me more. Tell me more. God damn, if he could have announced a ceasefire tonight, that would have been so good.
In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again, tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts?
$2,000. Oh, shit.
$1,000 a year in a tax. No, it's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent.
Okay.
Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know,
look, there are good policies that Biden enacted.
The largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut.
Unfortunately, it's a little obscured by arming
$5 billion
a genocide, right?
Corporations that are very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%.
1,000. There's only 1,000 of them.
Just increase their taxes we proposed to 25%.
And there's 359.
Would raise $5
$900
new dollars over 10 years.
99,000 of us.
Very wealthy. Look,
It seems like there's more of us than there are of them.
Kamala and Tim.
1,000 billionaires, huh?
Make them pay their fair share.
That's manageable.
They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and a House to restore Roe v. Wade.
Wait, let's just give handouts to slackers? What about the slacker billionaires that don't do a single goddamn thing? And they just make money off the sweat of your brow, Mike Kohler. Do you want to continue to be their bitch?
Character is destiny. For me and Jill,
Or do you want to grab destiny by the balls?
our people of character, it's been our honor to serve
For me, I choose the balls, okay?
that
I choose the balls.
Are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career.
See, I don't think there's actually bad blood between Biden and Kamala. There's maybe bad blood between him and Nancy Pelosi, between him and Barack Obama.
She's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our...
Chad, I'm going to make that merch. Grab Destiny by the balls.
That's a joke. But she'll be a president.
Oh, okay. I see. Like him. I get it.
She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be an historic president.
Oh my God, chat. It sounds like I'm talking about streamer Destiny, though. If I make that merch, grab Destiny by the balls, people will think it's about Destiny, the streamer.
Presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole.
Please do not grab any other streamers, including Destiny, by the balls on my account, okay? I'm not asking you to do that.
If he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024.
Yeah, chat, as scary as Trump is, I honestly think that him having some health crisis and handing the presidency over to Vance is even scarier.
It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands.
Trump is connected to Project 2025, but Vance is Project 2025. Also, Just Julie, thank you for the $15 donated to Throne. I need to get your... What did Just Julie want as far as topics? Because that's going to play a big role in what we maybe get to see after this.
That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. So join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Waltz has Cam ever seen.
Just Julie saying, pretty sure he was or is recently on steroids for his COVID. Puffy face keeps you going, yeah.
As a part in the American story, for me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us. That captures the best of who.
Oh my God, chat, what's it gonna be?
The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not gonna try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you.
Well, if you could just give us a ceasefire. Because otherwise, I'm afraid you're gonna give us a war with Iran, and that is gonna put Kamala in a bad place. That's gonna start her off at a bad place.
I made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you.
Is he gonna quote the Black Parade? I feel like
a million times in return for the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Okay, that would mute. Yeah, there we go. Ending with the "Bring Me a Higher Love." I think it's that song. There's Jill. Little embrace, little peck. Gonna smell the hair, maybe. I don't know. I don't know, chat. There's Joe sending him off, giving him that gold watch. So, Donald Trump, I'm sorry. Your wish is not granted, Donald. Joe did not come back salty. He did not come back fighting. He does not want to debate you again. He is not trying to upstage Kamala. And she's your opponent now. She's your opponent, Donald. You got to deal with her. That last little bit of copium just left Donald Trump's body. You know he's watching, chat. He's watching. He's watching this too, and he was hoping for a very different speech from Joe Biden. Wow, that's almost like their own Capigen. Just Julie, I saw that you donated on Throne. You may, I don't know if you're still up. I don't know who all is still up. But if you are still up, let me know where you want me putting that $15, because that might actually decide the fate. I added it to the Dono goal, and we're now at 58%. That means, chat, that we are only 42% away from hitting that Dono goal. Omega Star says, Joe, come back. Yeah, I mean, there's Hunter. There's Hunter. Thank you, Hunter, for sharing your stash with your dad. That was very generous, right? See, you don't expect that from Hunter Biden. You expect him to bogart that stash, but he didn't. He didn't bogart the stash tonight. What's his name? That's Imhoff. Is that his name? Mr. Harris, soon to be the first. Chat, I guess they've never had a first man. Have they ever had a first man? There's never been a first man. Just Julie, there you are. Elon or Mayo. Ooh, either one. Elon amuses me. Do you want me to split it between Elon and Mayo? Or do you want me to give it to the one that is furthest ahead? There we go. Well, no, like, you know, no parade of mutants like you got with the Trump convention. It feels like their very own Capigen, kind of, right? Here, let's switch over to this, right? And do a little Capigen. We do a little Capigen, folks. We do a little capuchin around here to celebrate sending Joe Biden off into that. He's going to ride off into the sunset like a cowboy, like a radioactive cowboy. What was the character from Fallout again? Bring me a higher love. That's the mood, I guess. Chainlink Games with the $5 super chat. Chainlinking Games, are you salty? Are you salty that we don't have a bunch of Trump spam in here? I feel like the chat's better without it. What do you think? What do you think, Chainlinking Games? I'm gonna add your $5 to the Dono goal. Gets us up to 63. You got to understand that we've got at times over 1,000 people in chat, right? And if we allow people to come in and be like Trump 2024, Kamala 2024, Ron Paul 2024, RFK 2024, right? You're not going to be able to read chat. There's like high value chats and there's low value chats. And if we allow the low value chats to rule the day, then nobody's going to be able to read the high value chats. Nobody's going to be able to engage. And that's what you're here for, hopefully, right? To engage with each other. Sometimes that doesn't happen on short streams. Sometimes people just come in, they spam up the chat. We don't really like that. How much are groceries going to be up in the next 4? They're going to be down, James, if Kamala gets elected. Because unlike Trump, she's going to do something about the price gouging. If you're tired of paying too much, not because of inflation, but because all these companies have made record profits, have taken advantage of the perception of inflation, then it's like a prayer. They're ending with a prayer. Yeah, and you got to understand also, I'm reading not just Shorts chat, I'm reading 3 chats. I'm reading Twitch chat, I'm reading, and I don't pay enough attention to the full stream chat. Why doing love Kamala smile, though? Is that all there is for tonight's stream? I don't know. It's up to chat. It's up to chat. We are at 63% of the Dono goal, assuming that I've even counted all of the... assuming that I've even counted up all the donos. But that is actually, what, within 37% of hitting the Dono goal? So, I mean, we're within striking distance of that. If people are interested in extra content, what do we have on tap tonight? We have options, right? Mr. Beast hires a PDF. We have RFK trying to join Team Kamala. Tied right now are Elon's AI copyright infringement at 27% and Tim Waltz's Caucasian tacos, possibly with mayo. We don't know, chat. We'll find out if there's mayo in those tacos. How Caucasian are those tacos, right? If you want to find out, choose that. Looks like RFK trying to join Team Kamala is just 2 points behind that. So it's actually okay. So right now, yeah, Tim Waltz's tacos are winning the day. We are 37% away from the Dono goal tonight, so we do have to hit that for extra tacos. I wish I had extra tacos. Chat, I'm hungry. I'm actually like really hungry. It's that time of the week where I try to make my grocery budget stretch as long as it can, and I'm down to like rice and beans, and well, I'm almost out of my rice and beans at this point, so no tacos for me. But if you have the makings, tacos sound good tonight. If you have the makings for tacos, enjoy some tacos for me. But yeah, you got a little benediction, a little prayer, 2 different religious officials. Now this is the so this is the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota with the gavel.
Has officially come to an end. What an incredible day. Thank you, President Biden.
That's Peggy Flanagan of Minnesota.
You have restored the soul of our nation. You have given us all hope. The chair will now entertain a motion to recess our convention until Tuesday, August 20th.
Chat, it's 12:30 p.m.
All in flavor,
You got
please signify.
all in flavor. I'm in flavor. I could go for some flavor.
We'll see you tomorrow night, everybody.
All in flavor. I love it. I love it. Okay, so there we go. There we go. That is the Democratic National Convention convened until tomorrow. They kept me way up, chat. They need to stop keeping me up like this. This is wild. This is too much. Imagine being a Democrat. Yeah, I don't know what that's like, Rusty Shackleford. Yeah. All in flavor. All in flavor for tacos. Not the dead Kennedys, but still a dead Kennedy. A poor cult in Austin are waiting. Oh, literal dead Kennedys. Yeah, you're right. That's right. That's right. They want to see, who is it? Like, JFK Jr.? They want to see JFK Jr. come back from the grave. He's not really dead. We're talking about the where we would go one, we go all folks. We're talking about the Q cult, that we're hoping that JFK Jr. would come back from the dead in order to run as Donald Trump's vice president, or maybe make Trump be the vice president. Who knows, chat? And maybe JFK himself is secretly alive too. Maybe his brains weren't quite as all over the place as they looked in that famous video. Okay, that's kind of in bad taste. I'm sorry, chat. In bad taste, unlike tacos, which are always in good taste, even the Tim Waltz kind of tacos, which that does seem to be what's getting the most votes right now, right? We are 63% of the way towards the Dono goal. We were close to the, well, wait, no, do we have like a video like left, maybe? This is the video that I have tried to get through multiple times.
Primary season through the general, exactly 0 days.
All right, I'll give it this much longer, all right? We'll watch the rest of this video, and if we hit the sub goal, we make up that 37%. In the meantime, we'll do some extra content. Otherwise, we will well, bang the gavel and we'll reconvene tomorrow. How does that sound? How does that sound to you? It's like a little prayer. Wait, are these Madonna lyrics? Are you going to stream every night of the convention? Yes. Yes. Yes, I am. Somehow, chat, I'm going to do it. Somehow I'm going to make it happen. Look, this is a big moment for me, actually, chat, because if you don't know, you know, my stream's been growing, my stream's been blowing up. I've been overwhelmed by the support in the past, you know, I don't know, like 6 months or so. I've gone from not being sustainable as a streamer to being barely sustainable, barely able to live on the money that I make off of YouTube and Twitch and Patreon and the rest. And For me, that's like a huge W, because I know most people who do content creation, they never get to that point. So I feel blessed by that, and we're still growing. We're still growing. So there's a like a dynamic. There's a what is it? A phenomenon. There's a. Can I press the button to make the thing go? Oh,
did Joe Biden lead?
No. Oh my God. Oh my God. Akalith with the contribution towards the chair, the Save the NCC's Butt Fund. Thank you. And Akalith, also thank you for the Prime sub. So that is. I am adding 24 to the Dono goal total. That brings us up to 87. And I'm still looking to see what you are, Elon. So that's 24 for Elon. Yo. Look at this. We got a real competition here. 24 for Elon. Wait, what was it before? Z, I gotta undo. Was it at 2%? No way. I think it was more than 2%, wasn't it? 26. You have hit 2 million views tonight. Really? We hit 2 million views, chat. That's pretty good for YouTube. That's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn exciting. But what I'm trying to say is this, okay? As a political content creator, there's a phenomenon that happens when when there's a major political event, all right? And we try to come on and cover it, right? When you're small, you see your views, your normal views go way down, right? Because everybody's watching it on the surfs, everybody's watching it on, this and that, all the big channels, right? When you get to a certain size, right, you hold your audience. And when you get to a certain size, your audience gets bigger. We're at the point where I'm getting more views covering the major event that literally everybody's covering. You could have been anywhere in the world tonight and you were here. That means a lot to me. That means actually a lot. AI Elon, yeah, is now ahead in the poll. We are at 87%. That means we were 13% from getting there. Breaking Disney have waived their right to arbitration in the wrongful unaliving suit and are allowing it to proceed in court as normal. But yeah, that's a big deal for me, right? Because I like covering major events. I think it's really fun. I like the excitement. I like the hype. And but normally you can't do it, or you can do it, but like it's dispiriting, right? When you come on and you're like, I'm gonna cover the big event, I'm gonna get all the views in the world, and then you got like 2 views, right? Because everybody's watching it somewhere else. So I appreciate you for being here, and this is a benchmark. This is this is like an exciting thing. But yeah, we're going to be streaming every week of the convention this week. Every week of the convention. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say every night of the convention, in fact. Every night of the convention this week. War Daddy, gays for Palestine, how does that work? It's called solidarity. It's called solidarity. It's called not getting fucking gaslit and pushed into saying fuck over some other marginalized group because I think they hate me. It's called being a human being. It's that sort of thing. It's that sort of thing. And it's what happens when we don't listen to the hate mongers. It's what happens when we push away the people trying to drive a wedge between us. But yeah, thanks for asking. That's a good question. That's a really good question. And I'm sorry that your heart is so full of hate that you're willing to endorse literal genocide. Hopefully you become human again at some point. That would be awesome. And we can all welcome you back to the human species, right? No, they hate you, says worst LOL player. Well, worst LOL player, you got banned. You got banned. Oh, yeah, that's right. So Zero PE is pointing out that some of the bigger streamers actually have so many people in their chat that you can't really chat. So yeah, the nice thing about here is, especially in the full scale stream, which you watch it wherever you want. If you want to watch us in the short stream, fine. If you want to watch us on Twitch, fine. If you want to watch us on the full scale stream, but yeah, the full scale stream and Twitch, you can actually like converse with people and have a meaningful conversation. And you know, we're trying to make it good for you in shorts too. The mods have done a lot. All right, everybody, thank you, mods. All right, especially the mods that were brave enough to go into shorts and kind of, you know, protect the chat, keep all the trash out of here, and make it a place where real conversations can go on. And I've seen some real conversations. Oh, how do I make the chat disappear or hide it? I don't know, Hess. I'm not an expert on. I think they were just asking how to. I mean, like, that's one way to get banned. No, I think you still see chat actually when you're banned, though. I think they were just asking, like, if somebody wants to watch the stream without seeing chat. Here, I unbanned you because I think you're probably. Anyway, the mods have had to deal with a lot. Okay, the mods have had to deal with a lot tonight. So everybody, thank your mod. Thank your mods. No, I think the Hessel person was just saying, like, you know, like if you come into the stream and you're like, I just want to watch the stream, and you see all this chat, and the chat, like on shorts, the chat is like literally on the stream. So I think that's what they were asking. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe they'll come back and they'll say something awful and get banned again. But I think they were being all right. But it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Mods have a very difficult job. Mods have a very difficult job determining who is here to fuck up the chat and not have a good conversation, and who is here to have an actual conversation, regardless of what their point of view is, right? If you're willing to have a legitimate, good faith conversation with the rest of us, we're willing to talk to you, and we might not agree, but that's okay. Nick Da Costa, are you... Kamala Harris does not have a 28% approval rating. By some measures, she has a slightly positive approval rating, right? In other words, there's more people that approve of her than disapprove of her. So I don't know if you're living in the past, as many Trump people do. Many Trump people like to live in the past, right? There's certain times in the past that are good for them. If they think of 2019, if they think of 2018, you know, pre-COVID, you know, things were kind of better before Trump completely failed in his response to COVID. Things were kind of better. If they want to think back to earlier this year, they can find times where Trump was ahead of Kamala. They can find times before Kamala was nominated when she had a low approval rating, right? You know, but I mean, that's living in the past. That's literally living in the past. And that's what you do when you're coping and you're seething. When you're coping and you're seething. Far right top 3 menu has show chat option. No, thank you, Hassa, because I think you were asking a question that other people want to know too. Some people like to see chat. Some people like to participate in chat. Some people just want to see the stream, and it's cool either way. I am cool either way. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Both sides are nuts. Josh Marksman says, hey, both sides definitely have their problems, and I talk about those problems, right? I talk about the problems of the Democratic Party, and I talk about the problems of the Republican Party. But anyway, chat, let's try to, and also thank you, Aglith. Did I get you endorsed Elon's AI Wait a minute. Yeah, you did, right? Did I not put Just Julie's Dono where a Dono is supposed to go? I feel like it's super late and I'm getting super sloppy. But yeah, we're 87% of the way towards the Dono goal. If people are interested in making that happen, and people are not too tired, which is totally legitimate too. That's 100% legitimate too. Here, let me see if I can scroll back and find, because I know Just Julie told me where that money was supposed to go. Wait, Whitney alert? What is Whitney alert? They're playing Whitney. Thank you for the Whitney alert. Yeah, Whitney will get me clapped. 80s music, dad rock, all that shit will get you clapped so fast. What we do here is scroll back. I'm trying to scroll back to where Just Julie told me where to put the, oh my god, chat, I might be too, bleary to figure out. We need to make this automated, where like it automatically happens, right? That would be sick. Do I believe that age will be the biggest deciding factor? Yeah, I mean, it could be now, legitimately, right? Now, it could have been before, right? Because even though Sleepy Joe was only, I don't know, what, 3 years older than Trump, he sure looked a lot older, right? And now, like, Trump is, you know, Trump is a senior citizen, and Kamala is a youthful 60, as is Waltz. It could be, but I feel like there's going to be a lot of issues, right? It's not going to just be about age. In fact, there's a lot, yeah, abortion is going to be a big deal. Affordability is going to be a big deal. You know, the immigration issue might play a part. It's going to be a lot of factors. So it's hard to tell what might be a deciding factor. We were right in the middle of watching this Trump campaign thing about him potentially firing his campaign managers. And we tried to watch this like 3 times, and every single time we got interrupted. So let me just try to Trump to fire campaign managers. How about angry Trump? Angry Trump to fire campaign managers. That's the question. We'll finish this up, and if
to this race.
We hit the Dono goal, then we'll do a little bit of extra content. If not, no biggie.
Her lead was under a point. Today, she's up 3 nationally. And again, in these swing states, where Trump's lead has been completely demolished, either being up 6, 7 points, now down to 1, being up in a state by 3, being down 1, being up 2, being down 2. It is like the entire country has been flipped upside down. And arguably, when I say the entire country, I really mean the 10% of the Electoral College and 10% of voters that actually do sway presidential elections. But it is these groups of people that we really come to see decide this election. And they now perceive this election very dearly.
Vox Populi, yes. Wait, maybe I did put that there.
What we saw was back in 2019.
Okay, wait, no, I didn't.
Some polling leaks. Donald Trump decided to fire some of his campaign staffers. But his big move that he made came in July of 2020 when he replaced his campaign manager as the numbers looked really bad. When you take a look at those 2020 numbers, around the time that Donald Trump made this decision, it was looking pretty dire for the Republican Party. They were down 10 points nationally, and arguably, maybe the argument can be made, maybe, that Donald Trump replacing his campaign manager went from him being down 10 points nationally to 8 points nationally to 5 points on election day, sure. But it was still a loss on the presidential level. And Donald Trump shaking up his campaign manager does show that he absolutely has it in him to change things right before an election. Granted, July is about a month earlier than where we are today.
Politics makes you appear older than you are due to stress. Look at the before and after. God, I hope that doesn't go for politics streamers.
But it was still a shakeup. It was a shakeup that really ricocheted across the United States and across specifically the Republican Party. Because while Donald Trump did keep on his campaign manager as a quote-unquote senior advisor, this is the nice way of doing it in politics, where you push them to the side and you bring in somebody new. But it was clear at this moment in 2020 that something needed to change. The reality, I think, right now that the Trump team is starting to realize is that they should have had this coming to this moment of realization far.
Thank you, Dragon Princess.
But it was Joe Biden that made it very difficult to foresee any of this happening. The entire Republican convention happened just the weekend of Joe Biden dropping out of the race. I mean, I kid you not. The RNC was happening at this time. So the Republican Party spent the entirety of the RNC. They announced the VP nominee, J.D. Vance. They were coming off of an assassination attempt against former President Trump. And the RNC had taken on this new idea of unification. In practice, did they actually? No. In theory, they tried. And Donald Trump, of course, rambled on in his RNC speech, but nobody watched it. Why? Because a lot of us sort of assumed this election was a wrap, right? This election was said and done for. Donald Trump was going to get a second term. And now it was about the margin. And that is the way that the Trump campaign has really been operating, not since the assassination attempt, not since J.D. Vance, not since the RNC. Since last year, we saw Chris LaSavita very publicly talking to the campaign media. And the Republican narrative had been, Joe Biden is going to lose this election. Now let's figure out how do we win by even more. There was no conversation around could there be a replacement. There was no conversation around could Joe Biden actually win this thing. And so the Trump team was really taken aback when Joe Biden dropped out of the race. Nobody on the Republican side genuinely thought that he would do it. And they had hoped that he would stay in the race because they knew he was the candidate that they wanted to run against. Do they also think that Kamala Harris in theory could be weaker? Possibly. Sure. Right. Her approval ratings at the time were worse than Joe Biden's. But she has done something that no Republicans could have really accounted for, and that has completely rebounded her approval. On the day that Joe Biden dropped out of the race, Kamala Harris's approval rating was down 16 points nationally, at 36.8%. Nearly just a third of Americans approved of Kamala Harris's job or had a favorable view of her. Her approval rating as vice president was far worse. Hers were even lower than Joe Biden's. And it was also a notable point that Kamala Harris hit her lowest point in favorability just a week before Joe Biden dropped out of the race. The lowest point, not...
Okay, so do you see that? Like, somebody in chat was telling me that she was at 28% favorability. I don't see that. 36.5, her lowest point. Or 36.5, her lowest point. Yeah. I mean, that's not good. And, you know, but that is what happens when you... That is... Like, look right over here, right? You start back in January of 2021. Yes, 2021. And you've got you're above water, right? More people approve than disapprove, right? Very soon, like about June of that year, these two cross, and now there's more people that disapprove. And this is typical. This is typical of you know, what a favorability graph looks like. Now, what's not typical is what you're seeing when he advances the that's July 10th, 2024, before Biden drops out, right? When he advances this, you're going to see those favorability numbers go up and those unfavorability numbers go down.
Just of the campaign season, but of her entire vice presidency, the lowest point ever for Kamala Harris. And yet, in just around a month, being down 16 points, she has now turned it down to being down just 3 nationally. Her approval ratings are at 45%.
Yeah, and if you look at other polls, I've seen them having her up 2 instead of down. But, you know, down 3, I mean, for somebody that's been in office as long as she has, is actually not bad.
Her disapproval at 48%. That is a 3-point difference nationally from what was 16 points in just under a month. I can only imagine.
Daniel says, do we want Trump here? Daniel, that's so 2016.
Now in November, how much she can go ahead and change this around. And that's why
I don't think even Trump wants Trump at this point.
The Republican Party really did not expect this and has no rebut to this because their entire campaign has been built on this idea that it is Donald Trump against Joe Biden. It is Sleepy Joe, Dementia Joe, whatever term they wanted to use. They were characterizing the incumbent president as someone who was senile, couldn't serve out this term, couldn't be the next president of the United States. And many Americans agreed with them. But they don't agree when it's Kamala Harris who's the Democratic nominee. And what we've also found, too, is that Donald Trump is already beginning this indication that he is exploring the possibility of changing up his campaign staff, now bringing back...
Now, really, like, I don't know. He should be thinking about... I mean, like, honestly, I think that dumping J.D. Vance... Oh, no, he can't do it. He can't do it, though, chat. Let me explain. I actually don't think he's going to dump J.D. Vance, right? He has talked shit about J.D. Vance. When people ask him, what do you think about people saying that you're weird? His response is like, well, they're mainly saying that about JD, right? The couch fucker. he's throwing JD Vance under the couch is what he's doing. But I don't think he can really. I'll be surprised if he gets rid of him. Now, if he does, it'll happen on Friday or next. It'll happen between this Friday and next Monday, right? Those would be the opportune times to dump JD Vance, bring on somebody new to try to get breathe new excitement into his campaign, just like just like Joe Biden dropping out right after the RNC. It'd be a great momentum buster. It'd be a combo breaker of sorts that Donald could do. I don't think he will, and here's why. J.D. Vance is not just J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance represents Silicon Valley tech money, represents Peter Thiel, represents some big, powerful people. And if Donald Trump knocks J.D. Vance off the ticket, he's going to piss those people off. Now, will they go and support Kamala? I don't think so. But he's going to make some enemies, and that's not what he needs. Then again, Donald Trump's never been afraid of making enemies. I don't know, Chad. I don't know. I doubt he'll kick Vance off, right? If anything, he'll fire some campaign staff, something like that.
On Corey Lewandowski from his 2016 presidential campaign. He's shaking up his campaign. Whether it happens at the top or happens amongst mid-level staffers, Donald Trump realizes Kamala Harris is now on track to win this election for the first time for Democrats of this cycle. They were all trying to play catch up against Donald Trump. Now he's on the back end. They're starting to feel how it felt back in 2020, and that's not a good feeling for the Trump team because in his heart, Donald Trump knows he lost the election. In their hearts, too, they agree. And so working under this assumption that they're somehow going to landslide win this election no longer works because the Democratic opposition no longer exists to allow.
Jonathan says, I watched Biden's speech at the DNC. I was actually a big fan of it. I got to admit, I was surprised. I got to admit, I was a little bit surprised. The fact that he shouted out the protesters, the fact that he talked about a ceasefire. Now, again, we need to see more. We need to hear more from Kamala differentiating her from Biden, and we also need, we need a ceasefire. We need a ceasefire, and we need it fast, right? We need to throw a wet blanket over the fires of war that threaten to break out between Israel and Iran, and the start of that is going to be a ceasefire in Gaza and and Netanyahu stepping down.
Something like that to happen. Joe Biden may have been in a position where, sure, there could have been a shock and he could have won the election. I give it less than a 20, maybe 25% chance maximum at the time after the presidential debate. And that's not a good place to be, very obviously. But I wouldn't be surprised if we were in a circumstance where Joe Biden narrowly won the race, 270 to 268 or 276, right? Very narrow margin, but still a victory nonetheless. That is not where we are today. Kamala Harris has that 270. She's not guaranteed the election, and I don't think any Democrats in any circumstance should be complacent. But she has the ability to get well past 270. And in some cases, so does Donald Trump. But it is a race that is exceptionally narrow, and this one tunnel vision lens that the Trump team has had and maintained over the past year is the reason why, if they lose the election, they lose the election. It's the same type of thinking that they were saying, we're going to win this election. Why not set up someone like J.D. Vance to leave your legacy? Even stronger for the Trump team. Why not allow him to run in 2028? Sure, you could choose someone like Doug Burgum, but he's 71 years old. He's not going to run after 4 years because then the age argument circulates back. And sure, Donald Trump is older than Doug Burgum, and we can talk about that in so many different ways. But Doug Burgum is no Donald Trump. And J.D. Vance really is also no Donald Trump. And J.D. Vance being the pick for vice president, they might have known was not going to be this massive value add, but they thought it didn't matter. And it, again, is that type of political thinking where there were no thoughts beyond Trump, good, Biden, bad, that lead to decisions like this, where there are no thoughts beyond just simple understandings.
No war would have happened under the Trump administration. Wrong, Grayson. Wrong, Grayson. What we're seeing now in between Israel and Iran is Trump's fault, okay? That's Trump's fault. That's the result of his failed negotiation. You got to pay attention to foreign policy. If you want to talk about Trump, you can't just be like, oh yes, Trump's the best. No war under Trump. Everybody respects Trump. That's bullshit. You're swallowing his line of bullshit, okay? He sent Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, to do negotiations? Somebody that's not even a diplomat, but is a family member, sent him down to do the negotiations. What did Jared do? Jared cut the Palestinians out of the negotiations, right? Negotiations between Israel and other countries in the region. No Palestinians at the table. That's what caused October 7th. Trump caused that fucking war. All right? Trump unalived a high official of Iran. Everything about what's happening right now, the real danger in the world, the real danger of World War III, which could stem from a conflict between Israel and Iran, is actually more likely than it's stemming from the Ukraine conflict, right? That's Trump's fault. That's his shitty son-in-law being sent down to play fucking diplomat, right? Actions have consequences. This shit isn't fake. This shit is for real. You can't put a reality star in the presidency, in the Oval Office, and expect for not shit to hit the fan, right? Shit did hit the fan, and shit continues to hit the fan, and we're continuing to live with the failures of the Trump administration. So nice try, but you don't know shit. Thanks for playing, though.
Of where we are in the electorate, and not
thanks for playing
any other type of circumstance, which is why I think we're now in this position. We're short. Trump is in a tight spot. We're 80 days out from the race, less than 80 days out. Trump can't really fire his campaign manager. Can he shake up the people below him? Absolutely. And he's already started to do that. But the people at the top really can't change unless he wants to completely restart this operation.
Can he? I don't know. I feel like he would.
Chris LaSavita, as much as he has led Donald Trump astray equally, is the reason Donald Trump has gotten this far in this race. Because based on the way he's been acting on Truth Social...
Yeah, Trump did an act of war to Iran. Like, come on.
This is not the Trump of 2016 or 2020. This
Trump droned civilians. Like, don't feed me that bullshit.
Very different Donald Trump. And they found a way to harness him. And against Joe Biden, they did it correctly. But they couldn't expand beyond that. And they still can't. We are a month after Joe Biden has dropped out of the race, and Donald Trump's campaign still has no way to characterize her, no real substantive attacks on her. They don't know how to handle her candidacy or Governor Tim Walz, and it's showing. And now the considerations are happening at the very top, with Donald Trump exploring the possibility to get rid of his campaign managers to save himself and his campaign, which might be doomed 80 days out.
Okay, look, it's not going to save his campaign. It's not going to save him. It's going to make him feel good. If he does it, it's because he's angry and he's lashing out. And he's got to strike somewhere. And, you know, what's he known for? Saying you're fired. So, yeah, he can fire his campaign managers if he wants. He could do that. He probably won't fire J.D. Vance for the reasons that I told you, although it's anybody's guess. It wouldn't be smart. It wouldn't be smart. And what he did when he picked J.D. Vance, he wasn't just picking J.D. Vance. He was picking I almost said the Alphabet Mafia. That's a different podcast. He was picking the PayPal Mafia, right? He's picking Peter Thiel and the rest of the, creeps in Silicon Valley, right? And so for him to get rid of JD Vance is him flipping the bird at those people. I don't think he's going to do that. He is Trump. He does like to lash out. He could feel rightly burned by having JD Vance recommended to him when JD Vance has actually hurt his campaign. So maybe he'll do it. If he does it, expect it between Friday and Monday. That's my prediction, right? If he gets rid of Vance, it'll be between Friday and Monday. No idea if he's going to fire campaign managers. Let's Talk Elections here seems to think no, that it's too late in the campaign. He fired managers before. That was in July, the preceding, I think, the 2020 election. And there's some... I guess he was down by 10 points to Biden in July, and he only ended up losing by between 5 and 8 points or something like that. So, there's some chance that, if he had done it earlier, it might have, it's really late. It's really late in the game. It's really late in the game. I don't know what could save Trump at this point. I'm not sure anything could. I'm also not sure that he'll lose, right? There's a long time between now and the election. And, throughout this week, you're going to see a continued, you're going to see better numbers for Kamala, all right? Even after the convention, you're going to see a bump. You're going to see a convention bump, right? What happens after that? Anybody's guess. You could see the momentum swing when there's when the debates start back up again. You could definitely see momentum swing if Trump has a good debate or Kamala has a bad debate, right? You could definitely see a momentum swing. But right now, as it is today, if the election were held today, it would be Kamala. No questions asked. Unfortunately for her, though, the election will be held in November, not today. So things could change. Things could change, but it doesn't look good for Trump, right? If he wins, it'll be because he got lucky. He is his own worst enemy. Choosing J.D. Vance was a bad move. This was a move that he made because he thought he had it locked up. Yeah, he got overconfident. And now he's in this... Oh my God, chat, we didn't even get to watch the Kyle Kulinski video. We're going to have to do that tomorrow, okay? So that's what we're doing. Tomorrow, we're going to come back here. We'll watch the Kyle Kulinski video, and I'll give you Kyle's appraisal of why Trump is not campaigning like he used to. This guy used to be a beast on the campaign trail. Used to be out there every day doing rallies. You know, the hardest working man in showbiz, right? And that's not where he's at anymore. And Kyle Klinsky actually has what I think are some pretty good ideas, some pretty good explanations of why. So we'll watch that Kyle Klinsky video. Tomorrow we will continue to do the DNC all through the week. And yeah, this will be, oh, Trump looks great. He's falling apart, Jeff Monson. He's falling apart. But regardless, we'll catch up with Trump. We'll catch up with Kamala. What do we got tomorrow? We got Obama. I believe that's right. Wait, let me make sure. Let me make sure I'm telling you the truth here. Schedule, DNC schedule. And I need to get out of here. I need to get off of here. All right. Wait, I thought I saw it. Where's the... schedule? I need to know who's speaking tomorrow. I think it's Obama. I think it's Obama tomorrow. It's Bill Clinton and somebody else. Speakers. Joe Biden on Monday. Okay, here we go. Barack Obama tomorrow. Bill Clinton Wednesday. Michelle Obama Tuesday. Okay, so Barack and Michelle Tuesday. Pritzker Tuesday. And, Waltz. Okay, Waltz is the big name speaker on what? Yeah. So Obama's the big name speaker tomorrow. We also got Michelle and J.D. Pritzker, governor of Illinois. Wednesday, it's going to be Bill Clinton. And Wednesday, Waltz is the big speaker on Wednesday. Bill Clinton will be the hype man, I guess, for Waltz. And then on Thursday, it's all about Kamala. It's all about Kamala on Thursday. So join us. Again, I'll try to start the coverage around the same time. We're talking like 5 to 5:30 Eastern time. That makes it what, 2 to 2:30? Is that right? Yeah. Oh no, sorry. It's 6 to 6:30 Eastern time. That makes it 3 to 3:30. I'll try to start a little bit before that. But yeah, we'll be covering this all week. We'll be going hard up until Friday, and then maybe I'll rest after that. Maybe not, Chad. I gotta work really hard. I'm trying to keep myself alive and support myself while the channel grows to be big enough to where I don't have to worry about scraping by, and I can afford to get my hair done, which will be really nice, and maybe afford to bring an editor on so that I can put out some videos for people to see the segments rather than just the live stream, which I know it's unwieldy. It's big. It's big and it's long. It's big. It's long. Oh my God, chat! I gotta go to sleep before I start horny posting on main here. Talking about things being big and long. That's not what I'm trying to do here. We're trying to keep it family friendly, but we'll bring it back tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow. Much love to everybody. Make sure to hit the like button on your way out, especially if you are on the full scale stream. We'd like to get those likes up to 100 because that helps me out greatly. That helps me out unimaginably. And yeah, thank you to everybody, and I will see you again tomorrow.